loss.
Well, this race rewards composure, but this car rewards aggression.
All
That
right,
one team
ladies and gentlemen,
manufacturers
it is now
top
time
10
for
for the last
Coca-Cola
6 races.
600,
They have a long
the
way
Cup
to get to where
Series
they ultimately
turn.
want to go.
After the
Tough
Indy
day
500
yesterday.
has come
I talked
to
Ross
conclusion,
Ford. He says, give
it
me the
is now
same car
NASCAR's
as I
turn
had yesterday.
for
Just
their
keep all the air in
turn.
the tires.
The
Will you do that?
Coca-Cola 600
Yeah.
from Charlotte
We'll see
Motor
what happens.
Speedway.
Ross Chastain, we know he has the
longest
speed. We saw it
event in
yesterday
its
for
series.
sure. And now let's
On
send
the
it upstairs to the men in the booth
NASCAR
calling all the
schedule.
action tonight. We have Steve
400
Letarte,
laps,
Dale Earnhardt Jr.,
600
and Adam
miles.
Alexander.
Thank you, Danielle. You just talked about drivers sitting in the top 10 that are yet to win in NASCAR's Cup Series. Tonight is where dreams are made. It's the Coke 600, a crown jewel race. Dale, how do you measure the magnitude of this?
If you don't know, guys,
Drivers
I'm
love it
watching
because
this
it's a
on
real
my
test of
phone,
their
so
mental toughness. It's a
I
test
don't
of
know if you
machine
can
too,
hear the
Steve.
commentary,
And I
but
think that
I'm
every one
watching
of
this
them
off
knows
of my
that this is a
phone.
long
And I'm
grueling. More
I'm actually
racing, more opportunity to
back
make
downstairs
mistakes.
in the lobby
The person has
watching
to
this
win this race today
right
has to be
now, so
flawless.
hopefully
You
I
said
don't
where
get in
dreams
trouble
are
by
made.
this,
I will
but
add this is
we'll
where
see
your
what
racing
happens.
resume
But
gets an
anyways,
exclamation
it's time for
point.
the
This will be the
Coca-Cola
66th running
600,
of a 600-mile
the
event.
first race,
37 of
first
those
NASCAR
won by
race
Hall
on
of Famers.
Amazon
You're not just
Prime.
winning an event. You're winning a race that will be on your resume for the rest of
Who
your
will
life. If
survive
you're fortunate enough to go to
600
the Hall of
grueling
Fame, they'll
miles
tell everybody how many
at
times you
Charlotte
won
Motor
this thing.
Hey,
Speedway?
two of the last four to
I
win
got
this
my
race
eyes
went on to
on
win the
Kyle
championship.
Larson.
One of those
After
2021
wrecking
Kyle
out the
Larson.
Indy
He's the story of the
500, he
day.
had plenty
It
of time
didn't
to
go as
make
he
it to
wanted
Charlotte
in
Motor
Indianapolis.
Speedway.
Crashes out,
And he had
finishes
made it
27th in the 500. How motivated is he for tonight?
He made
Man,
it.
I mean, he's the best thing going on the mile and a half. He's far clear of the competition in average finish. He's just dominated everywhere we've been. So it's an opportunity for him to cap off the
I'm
day
actually
the
in
right
the
way.
lobby of
He
the
knows that he
hotel
can
that
go
I'm
out there and win
staying
this
at,
race.
so
We didn't see him pop speed in
that's why the
practice. He's
background's
got
a
good
bit
long run
different.
speed, so might be a little tougher job than he expected. The stats are impressive, but
Yep,
let's just
there's
talk
Kyle
about
Larson
it. One of
in
the
the
most talented
driver's
race
seat.
car
He
drivers
made
in
it
the
in
world
top
who
of the
hates
Coca-Cola
losing. He's
600.
lost once today. Can't believe he's going to let himself lose twice.
He's absolutely
like I said, I'm
motivated to
watching
lay
this
it on the
off of my
field tonight.
phone
Let's hear from
right
driver
now,
5. He's
just on the
downstairs.
side of
Strap
my
it in.
laptop.
And Kim Kuhn is right there.
That's right. And crew chief Cliff Daniels told us earlier he's one of the best at refocusing. Let's see how he feels. Kyle, where are you mentally? Have you fully reset?
Yeah, I feel good. We're playing hard enough right now.
Todd, you didn't qualify well. Simple as that. You didn't qualify well. Simple as that.
I think my guitar last time is going to be pretty good. Just got to execute like I did not do in Indy, and hopefully we can keep our friend. We've been doing a really good job here with the 5 seasons last couple months. We just got to keep it up. It's a long race, but definitely one that's difficult to stay focused on or in. But I think if our car is good enough, we can stay up front on it all.
Good luck to Kyle Larson and this team. Trevor, they won this race back in 2021.
Well, Kim, as pit road starts to clear here, this is the first time for a driver that you can be alone with your thoughts all day long to this point. We see Jimmy Johnson here with his helmet on. Drivers now are flipping that switch that Corey and Carl talked about. It's time to lock in. How can I be mentally turned on for the next 400 laps at this racetrack? No mistakes, being present in the moment, hitting every single mark, not sliding through my box, everything that matters, Marty.
You know, Trevor, there have so far been 2 crown jewel races for the NASCAR Cup Series in 2025, this being the second. The man has won the pole for both of them, Chase Briscoe, and they were a little surprised by that pole position, James Smallow's crew chief told me, because their speed in practice was really the longer run. So that short run speed in qualifying came as a bit of a surprise for Joe Gibbs Racing. They have worked really hard on the intermediates at Joe Gibbs Racing in the last few weeks. Can it be good enough to get Chase Briscoe his first ever win in a Toyota? Let's get the engines cranked for one of NASCAR's crown jewels, the Coca-Cola 600.
The Coca-Cola 600. Let's do this.
Please welcome U.S. Air Force Senior Airman Anthony Palacios. He is joined today by his fellow 2025 USO Service Members of the Year and our Grand Marshals, United States Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, U.S. Army Sergeant Arnold Rosales, U.S. Marine Corps Captain Brian Legg, and U.S. Navy Captain Jeremy Alana.
Take it away, folks.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 40th year of the Coca-Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with my fellow 2025 USO Service Members of the Year and our Coca-Cola 600 Grand Marshals, United States Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, U.S. Army Sergeant Arnold Rosales, U.S. Marine Corps Captain Brian Legg, and U.S. Navy Captain Jeremy Alana. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we lost and in gratitude for the people now serving our great nation as members of the United States. Please join the United States Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, U.S. Army Sergeant Arnold Rosales, U.S. Marine Corps Captain Brian Lay, and U.S. Navy Captain Jervy Alata, in saying the most famous words in motorsports.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Crank it up, gang, crank it up. We heard gentlemen start your engines once again. Second time this season. The engines roar to life at Charlotte Motor Speedway as 40 of NASCAR's best are getting ready to tackle for 600 grueling miles at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The Coca-Cola 600 coming up next
like
on
NASCAR,
Amazon
but don't know
Prime.
who to root for. Here's some Toyota legends you can get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Nemechek. New kid on the block, all gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamlin. Ever heard of Daytona? He's won it 3 times. No big deal. We have a lot of drivers, all legends. You pick. You in?
Shady Rays sunglasses. Break them or lose them. We'll replace them. Easy as that.
Kyle's gonna need you Shady Rays tight.
Let's get him another pair fast.
Shady Rays. Eyewear that has your back.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. and I,
10 times better than Fox. Yeah, I agree. So far, the first impressions, I'm liking this Amazon Prime broadcast right now.
Is that
And we get side-by-side coverage for the full race, I'm hearing.
Look, it's pancakes! Guided Delivery Catering.
Wish I had my pancakes.
Welcome to more new ways to watch. A 5-race stretch only on Prime. More bright lights, more Nashville nights, more Motor City speed, more passion unleashed, more history made, more precision display, more moments you can't miss, and for the first time, only on Prime. Welcome to NASCAR.
Throughout NASCAR on Prime coverage, you are hearing a reimagined classic, Up Around the Bend, an Amazon Music original by John Fogerty and Eric Church. Listen anytime, as it is available to stream only on Amazon
It's
Music.
good to have him back in the
It's the
Cup Series
Coca-Cola
once again.
600 miles of remembrance. Every car in tonight's race will carry the name of a fallen soldier on their
And the
windshield
cars
banner.
are rolling.
You're going to see those names as we look at tonight's starting lineup. And now our Coca-Cola starting grid. Front row, Chase Briscoe, fourth career pole coming here yesterday. Starting alongside Kyle Larson, who won this race in 2021. William Byron won the Xfinity race. He's on row 2
Row
with
2
Chris
got
Buescher.
William Byron and Christopher Buescher.
Row 3, AJ Allmendinger, who won on the road course here in Charlotte, going off alongside John Hunter
Legacy
Nemechek.
Motor Club driver.
Behind them in row 4, Ty
Row 4,
Gibbs
Ty
making his 100th career
Gibbs
start, and the
and
4
Noah
of
Gragson.
Noah Gragson. In row 5
Top
belongs to
10,
Hendrick Motorsports'
Alex
Alex
Bowman
Bowman and
and
Christopher Bell, the reigning winner, and the Coca-Cola 600. Now to Trevor Bank.
Chris Buescher rolls off in 4th position tonight, but keep in mind, he does not have Scott Graves on top of that pit box. Scott's serving a 2-race penalty for those infractions after Kansas. Served race 1 at North Wilkesboro for the All-Star and again here at Charlotte. But the entire RFK group is really proud of the speed they've been bringing to the racetrack. They just want to execute all night, as we've been hearing from every team on pit road for this 600.
Continuing with the grid in row 6, making his 14th Coke 600 start, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. alongside the 45 of Tyler Reddick. In row
There's
7,
Dale
fast in
Earnhardt's
practice
voice.
yesterday, is Justin Haley
That's the voice that
alongside
I
the
miss
Talladega
the
winner,
most.
Austin Cindric. In row 8, the 71 of Michael McDowell and last year's Cup champion, Joey Logano. Row 9, it's the 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson, and
Jimmy.
Las Vegas winner, Josh Berry.
700 Cup
Row
Series
10,
start for
it's
Jimmy
Ty Dillon.
Johnson.
And the 600 winner from 2022, Denny Hamlin. Let's go down to Kim with more on Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, it's been a tough run of races recently for Reddick and this 45 team, finishing 14th or worse in 7 of the last 9 races. But there is good news. Historically, this is a great race for Tyler. He's finished top 10 in all 5 starts in the Coke 600. Crew Chief Billy Scott told me Charlotte is all about searching for the very best line, and that is Reddick's greatest strength.
Back to the starting lineup with 2 champions. They'll make up row 11. Ryan Blaney, the 2023 champ. He'll start next to Chase Elliott, the 2020 Cup Series champ. Back in row 12, Zane Smith, the 25-year-old from California. He'll start next to Kyle Busch, who will actually
Second.
steal from an unapproved. And swerve. RFA. Custer, the 2020 Rookie of the Year. He'll start next to the second international driver, New Zealand's Shane Van Gisbergen. For more on the driver of the 9, Chase Elliott, let's head down to Mark.
Kyle, can you break your losing streak today? Kyle, how do you feel starting from the rear? Shut up! Let me focus!
For him tonight, if he's going to do it here this evening, starting 20. One signature for the 9 team this year, it's been that they are scrappy and they find a way to grind out finishes. 600 miles at Charlotte.
Thank you, Marty. Now let's go.
Yes.
Pretty grid there. You find the 2020. He's there with Cody Ware. Row 19, Derek Kraus making his first start of the year. He's next to a fellow Wisconsin driver. That would be Josh Malicki. And row 20, shotgun on the field. You've got Ross Chastain.
And the
He's
drivers
in a
are about to
backup
go
car
down
after
pit
crashing
road to
yesterday.
test their
Carson
pit
Host, our quickest
speeds.
in practice, but had a spin in qualifying. Here's Marty.
Adam, you mentioned that crash for Ross Chastain yesterday. He was by far, before that crash, the fastest car in practice. And here's what happened in turns 3 and 4 yesterday here at the Charlotte. They did have to go
Oh, yeah, Ross Chastain is starting from the rear after crashing in practice.
But plenty of motivation because Ross has been running well lately and was really good in this race as we talk about
Okay,
1
Kyle,
year ago.
leave it
Now we do our
alone.
subway
Thank
track facts.
you.
What do you have for us, Steve?
Well, much has been made about the distance, and that's the big point of the race. 400 laps, unique 4 stages, each 100 laps, fuel window around 70 laps, pit road speed 45 miles per hour.
All right, we're going to talk to Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell, the guys in the booth. You got us?
I do. Got you good.
And race
Man, I
reporter
know you want to
Christopher
win this
Bell.
race, but y'all needed to find a little bit of speed on the 1.5s. How was practice yesterday?
Yeah, practice was interesting. It's been different than what we've had the last couple times. Last race at Kansas, I felt really good about how the car drove, and we were off on pace. So this week at Charlotte, it seemed like the pace was a little bit closer, but the balance was off. So I have no doubt that if we get this thing driving good, we're going to have a shot at it and be in contention at the end.
Just how tough is this race? I know that corner you're in right now is really bumpy. Even under caution, it's really physical.
Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at the camera or not, but it's definitely bouncing us around, and it's rough. These next-gen cars don't like.
This is what it's all about. NASCAR's longest night. And you see the comparison here. So difficult to put into words what it takes to be good in this race and the impact it has on everyone involved.
I know that's hard to believe that you'd lose that much weight, that many calories, you burn that many calories. It's absolutely true.
How much
Look at this
calories you
list
can burn.
of winners, Steve, that have won this race.
Dang.
18 Hall of Famers, 19 Cup champions.
18 Hall of Famers have won the Coca-Cola 600. Holy cow.
So rewarding when you're able to win the test.
All right, I think they just got the 1 to go signal, so I think they're going green this time by.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the goodest day in motorsports with glimpse over Monaco, Indianapolis, and Charlotte.
This was that moment in the race. Where
Yep, the lights are out on the pace car, so we're going green this time by. The first ever race on Amazon Prime for the Cup Series.
Now I'm on top of the pit box. I know what is ahead of us, right? We know the task ahead. Let's listen into the 45.
Take a moment to remember what this weekend and tomorrow is all about. Give thanks to those service members and their families, much like Sergeant McGee.
For all the men and women and boys and girls who served and are currently serving in this country, this one is for you. 600 miles from late afternoon to late in the night. Late afternoon to late in the night. 600 grueling miles. 600 grueling miles. As the pace car pulls off the track, the crowd is on its feet. And ladies and gentlemen, happy Memorial Day, everybody. Coming to the restart zone. Here they come. Green flag is in the air, and the Coca-Cola 600 is underway. I don't know if you saw that, but there was a little camera. There was a little camera showing the green flag. The flagman waving the green flag. That's another addition that they showed here on Prime. I like that.
Look at Larson.
And to the outside, there's Kyle Larson, the guy who wrecked out in the Indy 500. He's going to lead the first lap just barely over Briscoe. He's going to try to get help from William Byron. Watch it, Briscoe.
That's Ty coming off of turn 2, side by side for the lead, down the back
straight. Oh, look at Byron going 3 wide. And he's going 3 wide, 3 wide.
Turn 3. Right no more Byron there.
Oh,
you see to the inside. Briscoe lifting out of the gas
and
a little bit.
Byron takes it. Byron wasting no time to get to the front. How about that for the 24?
Byron taking over the top spot. He leads lap 2.
And that move was William Byron's basically signature. As he has matured in Hendrick, he doesn't push a teammate 3 wide, thinking about himself as he should to the front to lead the 600.
Yep.
Picking up where he left off yesterday. Dramatic ending in the Xfinity
race. Oh, and look at Christopher Busher. Christopher Busher fighting for third from Chase Briscoe.
Right now with Larson behind him.
And right behind him, look at John Hunter Nemechek in that Legacy Motor Club car. Going for 4th place on Busher.
Nemechek's been running good over the last couple of weeks. A lot of excitement with his team. Not going to get the job done.
Busher can't do it. Ooh, but behind those guys, 3 wide. Look at Christopher Bell
A 20 car
And meet
Jim
AJ
Bell
Allmendinger
getting
and Noah
aggressive
Gregson,
and
trying to
making
take
moves
advantage
down
of
to
those
the
two
inside
side
of
by
the board.
side.
Noah Gregson.
Reddick running the wall already up at 3 and 4, trying to make time. Nemechek again to the inside of Busher. Clears him down into turn 1, going to drive up the track, try to take the air away from the 17. He does it.
And looks like Nemechek will go to 4th place. How about that for the 42 car?
Down the back straightaway.
And behind these guys. Was that Herbst? Jeez, that's Riley Herbst, deep in the field. No, it's not.
It's a simple thing. All good, right? You're going to have
Okay,
those
that
sort of
wasn't
challenges
Herbst.
all night long. There's no way you're going to run this sort of distance without making mistakes. You got to have that calming voice. A driver is in the boat by himself. Don't make him feel that way. Be on the radio. Let him know you're supporting. Let him know you're here. On board with Christopher Bell. Big run. What's he going to do with it?
Last year's winner in the
Nowhere to
Coca-Cola
go.
600. That was Wayne Shorten.
Getting a really great look at Busher side drafting the corner of that 42 to be able to get to the inside. Down into 3 and clear off turn 4. The 42 and Nemechek back to the inside. What great racing between these two
But
drivers.
the battle for 4th is still going on between Nemechek and Busher.
Lately, it's been at this style of racetrack, the intermediates,
Holy cow.
the Legacy Motor Club and Toyota, the onboard camera
y'all
giving us
got
a front
tight
row
and that
seat
allowed Reddick
as
to
Reddick
drive right
flashes
by
by
him
in
on the
that outside
outside.
lane.
Back to the lead here. Kyle Larson.
Back to the battle up front between William Byron and Kyle Larson, the two teammates.
Right on board with Larson here. Hindercars.com, camera to the inside.
Larson's got a run on his teammate, tries to go to the inside.
Side of the track, the 24 should clear on the corner exit here.
No, he can't.
But if Larson can
Can't get
the
the
door
drive
of that
off the
24,
corner.
he'll make that outside
Slides
car
back
really
behind
tight
his
off the
teammate.
corner exit. And Byron would then have to lift. Larson can't follow him because the dirty air behind that 24. He wants that clean air under his car, so he offsets the corner.
It just amazes me how
There's
quickly
that
Kyle
talk
Larson
about
gets
dirty air and
acclimated to this
clean
stock
air
car.
that
I
Dale
don't care
Earnhart
if you
Jr.
jump
was
into your
talking
wife's
about
car at home.
already.
It takes you a little bit to figure out where the controls are, what you do, and get the gear
Oh,
set
Larson
right. He
drove
jumped
it
to the
in
stock car.
to turns 1 and 2,
Three wide,
trying to get a
battle for
run.
the lead on lap 1. Here he is trying to take the lead from
Side by
his teammate.
side.
I've never seen any
He's got the
athlete
quarter
with a
pound, he's got
shorter
the edge.
memory than Kyle Larson. He
And
can
to go
forget
underneath them,
adversity
and
like
Larson's
that.
going to
And here he
drive it
is
into
once
turns
again
1, 3, and
inside
4,
of his
and he's
teammate,
got it.
driver 5 back on
Whoa, a
point
little
with a little
squirrely.
bit of a
But
wiggle in
Larson
front
goes
of
to
Byron.
the point.
A little bit loose down on the bottom of the racetrack. Turn 3 and 4 very long. We're going to see a lot of cars jumping out of control in that corner. Getting sideways, losing the nose, bouncing up the racetrack.
I love the energy of this race early.
It's such a good race. It's been one of the best races on the series for the last couple of years on the oval at Charlotte. This is why lots of grooves, lots of ways for these guys to make good corners. And look, Byron trying to bring the fight
Oh,
back.
Byron's trying to give a fight back to Larson. He's not letting Larson get away so easily.
Well, I mentioned the day that Kyle Larson has had. Much was talked about for the double. And I talked about the acclimation from car to car. But for Kyle Larson, he started his day in
Unfortunately for Larson,
Indianapolis.
for the
and
second year in
unfortunately
a row,
just didn't go as
he will
wanted.
not
Got in a
complete
bad air
1,100
situation down at the
miles.
bottom of the racetrack, spun around.
He wrecked out in the Indy
Relatively hard
500
contact with the
earlier
back. He's gonna
today.
jump on board, and then right here you see how quickly it comes around. It just devastated. We heard him in the pre-race.
But since he wrecked out so early, that means he had plenty of time to get to Charlotte for this race.
He can't shake his teammate though. William Byron is giving him a mirrorful.
Yeah, Williams keeping him pretty busy as you watch the battle. Also back there
Meanwhile,
for third, Reddick
while
goes
the
by
battle for
Briscoe.
the lead is
Telling you,
going on
Reddick
between the
has
Hendrick
been incredible.
Motorsports
Early
drivers,
starts 12,
we got a
drives it
battle
up to
between the
third.
two
That's
Toyota
impressive.
teammates
He was fast in
from
practice.
2311
He
and
liked
Joe
this guy. He was
Gibbs,
top of the racetrack
Tyler
like he
Reddick,
is
and
here.
Chase
3-4,
Briscoe
made that
battling it
pass.
out for
Bottom
third
of plate two,
place.
showing good speed anywhere on the racetrack early.
Hello again,
When we talked about
Alessandro.
it before we went green tonight, Steve, we heard reports from the pit lane. 2311 has struggled lately. In fact, Reddick, 4 straight races outside the top 10. They need something good to happen in that camp.
Well, they're coming to the right spot for Tyler Reddick. 6 starts here, average finish just inside the top 8, so he knows how to be consistent. He's only led like 53 laps, though. You would think he would be more dominant at these high-speed tracks.
Looking back at Tyler Reddick, while on board with
So far,
William
the
Byron.
answer to the question
Byron
is
goes
fast.
high.
Good speed out of
Reddick
this
trying to
45.
dig on
Reddick,
the
if you
inside
wonder
line.
why we're disappointed in their performance
Slides
last year,
back in
regular
line
season
behind Byron.
champion, went to the championship for. The bar is high for driver 45. No
But up
doubt.
front,
It's high for
strong
Kyle
showing
Larson
already
as
from
well.
Hendrick Motorsports
And
drivers,
he's matching it
but
right
it's
now
Kyle
in Indy
Larson
Charlotte.
leading the way in the Coca-Cola 600. How about it? And so far, for first impressions on NASCAR and Amazon Prime, I'm liking the new graphics that they have. W graphics for Amazon Prime. Has the race been lagging or buffering on my end? It keeps happening to me. I guess my internet has an issue. No, not on my end. I'm watching this race off my phone, and there's no buffering on my end. So I'm thinking it's just you, Alessandro, or probably your internet. But for me, I'm not having any
I got
issues.
somebody for that. You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist. Create a plan. It's called the heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering, like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best.
Meanwhile, looking at this battle between Ricky Stenhouse Jr., I think Justin Haley, and Chase Elliott, a little bit deeper in the field. This is the battle for 15, as Chase Elliott is trying to find a way around Ricky Stenhouse Jr. But back up front, Tyler Reddick has caught up to William Byron, still trying to find a way to get around him. But Byron just has to drive off the top side, and he's getting the run up the high side, and keeping Reddick behind him, and keeping pace with Kyle Larson.
And home comforts are always within reach. Because life's best stories aren't written inside four walls. They're lived out here.
Fill up on all the good stuff at Subway. All your faves packed with tons of crispy veggies and fresh sliced meats. And now buy any footlong in the app for just $6.99. Great bread, great meat, great sauce, great deal. Get on it, people. Order now on the Subway app.
Racetrack to road. Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
All right, and we are back.
You know, the Hendrick Motorsport Shop is
We
only 2
are
miles
back.
from Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a true home game for HMS, and they're
As Kyle
driving
Larson continues to lead the way, and it's William Byron and Tyler Reddick still battling it out for second, but keeping pace with Larson. Then it's Chase Briscoe and Christopher Buscher
There's Dirty
right
back
out
there.
of the
We
top
talked
five.
about how cars can get on the inside. That's Bubba Wallace to
what
the inside
happened
of
here?
Cole. He's going to make
That's
Cole really
Bubba
tight
Wallace.
off the corner, and he's going to get
Jump
into the
speed.
fence pretty hard there.
Oh, Custer, a
Tyler
little
Reddick
tight off turn 2.
as well. Just
Caught the
a little
wall
bit
just
of
a little
contact
bit.
right here.
Oh, and same
It's a
with
little
Riley
bit harder than I'd like
Herbst.
to see. Actually, that's Herbst.
Yeah, Riley Herbst in the 35.
Riley Herbst getting a little
rookie
tight
driver
off
from Las
4.
Vegas.
Caught the
The
wall
air
just a little
back
bit,
in the back of the
but they
field
keep
is so
going.
tough, and it's unpredictable where the driver in front of you is going to go. Sometimes you're just going to find yourself in bad air on corner exit deep in the field. Talk about bad air. That's the challenge for Reddick right here. I believe he's faster than the 2 Hendrick Chevrolets in front of him. He just
Yeah,
moves
Reddick's
one lane
trying
down,
everything
really
he can to try to find his way around the 2 Hendrick Motorsports cars, but they just have the top line figured out. They're doing a good job of keeping Reddick behind him.
There you go, offset down the racetrack.
So Reddick's trying to get a run through the middle of the corner, but again, just does not have the drive off the corner like the Hendrick Motorsports cars do
Kyle
when
Larson
they're
at
running
the
the top
point,
side.
and what makes it even more impressive, the fact that he just got back from running in the Indianapolis 500, is that the preparation for this looks very different than other drivers. Richie Cliff Daniels told me they are not in constant communication.
Reddick got close that time to Byron's corner panel. Now Byron goes to the middle, and Reddick goes up top. Let's see what type of run Reddick has.
Cliff gives him bullet
Not so
points. They
much.
talk through everything. Then they go out and race. That is very much the strength of their relationship, Trevor.
William Byron grew up here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Got his
Oh,
first win
Reddick's
at the
got
racetrack last night in the
alongside of him,
Xfinity
side by
Series.
side
Right
through
now, we
turns
see him under
1 and
attack on
2.
that 45,
Reddick
but
trying to
he's
get on
very
the
quiet
inside.
in the 24 car.
But once
Look
again,
at that
Byron
entry,
with
though.
the
He gets
strong
just a
drive
little
off the
bit
corner
under 5 and the 45
clears
behind
Reddick
him.
by a
They're
couple
able to drive him
lengths.
just a little bit deeper.
Now Reddick's
As
trying
you see
again
Tyler
in turns
Reddick
3
running
and
in
4,
the third
but he's
position
not close
right now,
enough.
just pretty happy with the race
It's not
car.
that
The
close
main
to
thing
Byron
is
like
balance
he was
migration
in
is
1
what
and
they
2.
have thought all season long, keeping up with the handling of the car throughout the whole run. So we'll see where they trend, Marty.
Into James Small prediction. Chase Briscoe not able to hold on to the lead after winning the pole today, now slipping back to 5th on the running order right now. And we've talked about how Joe Gibbs Racing was so strong in the intermediate tracks last year, but this year they came into the year and they weren't very good. That was a surprise to everyone at JGR. So they really focused, Trevor, on this
when NASCAR on Fox broadcasted this race. Well, if you're talking about from the early 2000s, yes. But as of right now, I'm kind of glad that Fox is not doing the Coca-Cola 600 with the way they've been treating NASCAR recently in recent years.
But he's up 14 positions right now since the start of this race, just finding a little bit tight. Steve?
That's the balance. You know, the trouble with this racetrack in general, and you heard Kim mention it, balance migration. What is you know, it's just like it sounds. You start tight, it feeds loose. You start loose and it feeds tight. Now throw into a track that's going to change just as much. It's kind of like throwing a dartboard at a moving target, which can be very, very difficult.
Nothing makes it difficult trying to get a hold of this racetrack. Ryan Blaney has had his hands full. You can watch either camera. I'd watch the steering wheel. Watch right here through 3 and 4.
Some
Big bumps right there.
Whoa! Hang on to it. Hang on.
You see how much speed he lost.
Hang on, Blaney.
Really smooth right here in 1 and 2, but it turns 3 and 4. That old corner is just bad. Lots of bumps.
Blaney's so far running in the 21st spot.
The exit of that corner really rough.
I'm looking at this Penske running order. Austin Cindric 14.
But again, this race is 600 miles, so he has more than enough time to try to get to the
with
front.
that group outside the top 20 as well. It's been a tough start to this race.
Tough start to the month. Let's remember, Team Penske, the same organization they ran in the Indianapolis 500. Big news story all week about the trouble they got in up there, some firings of the executives. I believe this is going to affect the Cup team. I know if I'm a crew chief in the Cup guys, right, as we're on board the Ford Performance camera here, you know, I have no more mulligans. It was used in the Indy crowd. And I hate to say it like that, and I don't expect anyone in this garage to cheat on purpose, but if you're close to every tolerance, it could shake, bounce, beat, bang its way out of tolerance. You could be in trouble post-race. We've seen that happen to people throughout the year. Marty, I just believe these crew chiefs, Team Penske, have to call this one a little close to the best and make sure they're protected.
Steve, I would say in the IndyCar paddock world, the three
Now we're
people
looking
who
at
were
Austin
fired were
Cindric
largely viewed as untouchable
running in the
lifetime
2-car for Team Penske. As was reported that last week, a huge scandal took place in Penske Racing as Tim Cindric has been fired from Penske Racing after what happened in Indianapolis during practice and
My
qualifying.
job is to get the 2-car to victory lane, and nothing that happens this week
So
changes
because of that,
objective.
Tim
So
Cindric,
here,
who's
that
Austin
may happen
Cindric's
to you
dad,
or something
has
like
been
that
let
happens to
go
someone
by
very
Penske
close to
Racing,
you. You still
along
have
with
to
a
do
few
your
other
job behind
executives.
the wheel, no matter what.
No question, this guy right here has some emotions around this.
So
How
what does the
he
future hold for
try to,
Austin Cindric later
squish
down
all
the
that
road?
down and
That's
not
yet
let
to
it
be
affect his
determined.
job?
But as of
He
right
has to
now,
come out here,
I think
try
Cindric
to
is
put his
okay.
foot down, being successful on the racetrack. He scored the fourth most points on 1.5 this season behind the 3 other HMS drivers. I mean, that's relatively, he's having a career year in some aspects. Kind of focus on that, be proud of that, continue to try to build on that. Give them a reason to keep you as part of this program.
Running on board with Chase Elliott, currently running in the 15th spot, running down Austin Cindric
All
now.
these drivers that are kind of yet to really prove their worth.
Elliott, who started in the 22nd spot.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa,
Chase Elliott
hang
in a
on.
bad spot there
Hang on to it.
behind that number 2.
Got caught up in the wake of Austin
He's trying to
Cindric
get
there.
around it, but you can see how dirty it is in the wake of the 2.
Let's take a little snapshot. We'll step back from the racing action and kind of focus on the top of the scoreboard over there. 31 laps into a 100-lap stage. We know they can run 70 laps on fuel, but these teams are not going to. The goal would be to hit at lap 50. I don't think the patients are going to make all the way to lap 50. Last year we saw, lap 43 or 45 people to come on pit road. I would
Another big
expect
run
the
that
same
Ellie had
thing
on
again
Cindric.
today.
Where is he going to go,
pit
though?
stops, probably
He
10,
cannot go.
15 laps out.
NASCAR on Prime. We're just getting started tonight. It's the Coke 600. We got
Yep, but as of right now, it is still Kyle Larson showing the way, about a 1.1 second advantage over teammate William Byron as the Coca-Cola 600 continues on.
Pay a visit there. We wrap our coverage in Pocono just over a month.
When I use my Bosch Bulldog rotary hammer, I feel like the man. When I can powerfully break through breaking concrete. That powerful feeling grows and grows. I feel like I have the power. When you can power through the toughest concrete, the more you wash, the more you feel like a...
I've always known how to fix things. But with psoriatic arthritis, my body felt broken.
And looking back at Ryan Blaney as he's being passed by Carson Hocevar.
But it's not going
Is something happening with Blaney right now?
with Benzelics. I can't wait to say, I'm back. I'm back.
I'm back.
He just got passed by Carson Hocevar, fell for 21st.
Benzelics can deliver transformative relief of joint pain and stiffness. It's fast and lasting. I'm back to what moves me.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Blaney. I think he was just. I think he just tried using the bottom lane to his advantage and it didn't work. That's my
Serious side
guess.
effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems. Give yourself a chance to say, I'm back. Ask your doctor about Benzelics.
When you decide to step up to this kind of play, this kind of fun.
Oh, Riley Herbst right up against the wall as Larson puts him a lap down.
This kind of experience.
Hey guys, why are you dressed like you're in a boy band?
Let the games begin. Nintendo Switch 2, altogether, anytime, anywhere. Rated E for everyone.
The young hotshots of the NASCAR Xfinity Series are poised to shake up the standings down in Music City.
All right, gang, here we go.
This Saturday, the boys blaze into Nashville.
It's gonna be a fun one.
Where seasoned vets hope to stay in the spotlight, while fast-rising rebels look to steal their thunder. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live this Saturday from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
All right, and we are back.
NASCAR on Prime live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's the Coca-Cola 600. Kyle Larson continues to lead, but while we were away, a little kiss for driver 5.
Yeah, down into turn 3, we talk about how bumpy it is.
Whoa!
Look how loose, sideways,
Hang on with
into
Larson.
turn 3, up into
Really
the fence.
wheeling that car.
Watch the
Trying
hands
to
on the
wheel it the
steering
best he
wheel.
can. Almost got away from him there.
Okay. You get
It's a good thing he was
D-minus
close to the
crew
wall.
chief. See, that's not a
Or
little
that
kiss.
could have been
That's
real
that's
bad.
hard contact in the first
Or that
stage.
could have been
That's
bad.
coming up okay.
Do you have something to stop if that's what you want?
All right, he thinks he's all right, but let's look at the lap time. Just about a tenth slower than Byron and Reddick behind him in the last couple of laps. I mean, we have 362 laps to go. You know, we talk about the test of man and machine. Let's just keep it clean for a little bit.
Yeah, keep it clean. No need to push right now. We still got 360 laps left in this thing.
He's recovered. He just ran a 31:23. Nobody in the field running that right now.
I feel like we should grade on a curve, and I should go up to a C now, okay? Hey, look, bottom of your screen, racing for position. A couple of young drivers from the Toyota camp. Christopher Bell, 2042.
Meanwhile, there's a battle for 6 going on between John Nemechek and Christopher Bell. Bell powers down to the inside, trying to clear Nemechek, but Nemechek with the drive off the top side. He takes the lead back. Whoa! Got really squirrely off the top side, but Nemechek maintains the 6th spot.
Hey, and right behind this group, little love for Noah Gregson. Qualified great yesterday and hanging in the top 10 in that 4-car for front row.
Yeah, Noah needs a great run tonight. He's got the speed to do it.
And right behind these 2 Toyota drivers, Noah Gregson in the 8th spot. He wants a part of this battle too.
What do you have down there, Trevor? Pit stops.
Meanwhile, on pit road, Austin Dillon on pit road getting serviced up. This could be the start for green flag pit stops. As Dillon just finished up his service, now Josh Berry's on pit road getting serviced up. Now Ryan Blaney's on pit road. Josh Berry's down and away. Oh, and there goes Larson around. Save it, save it, save it.
First caution of the night.
Gets the car straightened out. 360 to the right. Caution is out. Good job, Larson, keeping it off the wall.
This time it gets away. Trying to get that thing fired back up so you can move it. Driving off. Luckily, the grass that was on the infield here on the inside of the front straightaway has been replaced with that
Luckily, that's turf on the inside
turf, and so
in the infield now.
looks like he got through that pretty unscathed, Steve. Let's take a look.
Pretty unscathed. Same thing. We saw the big save
There
earlier.
it
It ended
is.
up in the wall some. Another big moment. Just
Yep,
gets
he
loose.
just
Kyle,
lost
you see
it.
the smoke. That's him
Larson
wide
just
open,
lost it.
driving
Watch
it down
Larson.
there. He wants to knock back it in. And
Do
he
the
gets it straight. He loops it
roll
'cause he sees
portion.
the grass, which is actually turf here in Charlotte.
Car gets away with him.
Man, I think
Slides sideways, gasses it, goes through the rubber portion, blocks the brakes, turns it back to the right,
He's going through a
and
series
360
of
to the
bumps
right.
at the top of that racetrack, and he just gets out from under him.
Good job,
One
Larson,
thing at Charlotte
keeping
Motor
it
Speedway,
straight.
The ball field, the grass here in the middle isn't grass, it's turf. Great news for the 5. If this is grass, you can easily damage the underneath. You see right there in the back behind the rear tire.
But
That's
Larson did a very good job of keeping that thing straight.
What you see flap down, that's
Good
the
save, in my
diffuser
opinion.
flap. That happens when you spin. Let's listen to Kyle Larson.
Well, not really a save.
Toe might be barely
Not really a
off.
save. Not really a
obviously
save,
didn't hit
but
anything
he
there,
kept
but
it off the wall,
I did
so
hit the
there's
wall
that.
pretty hard and not square. But yeah, just check it over, please. I'm sorry.
So toe barely off. Talking about the rear, I believe he's hit the car with the back, getting that right rear tire pointed the wrong direction. We're not talking even like quarter or an eighth of an inch, hundreds or even thousands, 10, 20, 30 thousandths of an inch is the type of adjustment they make on exactly where the rear tires are pointed. He feels that the right one has been bent a little bit. As I mentioned, the roof flap you see up right there, that's no big deal on the top of the car. They can reset that. On the back of the diffuser, the flap's down. That's a safety measure. I don't see any other damage, but then again, the
Outside of the
speed of
roof
these
flap
race
being
cars is what's
partially up
underneath. I'm not sure
and the
we will
diffuser
know
flapping
until
on
we
the
see this
bottom,
kind of rejoin and
I don't think Larson has too much damage. So I think he's fine.
All of this happened as other cars were coming to pit road right kind of in the middle of the pit cycle. So that's going to kind of throw some of these guys into a tough hole to climb out of.
Cars have made pit stops. One of Ross Chastain. Stops. We saw them unfolding when caution comes out. And now once we get pit road open, everyone cycles around. I'm sure it's going to be busy now.
Oh, it's going to be packed. Everybody's going to be
Welcome
on pit
back,
road.
Derek Krause. Oh, Derek Krause is in this race? I didn't even see him.
32 in the lead lap, so it's going to be busy on pit road.
Oh, he's in the 44 car. Okay. So Derek Krause is in the 44. I see now.
With us tonight.
Love all these partners that bring us these great views. BuiltSomeReads.com is going to give us a great look on the front bumper of Keselowski.
Saw it earlier. You see it more tonight. NASCAR's most popular driver, Chase Elliott, prime onboard camera.
Denny Hamlin's got the national.
All right, they're lining up, so I'm thinking they're going to have pit stops at this time by. They're coming to pit road this time by, it looks like.
Pit road is open. Here they are, Trevor.
Yep, and here they come. Here they come.
Tires. You feel like it took a little bit of time to adapt back to the Cup car on exit, just getting loose off the corner. Chris Buescher in the 17. He's got some 4 tires and air pressure here for adjustments, Kim.
As you see Tyler Reddick, bottom
Buescher
left of your
down
screen,
and
set
away.
up a half number
Same
for
with
you now.
Byron.
Maybe a number and a half if I push too hard.
And Reddick's down and away.
You up. Marty.
Briscoe's in his stall now, getting serviced up.
Number 1, we'll see if the 19 team can use it to their advantage. He said overall, just too tight, and I don't have the confidence I need to have to be able to.
And Briscoe's down the way, and Byron wins the race off pit road.
Kyle Larson before that spin said he could need some help laterally, and they said they're going to tighten you up at the end of the stage. Well, obviously 2 free there, got that spin. Now you're seeing the road crew that's over the wall. Before we went to this shot, it was the pit crew over the wall that changed the 4 tires.
What's going on with Larson?
Back over the wall.
What's
now
going
the
on?
road crew is out there checking on the car, making sure there's no structural damage and no damage on that suspension. You see the rear of that car where it kissed the wall and up under the hood. But Larson said it felt pretty good. He kept the tires up, so they were able not to lose a lap.
All right.
Busy day for Kyle Larson. It's going to be a busy night for his team.
And it's going to be a busy night from here on out for Larson, trying to get back what he lost after spinning out that brought out the first caution flag of this race. Insert a cutaway of Larson in the 2024 Indy 500. Well, at least it wasn't like that time I got stuck in traffic. Insert cutaway of Larson in the 2024 Indy 500.
To ride. Mobile One Motor Oils make whatever you drive. Drive more beautifully.
A diagnosis doesn't define you. Even ATTR cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. You charged ahead. So why would life with ATTR-CM define you? You have the power of choice. Attruby is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTR-CM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. People taking Attruby saw an impact on health-related quality of life and were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues, giving you more chances to do what you love with who you love. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist.
At least Derek Cross is running again in Cup, unlike Dylan Lupton, who hasn't ran in nearly a decade. Dang, has it been a decade that Dylan Lupton ran a Cup race? Gosh, I feel old.
Well, yeah, tiny. This chili for me is the best $10.99 you can eat. Oh, my babies, all together.
I don't know why either.
Earlier today, Coca-Cola hosted a luncheon at Charlotte Motor Speedway to honor and recognize America's Gold Star families, those that have lost a family member to military service. Here's Coca-Cola Racing family member Austin Dillon with more.
NASCAR salutes together with Coca-Cola. It's Austin Dillon, Coca-Cola Racing family driver.
Veterans, military families, and fallen heroes during the month of May. Earlier today, Coca-Cola partnered with NASCAR and Charlotte Motor Speedway to host a lunch to honor and recognize Gold Star families whose loved ones are featured on the windshield visors as part of the NASCAR 600 Miles of Remembrance. These families gave the ultimate sacrifice and exemplified the true meaning of Memorial Day.
Tonight we honor and remember on this Memorial Day weekend.
They should be coming to the one to go single this time by for the choose roll.
Byron took over the race
Yep,
lead when
choose
Larson
roll
had to
time.
spin, and they executed on pit road the 24.
Well, executed is the big point. Not everyone did. A couple penalties on pit road. The 6 of Brad Keselowski had vehicle interference, and the pole sitter Chase Briscoe so much made about track position starting up front, number 1 pit stall. Well, a little bit of a slow stop, which was gonna hurt. Right side looks pretty normal, but if you look, everything looks good. Slow getting around range, but then on the back, he throws this right rear tire. You see it turn right out
That's
of
an
the frame.
uncontrolled tire.
The crew member goes and
That's an
gets it.
uncontrolled
So it's not
tire
like
for
it used to be
Briscoe.
uncontrolled tire and all this
That's
stuff.
a
The tire
penalty.
gets away completely outside your pit box into what could be into a lane of traffic or could interfere another pit crew. It's a
Yep,
penalty
2-lap
either way,
penalty
both
for
the
Briscoe
19 and the
because
6
of that uncontrolled tire.
Tough deal for Brad because he's had pretty good speed in practice yesterday. He ran great in his race the last couple of years. And come from the back there.
Free pass under our first caution of the night goes to Jimmy Johnson, 4-time winner in the Coca-Cola 600. Front row for the restart. William Byron goes to the inside. Outside of him, Tyler Reddick, row 2. Busher and Bell, row 3. Those 2 young drivers that have been so impressive. Nemechek and Gregson.
All right.
The green flag as we complete lap 49.
Nope.
And the lights are back on the pace car, so we'll go around
Lights
one more
back on in the pace car.
Chief on top of the pit box. I'm using.
Oh, we got a problem down in turn 4. I think Larson has lost the tire.
Oh no! Are you
Come
kidding?
off 5.
More issues for the
Down
5?
51. Sorry about that. Very similar looking car. 66.
Oh no, that's the
Sorry.
66.
Man,
The 66 has lost a wheel.
Licky in the 66.
Josh Balicki. Yikes.
So this right here will end up being a penalty. It'll be a midweek penalty since the tire went onto the racing surface. There'll be some suspensions and some other issues. Damage to the right rear. Great thing NASCAR saw it. A good thing it happened under yellow. Get Josh Balicki up to speed.
Well, he picked a fine time to leave
Yeah, we saw that
a
road crew
loose
go over the
wheel.
wall, kind of diagnose what happened during that incident. Here's a report from Cliff Daniels to his driver.
Nothing visibly bent, toe link, or otherwise. I would imagine it's like some of our more solid hits that we've had at a Homestead or a Darlington. Probably tweaked the toe, both front and rear. I would assume there's nothing glaring body-wise that is an issue.
So no major damage for Larson, and the great news, there is still a lot of racing, and they can definitely make up those lost positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a fast car. We saw before the skid, the lap times are there, the speed is there. And he just, they'll settle in. Long race. He's wanting to make it a show for us tonight. I'm here for it. Yeah, me too.
You think about his situation. Those drivers that had already made pit stops and lost track position. We talk about the penalty cars. We're going to have some really fast
Should
cars.
they get the one to go signal this time by? Yep, the lights just went out on the pace car, so we're going back green once again.
We get ready to
this
go
time by.
Denny Hamlin qualified 20th yesterday, unsure what to expect out of the driver that won this race in 2022. Been able to work his way up to the top 10 for the restart.
I'm impressed with the Toyotas. We talked about Joe Gibbs Racing kind of struggling a little bit on the mile and a half, 23-11, not having the year they had hoped. Currently, we have 3 Toyotas inside the top 5. Still early, but it's a good start.
Find your favorite driver in official NASCAR merchandise by searching Shop the Race in the Amazon shopping
Shop
app.
the race. Get the gear. And Amazon shopping.
Got some Larson stuff there. And I see Carowinds, perhaps a field trip in the future for the booth guys, huh?
Yeah. Look at all that stuff we do. Yeah, I see all the stuff I'm not going to do.
You can hold our shopping bags.
I will.
Ride the rides, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Field down at 3 and 4. Lights off on the pace car. Drivers getting their tires cleaned up, ready for this restart. It's going to be fun to see what Reddick does on
All
the
right,
outside.
here we go.
William Byron.
And the lights are out, and the pace car makes the hard left turn back onto pit road. Restart zone, and green flag. Byron on the jump.
Great launch by William Byron down into turn 1. Some great shots right here. Seeing the field spread out, getting 3 wide.
Everybody's spreading out. Everybody jostling for position. Who's that trying to go 4 wide back there? It looks like.
In front of Reddick, and he's thinking for more. Now Reddick goes high.
Thankfully, coming back down to 3 wide.
Buried it down into 3, made the 20 get tight. Bill had to lift a little bit. Nemechek coming off a couple of top 10 finishes. This team has a lot of confidence. Travis Mack on board, crew chief. Bell back to the inside, though.
Christopher Bell on the inside of John Nemechek trying to take the 4th place back.
Gregson losing a spot to AJ
Trying to take the
Allmendinger
4th spot. Still can't clear the 42.
He was second on 5, 10, and 15 lap average.
Man, look out. That got a little hairy. Between Hamlin, McDowell, and Herbst. No, Ty Gibbs. And speaking of McDowell, how about the 71 car in the 8th spot? Michael McDowell came so close to winning at Texas earlier this year, just a few weeks ago. Now he's running in the top 10 for Spire Motorsports.
Xfinity fastest lap
Very impressive
championship
showing
run
for
at the
this
end of
Fire
the night.
Motorsports driver early
He
on.
just did it. This is a type of race that I can see that continuing to move as the track cools.
AJ Allmendinger trying to get another spot right here from Nemechek down the back straightaway. He's going to lose another spot to the Ford
And Gregson
pushes the
pushed
42 clear.
Nemechek right past the 16. Now he's trying to get past the 16. Trying to get by Allmendinger. No, he cannot.
AJ slides right in front of Gregson. Gregson to
Now he's going back to the outside. He got a good run off the high side. Can he do it this time? No, he can't.
He drives like his personality, you know?
And Allmendinger will maintain that position, but Gregson with the crossover.
Now Gregson to the inside. McDowell coming to get some of
McDowell
this.
trying to follow through, but it looks though he thinks better of it.
I was like, yeah, I might give this another lap before I jump up in. And top of the track right behind him, that 11 and Denny Hamlin, trying to find something to make this 11 car work for him.
He wants the outside on the
Now
71.
Denny Hamlin going to the
trying
outside
to get
of the 71.
off into turn one.
And we talk about the strength of Hendrick Motorsports tonight. Look behind them, been quiet, but Alex Coleman is in the top 10. This is his kind of racetrack.
And he takes that spot from McDowell. Getting to the bottom here in 3 and 4. Going to try to get on that line. There's a little bit of added grip on that painted line down there. You'll see some of the drivers trying to get the left front tire down there.
I've been impressed with the transition of the crew chief for this 11 and Denny Hamlin. I was a little surprised when I heard Chris Gabehart was going to be back. He moved to be the head of the competition department over there at Joe Gibbs Racing. Chris Gallo stepped right in, already got a couple wins. We talked so much about communication. I would have this race circled as one that you would have to really work on it, be on top of it.
Now Hamlin to the inside of Gregson, trying to take the second spot away from him. It's a good run through turns 3 and 4, and Hamlin gets by.
Racing Connor Zillage right here, making his first
What's going on
600 start.
between these two?
Those two get into a little bit of an argument off the corner.
I think they're going to frame that next to the picture
Little
they took
clashing
together.
between the future and the legend.
They'll probably get that one added in there somehow.
In other words, Jimmy Johnson and Connor Zillage make a little contact.
Doesn't run this car
Jimmy Johnson's
hardly ever, maybe a few
700th
starts a
career
year.
start
Very
in the
impressive
Cup Series.
to go out there and lay down the lap he did. The team has improved, so we should see the results for this guy here when he gets behind the wheel improve as well.
Not just a driver tonight, he's an owner, he's a leader for some good young drivers. We talk about the success of Nemechek, Eric Jones, another one. He's got a vision for the future, making a successful race team
Bubba Wallace
out of Legacy
had
Motor
a
Club.
terrible club. He's running terribly right now. He's not having a good run at all. Neither is Ryan Blaney. Yikes.
The caution come out during the cycle, so a lot of good cars trapped back here in the back of the pack.
What's up, Marty?
Great progress for Denny Hamlin. You guys were chatting about him a moment ago. Started 20th, up to 7th, kind of a signature weekend so far for Hamlin. Does very well in the race. Normally practice is a struggle for that 11 team sometimes. But as we ride on board, Dale Jr., you and I had separate conversations with Denny about the same thing and just how rough this Charlotte Motor Speedway is. In fact, he told me not even close. Charlotte is the roughest racetrack in terms of mile and a half. And he said, what happens is his head will literally buffet between those two headrests you see. And he said, you kind of lose your vision almost for a second. How tough is that for a driver for 600 miles, Junior, to keep the concentration all night?
It's not fun at all. It's as bad under caution as well. These cars just ride very rigidly. And that's great. That's great information from Denny. We love to hear from the drivers. You see, look at that. You see his head bouncing off of that headrest and slamming against it. There's railroad track style bumps off into turn 1.
Why am I not in the lead? I'm not making enough progress. I'm not happy running in the top 10. I want the lead.
Scan the QR code to save on gaming products by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of NASCAR. I didn't realize how bad those bumps were until we did that pace car ride yesterday. And it was real. And that was in a car that is comfortable on the road anywhere. We really get
between
banged around out
Gregson
there.
and Alex Bowman now. As we're getting around the lap car of Josh Balicki.
Get back out there and be reminded about some of the tricks and issues and character this track has. And it's really smooth through 1 and 2. Usually, if the bumps are bad in 3 and 4, you would go to the top of the racetrack to escape them. And they're worse up there.
And
So
it's
I'm impressed by
Larson will
anyone
take
who
the
makes
pole,
time at the top of the
take that
racetrack in 3 and 4.
position away from
See a lot of
Bowman.
drivers run the bottom of 3 and 4 because it's just a little bit smoother.
That was for the
There's a
8th
little bit of grip
spot.
on that
Now we're looking
strip.
at Carson Hocevar
77 of Carson
running in the
Hocevar,
16th
below white car,
spot.
bottom of your screen. Had issues in qualifying. Actually spun out in qualifying. Didn't get to complete his qualifying lap.
And
It's
here's
going to look
Hocevar
very
during his
similar to Kyle
qualifying
Larson
lap.
today in the race.
During his
Exact
qualifying
same
run.
location of the racetrack. He's actually going to spin down the road course as well.
Same thing that Larson did earlier in the race. He's able to keep it straight, while Larson did a 360 to the right.
Young driver, big personality. A lot can be said about how he drives. One thing that cannot be argued is he can push the pedal. Hocevar can find pace in the 77, improving it early.
Yeah, he was 4th in 5 lap average.
Grandpa, why am I not running well?
So good speed in this car. If this
Why
kid
am I not
put it
well?
together tonight,
Ty,
time through the field,
focus please,
find himself
and
in the
stop
top 10,
bothering
and may
me.
have a great result. Ran good this race last year at times. Fun to watch.
This race is almost backwards for him. When you think about what we've seen so far this season, typically starts up front, fades late, been getting a lot of stage points. But you guys talk about the adversities yesterday in qualifying, driving through the field, and introducing himself, closing on the top 15. Let's go to Kim.
AJ Allmendinger impressed a lot of people yesterday with his speed and his qualifying effort. Started the race 5th, currently running in the 6th position. And crew chief Trent Owens told me they were really confident about the long run speed
so far
yesterday.
for AJ
But he
Allmendinger.
said that long run
Ran
is going
inside
to
the
be
top,
up in the upper
floating
room
around in
later
the
in the
top
race we
5,
go.
top
So
10 all
AJ
race
needs to get
long,
comfortable there.
except
Right now
for
he's
when
not.
he
He
was
said, I
in the
cannot do
19th
the
spot
French.
at
That
one
middle
point.
lane though, he says it feels good. Just a little
But other than
driving,
that,
Trevor.
strong showing early on for AJ Allmendinger.
His front tire changer got hit by the 6 car. That was that penalty for the 6, but he got up, got the stop done, and Blake Harris has been working hard to get this corner put together for Alex Bowman. He's fighting loose in, tight middle, loose off. The worst condition you can have as a driver, but moving forward still.
Trevor, how about the 2025 performance for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Hayek Motorsports? The single car team, as of right now,
And now I'm
they're
looking
in
at
the
Ricky
playoffs
Stenhouse
with about halfway
Jr.
to go
running in
here
the
in
12th
the regular
spot.
season. Spent some time with Stenhouse earlier this week, and he told me, honestly, this year we've
A
got
solid
really
run
more
going on
by
for the
strategy,
47 car.
getting good finishes, executing. We need a little bit more speed. Looks like they might have that speed tonight, right now in the 12th position. But Steve, for a single car team in today's day and age, to be even in the playoff conversation, how impressive is that for Hayek Motorsports?
Well, it's impressed. Remember, 2 cars for a long time, reduced down to 1. Adam, I think that's actually helped them. Focused on the 1, and we're seeing the improvement.
No doubt. Tonight, we race to remember every driver in the field carrying the name of one of our fallen heroes on the windshield banner of their car. It's 600 miles of remembrance on Memorial Day weekend.
That's right. But as of right now, up front, William Byron is showing the way here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Home maintenance technician, 2nd class, Kenneth E. Clodfelter, United States Navy.
Specialist James A. Waters, United States Army.
Sergeant First Class Michelle Young, Arizona Army National Guard.
Lance Corporal Andrew W. Nowacki, United States Marine Corps. Specialist 4th Class Kevin M. McCrae, United States Army. We are forever grateful.
Yeah, remember and honor. They're racing for those who serve.
Presents the greatest duo.
All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this. Right.
There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack likes duos.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, flare-ups.
doctor about breastfeeding. So, you like NASCAR but don't look before? Here's the toy of the legends you can get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Check. Kid on the block, on gas, no brakes. Oh, and Danny Hamilton. Ever heard Daytona? 43 times, no big deal. We have a lot of drivers, all legends.
This is Alex Below. He's been on concrete from the start. Alex is so fast he doesn't tax his January 1st. He speed rates 2 knots before him. He's Spanish with prejudice on the first day. Alex has traveled the world. Here are his favorite places. Portland, Detroit, Montreal, Portland again, and led for 32 driver sets. This is the front of his car. But if you race him, you'll just see the fast car. This is the retirement in our channel, Alex Below. Look at the fastest race car.
There.
25 laps to go, stage one. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600. It's NASCAR on Prime. Here's Tyler Reddick. He is really
and
ready
we're
to
back.
make a move on
And
race
Tyler
leader William
Reddick is starting to eat into William Byron's lead. He's starting to close the gap a little bit to the 24.
Three-car battle. Everybody just trying to figure out if they can find some pace a little off the wall. You see Byron right on the wall, Junior. That's where the
Once
preferred
again,
line
William
is,
Byron
but the
riding the
45
top
figuring
side
out that
while
lower
Reddick is running in the middle line,
impressive that Reddick's
trying
able to make any
to get
time, running
a
that
little
much
bit
lower
of
on the racetrack.
an
He doesn't have a
advantage
choice 'cause he can't run
into
in the tracks in
Byron's
the
lead.
24 car, so he's got to offset. But look at what he's on entry there. Drives the car deep into the corner, backs up the zone, and tries to gain again on a corner exit.
Yep, Dale Jr. said it best. Reddick is trying to dive it into the corners, trying to go as deep as possible, trying to go deep into the corner as possible to try to get a run on him to keep pace with the 24. But Byron just has to drive off the high side, right up against the wall, pulls away by a couple of car lengths.
Real nice and easy top of the racetrack. The 45's having to work the front tires, and over the course of several laps, the idea would be that the 45 is going to get tight, fade, and be in a battle with Christopher Bell. See how this works out. That 45 is quick, though. He can get into the corner pretty deep.
Talk about winning a stage. William Byron has won stage one here in the Coke 600 the last 2 years.
Starting to get tight on that 45 car, sliding back a little bit as Christopher Bell
Reddick's starting to fall back, starting to lose a little bit of pace to the 24. Now he's falling into the clutches of Christopher Bell.
I wanted to see how 2311 responded. Remember, dual ownership, Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin. You know, we see owners in sports all the time kind of call out their team looking for a little bit of improvement, and Denny Hamlin was the owner who decided it was time for the 2311 group. He said the 45 team needs to basically get a reset. Needs to get back to the basics, not chase a bunch of things, right? He's kind of calling them out publicly. Denny knows what this is like, because remember, he is a race car driver. He knows what an owner can do.
There's the car owner, Denny Hamlin.
I like this is Denny.
Not too shabby for Hamlin as well. Running in the 7th spot. I'm sure he wants more positions than that.
I don't know if Bubba Wallace has had the response he would have liked. It's been a tough start to the night for Riley Herbst. Message delivered loud and clear, though, to driver 45. Reddick looks good here tonight. 20 car closing fast behind him, Marty.
Yeah, 2 Toyotas in the top 3 here, Adam. And it's interesting for Christopher Bell, his longtime spotter, Steve Reeves, actually quit
it's pretty much
after the All-Star
the
race.
top
Yes,
3
they
have
won.
pretty much broken away from the field. So it's really a battle between Byron, Reddick, and Bell for the lead. And they have like a 3-second advantage over 4th place right now.
To get to spotting in the Cup Series. That's what he wanted to do. He was friends with Christopher Bell, worked with Martin Truex Jr. in the Daytona 500 earlier this year, and he got the call. Now, Adam Stevens did tell me they're going to try it for a few weeks just to see how it goes, but they would love to keep him for the entire year. But Junior, for a championship contender like
They have a 3-second advantage over Chris Buescher. Running in 4th is John Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, and Chase Elliott has made his way inside the top 10 now. How about that for the 9 crew?
That's what he said. He goes, "You ready to talk?" And I looked at him. I said, "Do you have the pipes warmed up?" He goes, "Good point. Good point. Yeah, it was good. It was pretty lighthearted." Look at Brad Keselowski right here. He has actually rebounded from that pit road penalty all the way up to 20th. We
talked about the speed, 4th and 10 lap averages, 5th and 15 lap averages. And this guy needs good runs. He's 33rd in points coming into this race. If he's not in the top
Brad
32,
Keselowski,
he can't play
he
in the
needs
bracket
good
for the
runs
$1
at this
Trevor.
point.
Yeah, that's right.
Not just
Dell.
runs,
I
he
talked
needs
with
to
Jerry
have
Mullins
a
earlier
win at
today,
this
and he
point
said they've
because he's
had
pretty
the
much
top
in a
15
must-win
speed every
situation.
single weekend, and it's just been circumstances that take him out of
Running,
it. Here again,
running
he got
top
that penalty where he
35 in
crossed over the
points.
orange line
We
into his
expect
pit
way
box.
better from
So, for
Keselowski.
these guys, it's just
But
about
at the
putting
same
together a
time,
race,
he's
and they've gotta be
41 years
clean from
old,
here.
so he's not getting any younger.
And we need to highlight RFK. We talked about Chris Buescher, who's up there and having a great night inside the top 10. You mentioned the comeback for Brad after the penalty, but in between, Ryan Preece qualified 28th, and he too has a position inside the top 20, 17th right now.
Meanwhile,
So
looking
the
at his
60 showing
kid
some
driver,
speed tonight,
Ryan
and they've been really
Preece,
good on these mile and a halves.
in the
In
60
that
car.
in-season bracket, we've got, with Prime here 5 races, and this will seed that bracket as those drivers go through the next 5 races after that for the $1 million. And I feel like that really is up for grabs.
Where is
There are
Preece?
really no
Where
favorites
is he running?
in that. I mean, there are a lot of circumstance,
Okay, I probably
luck,
missed him.
bad luck, good luck could play a role and
And
put some
Preece
pretty unique
is
names
17th
in
right
that
now.
semifinal and final round.
15 to go. Now 14
Not good,
stage
but
1. Let's
not
get an
bad
update
at the
from
same
Kim.
time. At least
Yeah,
he's
it's been a
top half of
challenging
the
weekend
field,
for
so
Kyle
there's
Busch.
that.
Had no power steering yesterday, so didn't make a
Now
lot
we're
of
looking
practice.
at
And now
Kyle
dealing with
Busch.
a balance issue extremely tight. He is not happy with the changes that they took under the last stop. But listen to what he told his team.
Running in the 21st spot.
No fire off speed, super tight, still tight. You went down
Ooh.
on right front air, that's the wrong way.
Not a happy camper
So
behind
you
the
heard him
8
say,
car.
if you went down on right front air, that's
Saying
the
that
wrong
car is
way.
very
Steve,
tight.
how complicated does it make it when your driver is trying to crew chief from behind the wheel?
Well, complicated, but to be honest, you
Ooh,
want to hear the
got
feedback,
really
but
close
you
off
ignore
turn
all the
4 there.
sarcasm.
Nearly
You have to
caught
take
the
the
wall
emotion
there.
out. You have to
Got caught up
appreciate
in Brad
that Kyle
Keselowski's
Busch
weight
is out there,
as he was trying to get around
flies,
SVG.
battling everything he can do behind the wheel. I don't love it, but look, I took enough abuse from, I won't name names, drivers I worked with over my career.
Yeah,
And,
these
you
two
know,
are
I love the passion
those
of Kyle
two,
Busch. I've always
Keselowski and
said
SVG
that,
battling
but
for
it
the
does make it difficult
19th
when
spot.
the sarcasm gets a little thick.
I want to mention the 88 right there. SVG had really good pace in practice. He struggled on
Yep,
the ovals.
SVG doing a
We know
good
he's
job of
dominant, good
holding on to his
on the road
position.
courses.
Rookie driver in the
Had a
Cup
hard time
Series.
trying to learn the
Battling
ovals, but he's
Keselowski
showing
for
some good
19th,
speed.
but it
7th
looks
and
as though
15th lap
Keselowski will
averages
finally get
yesterday, and
around
he's
him.
right here battling in the top 20.
Can he clear him? No, he does not. There.
Brad trying to take the line away,
Almost
forcing
got,
SVG out of the gas,
almost
but
got SVG turned
so
around
far, I
there.
would say this
That
is a
was
really
close.
good night
And that's
for that
allowing
88
Kyle
team.
Busch to take advantage of
Shea
both
Big
those
is a
guys.
talented driver,
Now
and
Kyle
his
Busch
time is
goes to the
coming.
19th
And why
spot.
do I say that? Because we got a run of road courses this summer, and we know he'll be stout, drifting a little bit right now. Here comes Ross Chastain.
And here comes his teammate Ross Chastain trying to take advantage
of the inside
of the 21st spot, and he will.
And a backup car. And a backup car with that number 1 hit the wall in practice, destroyed the primary. Really, really fast before that, and I think they're finding the speed as this race goes on.
Now, look, I was hard on Kyle Busch on the radio. I guess I was looking for a little bit more smiles out of a guy who got a contract extension, right? Well, got an
Yep,
extension to
that was just
racing.
recently
I think
just
that's
announced
why I love
yesterday that
the
Kyle Busch will be returning to RCR for 2026 and beyond.
Contracts are getting handed out because William Byron got a long-term extension with Hendrick Motorsports. I love this signing, this
How
extension.
long is the contract
There's nothing
extension?
I don't like about
I'm not so
basically
sure.
the trajectory of this young man's career. So, not shocked that Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, and the group locked it down.
The 600 race weekend is a big one. Actually, the whole week's a big one for the whole industry. A lot of events and a lot of parties and a lot of celebration and also some great announcements always kind of reserved for this particular weekend.
I sent a text to my agent yesterday. I said, I don't know what's in the water, but it may be time to strike, you know?
Whoa, Byron, a little close to the wall there. A little close to the wall in turn 4. Meanwhile, there's Ty Gibbs getting around SVG.
What's going on? Listen in.
Yeah, we're so tight. I got you, bud. We got a lot
He
of
too
laps
is handling a
left.
tight
We
race
talked
car.
about the taller.
But luckily, they're coming to the end of stage 1. And this is the first of 4 stages in this race. The only time that we've run 4 stages in a race is this race, the Coca-Cola 600. 4 100-lap stages.
Here was basically my checkbox.
400
4
100-lap stages. Yeah.
I hear you. I believe you. We talked about this. I'm going to make changes when you come back, right? I just got to reaffirm, Dale, you're not up there by yourself. I believe what you're telling me. I'm going to work on it on the next pit stop.
I just feel like they need to work on his confidence. I mean, he's been beaten up, especially this year, 22nd or worse in all 4 1.5 races this year. Here we are at another 1.5. Had a great qualifying effort. The car's kind of faded as the races went on. And he doesn't sound like a driver.
And this is Ty Gibbs' 100th Cup start. Talk about milestones. Ty Gibbs in his 100th Cup start, and Jimmy Johnson in his 700th Cup start. All happening at Charlotte. Talk about milestones in this race.
This kid's never struggled at really any level of racing until the Cup Series. We all know how tough the Cup Series can be. They're trying to put a good foundation around him and try to rebuild that team a little bit to at least give him the confidence.
And I just look at our top 15, 9 different organizations represented there. We talked about McDowell. He's 11th this week, near the end of stage 1. Impressive night for the driver from Arizona. Behind him in the 12th position, we popped Ricky Stenhouse Jr., been so good in the 600, 2-time Xfinity champ.
Yeah.
Here's another one entering
Now Ricky
the party,
Stenhouse Jr. running in 12th. He's under attack
Hocevar.
from Carson Hocevar.
Battle for 4th at the top of the screen, too.
Meanwhile, on the top of the screen, John Henry Nemechek is starting to battle Christopher Buescher. That's for the 4th spot, as Nemechek side drops him and now goes to the inside, easily clears the 17.
John Hunter Nemechek
Just drove right by him.
I was a legacy improvement believer.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. Good pace, and here we are nearing the completion of stage 1. He's
Whoa! Hang on to it. Hang on to it, Buescher. That was
I'm
close.
just saying good stuff about you. They both ran turn 3 and 4 so weird. So the 42 drives buried it into 3, and he killed all the speed down the front straightaway. And I think 17
Nearly
just
turned
ran him
himself
over at the end
around
of the straightaway.
there.
Didn't even
Oh
expect
my gosh.
You look at these two drivers, though. Man, Buescher wiggling again. Two drivers that really need
Jeez,
stage
Buescher
points.
is really squirrely.
Capitalizing
Now Allmendinger's
on a
going
good
to try to
starting
take
position
advantage.
tonight. Just
Take
as you say
advantage.
that about Buescher.
And Hamlin's going to pounce. Oh, Bowman's spinning through the turf.
Down the front straightaway.
And that'll bring out the caution.
Another HMS
And that
car.
will most likely end the first stage.
Likely going to end the stage.
I know they're down, but don't rip up the body here.
Gonna drag something off that thing. Steve driving around with a flat tire on the right front. He looks, I can't tell if it's the height of the car with the right front down or if something.
Right front tire flat for the 48.
I kind of saw it in action already driving through the
I
infield.
hit the fence pretty good. It's probably got a toe link, I would say.
Okay, there you go. Toe link's busted, which
Oh.
toe link is basically
Yep, he's pretty much crab walking
tires
on the
going in the
apron.
right direction. Let's see.
And this view from Chase Elliott.
Same spot as the 5 right there. It's loose.
Yep, caught the wall on exit, and around he goes.
There's the bumps over there, dude, are so bad all the way to the exit of the corner. They're massive.
Lost
Especially
it,
further
slaps the
around the corner.
wall,
That is a hard lick.
and there it goes.
He was running 9th when it got away from him.
I'm telling you, I said it after the Larson one. I'm saying it
It's
again.
right
my
through
driver.
the
Kyle
road portion
Larson,
and
Alex
through the
Bowman
turf.
have both already wrecked.
Even though we
Talk
made
about how long
contact
it
with
is.
the wall,
It sounds like a talking
good
point.
job
We are
of straining the
just
car
getting
out.
to the 25% mark. I'm just reminding my driver, right? We had Ty Gibbs fired up on the radio. We had Kyle Busch fired up on the radio. I appreciate what you're doing out there, but please stick with me. We got a lot of racing to go.
And the other thing too is I tell him to stay on the bottom of 3 and 4. And I know, I mean, as this race goes, it gets cooler. Speeds pick up, travel, all the loads, everything going through those bumps. Drivers are going to go through those bumps faster and faster and faster. Those bumps are going to get sharper and sharper
Quick
and
repair
sharper
for
as the
the
night goes
48,
on.
and he's down and away.
We're going to have more cars stepping out up there.
Go in the stage.
The Cup 600. This relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. And the free pass here, going to go to Cody Ware. He's going to get back on the lead lap here at Charlotte.
Why are we showing that fraud?
Looking at Byron, nice stage win for him. You know, he was the championship points leader prior to Kansas.
That's Denny
He has
Hamlin.
the tire issue. Larson dominates, takes over the top spot. When you look at the regular season standings, Larson has trouble early tonight, still may recover, but Byron taking advantage. Let's go down to Trevor.
Well, Adam, sometimes when you're leading the race, 64 laps so far for the 24 car, and he won the stage, it's easy to get complacent. But William Byron keeps searching around, and he and Rudy Fugel, his crew chief, just had some interesting conversation. Take a listen.
Hey, take care of the right rear. Doing great. Use that full throttle whenever you want, but it's saving some. Just like that pass, these last few laps, the right front just kind of dies.
So,
all right, I think this will end the stage right here. I think it is.
Darlington. Dale Jr., you've been there where you get back
I
the throttle
can't
through
tell.
1 and 2, roll out a second time, and then go back to it. William Byron's one of the few
Yep,
cars
that will
I've seen
end the
him get
stage as
wide
William
open
Byron
roll
wins
into.
stage number
Yeah, he's
1
rolling up
of
there into
4.
clean air. See the end of the stage.
It's official now for Byron, Reddick, Bell, Nemechek, Allmendinger complete the top 5. Busher got points, so did Hamlin. Great effort for Noah Gregson, Chase Elliott.
All right,
and
one stage
Michael
down,
McDowell, the
3
last car
more to
in the
go.
top 10. Under caution, stage 1 complete in the Coca-Cola 600.
Racing isn't just a game. Wait, every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Doesn't come easy. Feel the rhythm, own the race. Technique doesn't spend now. Ever since we hired Dale Jr. and I, practice has been moving fast. It's pancake! Guided, delivering game.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still. You just keep it on flight. Introducing Airbnb experiences. Master Rendezvous. Dive into underground jazz.
So I'm just catching up on the comments that I received on the most recent post that I just put up about my first impressions on NASCAR and Amazon Prime. About what I asked you earlier, my internet was the problem. I had to disconnect the router and plug it back in a few minutes later. Everything is fine now. Good for you. Good for you, Alessandro.
Enter now to the VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at Phoenix Raceway, where you could take home $1 million.
The winner is contestant number 2.
Race to the million is on.
It feels amazing.
Powered by the official lottery of NASCAR. Call the NASCAR Powerball.
Good design contract. Unless you're more the creative type than the finance type. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Start designing. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money.
2 months of racing. May 31st, they'll show up to see you. As King continues to dominate on the Northeast. Major Marshall returns against Tulsa.
NASCAR on Prime Video is brought to you by Coca-Cola. The Chili's 3 for me. And by Spectrum, a fast and reliable connection, making more things possible. Stage 1 complete in the Coca-Cola 600 aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the pride that moves you. Still, always, forever. Opening stage, Kyle Larson starts on the front row, looked really good early, has a spin, not been able to do much with it since that time. Back in the 35th position, but still on the lead lap. Teammate William Byron, at 67 laps, gets the stage victory after 1 quarter of the Coke 600.
1 quarter. You're walking, right? Starting a little bit later. Briscoe still back at 26. Mark Keselowski, Harvey's better to 19. Clean
All right.
35 cars on the lead lap. Not a lot of room to work. Here they are, Trevor.
All right, here we go. Pit stops at the end of stage one.
A little hitch getting loose on exit there. Kim,
you look top right, that's Tyler Reddick. He said, I wish I could tell you what I need. Maybe we stay here and see what the track does. So no major changes for the 45.
Farland's down and away.
A little tight in the middle still, but he did have more grip on that
Reddick's
front
down
end.
and away.
Tires, Marty.
Christopher Bell pits from 30, told Adam Stevens.
Nemechek's down and away. Oh, who was that got off first?
But he said, don't make a
And
big
Bell's
adjustment
down and away.
because if we get out front, we will be hard to beat.
McDowell out
Denny
first.
Hamlin gets a spot from Bell here on pit road.
Denny Hamlin.
McDowell got off first. Hold on a second.
Bell goes -2.
Did McDowell take fuel only, or did he take 2
Let's go down
tires?
to Danielle Trotta and the fellas.
Thanks so much, Double A. We have a great vantage point just above pit road. Carl Edwards, what stands out from
Yes, so far I'm liking the prime
because
broadcast as well,
104 laps into
Alessandro.
My back to NASCAR experience, I was wrong. I thought these cars were simpler, easier to drive. It was harder in my day. Guys, the guys in the booth have described it perfectly. Letard and Dale saying, showing Denny's in-car, his focus, his eyes, guys spinning out Kyle Larson. I was
Carl
like,
Edwards,
this is
Daniel
tough,
Trotta,
I think
and
that's the
Corey
story right now.
LaJoy.
Hear Steve Letarte to say, but
Prime
when the lights
panel.
come on, the pace goes down. The bumps over here in 3 and 4 are getting worse and worse. Cars are going faster and faster. 2 Hendrick cars bust their butt in the same spot, taking them both essentially out of the race. Tough to see. And the worst part about it, Carl, right over my shoulder, the pylon, the hourglass of this marathon isn't even halfway yet. It's demoralizing when you look at that thing and still see 297.
And that's
Holy
what Steve
cow.
said. Steve said, hey, I'd be telling my driver, calm down. The best drivers in the world already reckon we got a long way to go, and I think that's the story right now for sure.
The big one that stands out, Kyle Larson. What did you guys make when he spun out there on his own on lap 43 with a 4-second lead?
Kind of broke my heart, because you think this guy, he's just... I think he's actually what we're seeing is a guy who's living on the edge. I think to make these cars go that fast, you have to be that
back
close
to
to the
Kyle
edge.
Larson, who spun out on his own after making contact with the wall a few laps earlier, then just looped it.
To go fast here, and as the day goes on, we'll see who's willing to go up close to the edge like him.
But again, anything can still happen.
That first time he hit the fence with 3 and 4 certainly toed that record tire out. Made that 5 car even looser. You see that thing become even undrivable.
So difficult to see Kyle Larson's attempt at the double, but the car's okay. He's still in it. Was 31st towards the end of stage 1 there. How about Denny Hamlin? Finished that first stage in 7th. He started 20th, so he's working his way up to the front.
Well, a couple things about Denny as we look at him here in the car. He told us this is really his goal. What did he say, top 10 or top 5?
Top 10, he wanted to get the top 10.
He's solidly in there. Seeing his eyes, that camera shot of his eyes, that intensity, knowing how he's thinking, talking to him before the race, I think he's just marching through here, and he's who I've got my eyes on.
Well, box 1, stage 1, top 10, check. Curious what is stage 2, stage 3, 4. We know where he wants to be in stage 4, but he already got the 25% of his goal completed today. The 11th, the car to watch.
All right, Adam, we'll send it back up to you in the booth. We've got a good one cooking up here in the Coke 600.
No doubt about it, Danielle. And I want to go back.
Nice to see Danielle Trotta again. I remember seeing her being on NASCAR Race Hub several years back. Yeah, it's nice to see and hear Danielle Trotta back on TV once again. Or back on the broadcast panel once again.
Michael McDowell missed his pit stall, so he had to come back in a second time down pit road for service. So what was a really great day, trending the right way for the 71. He's given up that track position.
What's going on with Larson now?
Let's go to Kim.
Why do they keep having the
Well, there
hood
was no
up? What
damage
is
that
happening?
took Kyle Larson off the racetrack from that earlier incident. Right now, the team checking for the 3rd time, working on that toe. So this is the 3rd time he's been on pit road. He came down before pit road was open. They checked the toe. Cliff Daniels told him the front toe is way, way off. They came down with the entire field, worked on it, did not get it to where it needed to be. So again, the 3rd time Kyle Larson on pit road to fix that toe.
Yikes. Can they get it fixed up
I'll
soon?
just sit there. Hey, it's going to be he'll look back on this day. I can't imagine the emotion, right? So much
I
opportunity.
know we still got a long way to go, but the chances of him getting back to the front are becoming slimmer and slimmer.
Stage 2.
The chances of Larson trying to get back to the front are becoming slimmer and slimmer.
Also tied in with a penalty interference.
All right, choose roll time.
Touch the tire carrier on the 60, so the 10 will give up his track position as well.
So Denny Hamlin on the inside there. Already up to third. He's had the 2 fastest stops today. That's giving that track position to be able to restart on the second row. Let's take a replay of what's happening on pit road. A little bit tight, especially for cars in the back of the field. On board Blaney.
Oh, Blaney. Oh, look out! Oh, right into the back of
I know
Chastain.
Blaney has cars on his side, so he can't go to the right. But he felt like that was Mr. Chastain's fault.
Come on, man. You tell me, how many times on the interstate do you just want to do that? Like, just hit the guy in front of you and then put both hands in the air like Blaney did. Like, come on, man.
You gotta be careful doing that stuff.
I would never do it, but Blaney seemed very comfortable.
Well, we did have a few other people on the stream too, Alessandro, so I don't think you're the only
He's
one.
calmed on the radio, though. He doesn't hit the button as much as he used to. Saw the recap of stage 1. A lot of issues, a lot of mistakes, miscues. It's always a part of the Coke 600. Who rebounds and who pays the price?
Stacked front 2 rows right here.
Oh, my.
In for a treat.
Really good. Some of the best in the business. Front row,
Right, here
Byron
we go.
Reddick. Here they come.
Time to begin
Echo
the
Park
second
Automotive
stage
Restart
of 4.
zone. It's stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600.
Set zone. Green flag, stage 2 underway. Reddick holding strong around the outside. 4 wide.
And look who's going to the inside.
Oh,
77 to Hocevar as they continue.
No surprise,
side by side
Hocevar
for
made
the
it
lead.
4 wide back
It's
there.
Byron and it's Reddick.
Reddick's going to stay on this outside here. Will he have the
Oh,
momentum
Christopher
down the
Bell
front
got really
straightaway?
tight off the high
Bell
side.
gets high off
Now he's
turn
on an
4.
attack from Bowman and
Spots back there with
Gregson.
side by side for the lead.
No, that's Nemechek.
Byron clears just a little bit.
Oh,
45
Byron
back
up
on the outside.
top.
Can't do it.
Clears Reddick.
Our insight says that Byron is number 1 on restarts at this style racetrack and number 1 this season. He proves why as he holds the lead and a good defensive move in turn 3.
Wow.
Yeah, Reddick wasn't going to go
Byron
away,
had a
but
wide arc.
eventually Byron
And
shuts it down.
he shot Reddick off
You saw
there.
the car bottom out. Side by side
Meanwhile,
right here.
battle between Christopher Bell and Jonathan Nemechek. Jeez, these two just cannot stay away from each other.
Check on the outside.
Both Toyota
Doesn't
teammates,
give up. You see
but for different
Hocevar back there
teams.
flying around the top of the racetrack. A lot of names tonight. Gregson.
Oh, Hocevar once again going it underneath. Underneath Allmendinger.
All night long. They had speed in practice. No surprise to me. Can they stay there all night long? It'd be great results for any of those.
Now Allmendinger's trying to take the same move that Hocevar trying to make on him. Trying to make it work for Gregson.
Just below the
And it looks as though he's going to clear him. Yes, he will. Now he's alongside Nemechek, but Gregson's going to get the run off the high side, trying to pull Allmendinger back.
Challenge for the crew chiefs as well, Steve.
Oh, Nemechek got really tight off the corner.
They're racing really
And,
hard right here for these
oh,
positions.
Allmendinger just clears Gregson, but Nemechek gets the run off the high side. Oh, couple cars spinning. Custer, Zillage. Oh, and Jimmy Johnson's also in it.
84 Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, 4-time winner in the Coke 600, making his 700th
Yikes.
career start tonight.
Not the way Jimmy Johnson wanted his 700th start to go. That's unfortunate.
The race that we saw them squeezing each other down the backstretch in the middle of stage 1.
Yeah, Jimmy looks like he's got some pretty good damage to the right side of the car. Possibly some to the right front as well.
The tire marks from both sides of Jimmy's car.
3 corners. He's got
Oh, that doesn't look look good. The car is shaking a lot on the right
Give him a
front.
grade. You gave me a crew chief grade of a D- earlier. What do you give a junior
He's
here?
working his way around the car.
Yeah, yep, I think Jimmy's done.
Let's see the replay here.
What happened here?
Jimmy right up
On board
front.
with Larson.
The outside, just seeing the right rear quarter panel. Jimmy, Jimmy gets loose.
Jimmy got loose. Oh. Nowhere to go for Zilich and Custer, who were just trying to avoid.
I grew up coming to this racetrack. All the crashes happened.
Yep, Johnson got loose.
Back in the sportsman days, back in the cup days.
Zilich tried to turn left to avoid and came right across the nose of Custer.
Calamity and crashes would happen. Back to its old self. You better respect it up there.
The sportsman days. I like that.
Man, we used to see some crazy crashes in turn 4 back in the day. And
Yeah, that's a bent tolling for the
this
84.
replays from the lap before.
Whoa.
I've seen that many times in my career. Jimmy Johnson sideways and stealing the gas, passing cars.
Yeah, no kidding. Jimmy Johnson has awful luck with the Gen 7 car.
In my opinion, he doesn't run the cars enough to really be able
Whoa,
to give himself a fighting
Jesus.
chance.
Hang on
to
with
have
Jimmy.
success.
Jimmy Johnson.
When he shows up.
Johnson
But he
trying to
doesn't care. He
nurse
loves
that
it.
car back to pit road, but it just wants to spin out to the right.
As he was when he showed up over 20 years ago.
Now he's literally
absolutely
crabbing that car,
I'll say that.
trying to
Seven-time
get to pit
champion in
road.
the conversation is one of the greatest of all time, and he has not changed from the day I met him.
He didn't change when he had 0 wins in the Xfinity Series, in the Busch Series. He didn't change when he won 5 titles in a row, and now worldwide figure, and he's still the same old Jimmy Johnson.
He's literally crabbing that car.
Make sure you check
A
out
snail's
Prime's
face.
exclusive in-race feature key moments during tonight's broadcast by clicking down on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with a rapid recap where you can see all the key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Oh boy. We went from Carowinds to Uptown Charlotte. That was a magical ride there, huh?
Wow. The shot of Charlotte, downtown Charlotte. And Larson's back on pit road once again with the hood up. What is happening with the 5 car? What is happening?
They have a shot to win this race because they know if they give that driver a reasonable race car, he can get the job done. So fun to watch this team fight.
Pit road will be open this time by. I imagine all the leaders will stay out. We might see a few takers back in the pack that need some fuel or adjustments, but I don't think there's any strategic reason I would hit here unless I kind of need to make my car better, to be honest. You want to skip these opportunities.
Well, a few drivers now heading pit road.
Yeah, somebody in the middle of the pack will pull down pit road, usually drag a few down, and that's what's happened here.
William Byron leads. Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Nemechek, the top 5. Under caution for the 3rd time tonight. It's the Coca-Cola 600. We honor and remember.
Captain Sarah M. Houston Cullen, United States Army. Fallen, not forgotten.
Master Sergeant Joshua Wheeler, United States Army. Corporal Keaton Grant Coffey, United States Marine Corps.
Corporal Kevin M. Jones, United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer 2, Kenneth V. Welch, United States Army.
Private First Class Walter Ray Thedford, United States Marine Corps.
Chief Warrant Officer 3, Stephen Roy Dwyer, United States Army. We remember with honor.
To tell you the truth,
Honor and remember.
You can take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Larson back on pit road, but I think it's a normal stop this time from 5.
The only way to save the ranch is to take it.
Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2 is now available on DVD and Blu-ray with over 2 hours.
Is that pizza that they're having for the crew?
Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2.
What?
You love our legendary subs?
They are
Love
having
our
pizza.
legendary
What?
new Doritos footlong nachos. Doritos and Subway. Two legends
Well,
come together
spoke
to
too soon for Larson. The hood is back up
Yes, thank you,
again.
Michelle. Doritos footlong nachos. Just $5 only at Subway.
Run ultra fast? You need an advanced dynamic system. Now the Denvix Motor X tire inflator has one. It shatters industry stereotypes. As portable as the small, as powerful as the large. But that's not all. A leading power bank. Powerful light beyond your imagination. Denvix Motor X redefines your journey.
Welcome back to Field and Stream. On every page, history. Each trail, a story. Your story. We exist to help you share the moments that matter. Like the thrill of a topwater strike. The smell of wet dog and duck feathers at dawn. Beating in your chest when that buck steps out. Field and Stream. The greatest stories happen outdoors.
Alright, and we're back once again.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we get a little Team Chevy update. Don't look right now at the drivers. Just look at the teams they represent.
Dang,
I mean, we got a
Chevrolet
little
has
bit of
won
everything going on here.
25 of the 65 Coca-Cola 600s. Dang, the most of all manufacturers.
Names that you typically don't see at the top of this list, man. Shane, doing a
It's
good
an
job.
interesting stat,
Give
an
Chastain
interesting
taking it back in the car,
fact
gets
to
to the
know.
field.
Tonight, the 66th Coca-Cola 600. You saw it on the graphic. 25 of the first 65 won by Team Chevy.
Yeah, we heard today Coca-Cola on board for the last 40. Think about that, 40 Coca-Cola 600s.
And I will say this too, Coca-Cola doing an unbelievable job this weekend of supporting those Gold Star families. And we heard from Austin Dillon earlier. But
Alright, we're coming back to the green flag once again.
Tonight as we honor and remember. Getting ready for
All
this
right,
restart.
here we go.
Front row again. William Byron, Tyler Reddick. We talk about the fact that Byron really good on restarts. Handled him last time, but it wasn't easy.
Sub zone, green flag. Dead even on the jump once again between Reddick and Byron.
Reddick's dead even now going down into turn 1. He's got his boss behind him, Denny Hamlin.
Oh, Bell got a little tight on the inside. Here comes Allmendinger driving around the outside.
Here comes Gregson, Hocevar.
And Graxon's going to follow through. But up front, Byron has the edge over Reddick. And Byron's going to clear him once again.
On point. William Byron in front of Reddick here.
Whoa! Look out! That was Van Gisbergen. Nearly spun it through the trial oval. What a save by the 88.
Berry takes advantage. 21, 99. Daniel Suarez. Blaney's there as well. And look at McDowell, 71 outside lane. This is our Ford Performance onboard camera. Blaney is there. You'll see McDowell coming on the outside of him.
Right on ball with Byron Blaney. Coming under attack from Malcolm Dowell.
88 car. I don't know how he hooked.
He's being freight trained on the outside once again.
Battle out front.
While they still jostle for position in the back,
Reddick.
William Byron continues to lead the way, but not so much as Reddick is going on the high side, trying to get a run.
Back bumper.
Only other car in the top 10, and the only other one that hasn't had a problem tonight. Chase Elliott in the 9. He's done it quietly, currently 9th.
Take another replay or another look at the 88 car SVG.
All right, let's see what happened to SVG because he nearly wrecked his car. What a save.
Goes to the inside.
Oh, wow.
Look at the tire marks.
Cut down right in front of the 47.
I mean, just so impressive.
Cut down right in
These
front of
cars
the
are not easy to
47.
drive when they're out of control.
Nice save by SVG. But meanwhile, we got a battle for the second spot as Reddick has been hunted down by his car owner, Denny Hamlin.
Starts 20th, drives up to 13th. Good pit stop inside the top 10. And now knocking on the door of the race.
He's knocking on the door of William Byron once again,
And there's a mix.
trying to get there.
Risk versus reward and patience. And every driver, every team has their own recipe for it. But you mentioned it. You know, Denny Hamlin has that experience. I do think it's funny, though. Like, look at the group. We have younger versions, right? Byron and Reddick are both younger drivers. Many starts, but still younger drivers. Then Hamlin, then Allmendinger, 2 veterans. So we have a very interesting mix in the top 4.
Top 7, based on my math, all from different organizations.
Great battle right there for.
Meanwhile, for fourth, here comes Carson Hocevar up to the 4th spot, taking it away from AJ Allmendinger. Is he going to clear him? Yes, he will. Just barely clears him.
I love the hand out the window. Thank you very much.
I'm going to tell you, it's a thank you, but if you didn't
Little
give
hand
the spot
signal
they
there.
wave at you, it is really irritating.
Yeah. There are multiple gestures that will fly in those situations.
But the battle for second continues to rage on, between car owner and car employee, Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin. Meanwhile, look at this gaggle of cars back there.
Here's a gaggle.
Zane Smith, Chase Briscoe, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Preece, and SVG all in one shot right there.
Chase Briscoe trying to
Oh,
make it come back to
Jesus.
19.
That got a little tight there. As Stenhouse got a little bit of a run. Oh, he's in the wall. Stenhouse got caught up in the wall there. Keeps going, but now he's 3 wide with SVG and McDowell.
You get in the back, it is, you're not one-on-one, you're one-on-many, and you don't know where the punches are coming from. It's unbelievable.
Watch out.
But what's the balance of that, Dale? Because we talk so much about you got to take care of your car. You got to be there at the end. It's a long night, 600 miles. Conversely, though, these restarts are the opportunity to attack and go get it. So how do you find that as a driver?
Yeah, that's what, I mean, you know, we talk about the struggle with the next
Somehow they're keeping it straight so far.
Gives
Man.
us these opportunities. All of these cars have this weight behind them that you do not want to be in. And
Now riding on board with Brian Blaney once again as he's battling Todd Gilliland for that position. Blaney just does not have the car he has right now to try to challenge to get
And I
through the
would
field.
challenge that while I agree with everything Dale said about
He's just
the weight,
mired
the
back
other
in
part of that
traffic.
is now the guy leading. He's controlling that rate. He's steering it. He's looking at that camera, looking at his rear view camera down, right? And he's steering that thing, trying to upset the car behind him. It isn't just run your race and see if they follow you. They're steering that dirty air, like right there. The 88 bottom to top. He's trying to disturb these 2 cars behind him.
Love the fight of Brad Keselowski tonight. Didn't qualify great, had the penalty. Here he is driving through again, looking at a position inside the top 20.
And I wonder how good that car is. It's kind of been fired right around this 20th spot. We haven't seen him up inside the top 15. His teammates got speed
But
up
back
there.
up front, the battle for the lead continues to go on as Reddick has closed the gap once again on Byron.
That's what you talked about, Steve.
But Byron taking the line that Reddick wants. First down low, now going up high, keeping that 45 car behind him.
Down the front straightaway, got one eye on the mirror, one eye looking out the front of the race car.
Now
He's going to go
Reddick
wherever
goes
that
down to
45
the
is,
low
if
side,
he
trying to
can.
get a run, tracking the line,
Run to the top of the racetrack here to keep the momentum off the corner. And you see the
but
distance
no,
increase
falls
down the front
right back in
straightaway
line
with that
behind the
momentum
24 once again.
to Reddick.
William Byron has led the most laps tonight, 92 out front. Got the opening stage victory. Have plenty of company here from Tyler Reddick. Good yesterday in practice, qualified outside the top 10, but the 45 broke right in to the top 5 at the beginning of this race, and he's been hanging there ever since. And we remind you, Tyler Reddick in his career has never finished outside the top 10 in the Coke 600. Kim?
And there was an entry speed directive from Billy Scott before this went green. He said, focus on the middle as you get to Byron, not the bottom. That's where we lose the most time. So that's what they're telling their driver as he contends for the lead here against William Byron.
So impressive what this 45 is able to do by moving around and being versatile.
I'm also impressed by what the 24 is willing to do to keep the lead. It's you got a faster car behind you. You got a lot of miles in front of you to fight hard. And he's expending a lot of mental energy to keep this 45 behind him.
Yeah, the top two are starting to break away from Hamlin as they continue to battle for the top spot.
NASCAR Insights about the restarts. Another thing we look at: passing, defense, overall speed. Well, the defense, William Byron 4th, Tyler Reddick 5th. Now, Tyler's not on defense right now. He's on offense, but you're seeing why William Byron is so good. Are any of us surprised that Joey Logano's at the top of that page?
Yeah, Reddick's trying to go in the corner as deep as possible to keep alongside of him. But as I mentioned before, the 24 car just has to drive off the corners to pull away a couple of car leads. But right now, Byron continues to hold a slim lead over the 45.
Verified by ASC certified master technicians. And if you don't want to do the repair yourself, we can recommend a shop for you. Okay, Tyler, let's go fix your car. The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort from the traditions that help define it, and the confidence from having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. And we might not need more people in the West, but we deserve to have a little more West in the people.
Available with the all-new BQP. Fries, bottomless chips and salsa, and a bottomless drink, all for just $10.99. So if you're a McDonald's with tiny overpriced burgers, just come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
How fast
There's Ryan Blaney working on Ty Gibbs, trying to get by.
I lost one earlier this year to Carl Edwards that way. This is a very, very special one. So many great weekends here at Charlotte Motor Speedway over the years. The Coca-Cola 600, one of those 2005. Jimmy Johnson delivers for a third time in a row.
But anyways, we're back. We are back now as we're back to the leader. William Byron has started to pull away once again from Tyler Reddick. Whoa! Hang on with Nemechek. Got a little bumper tag from the 16 there.
Traffic situations are just different with this car, and my instincts, I kind of reacted in a way that I should have, and once I realized it was too late. Yeah. Well, how about your Legacy Motor Club teammates and your cars? They're still in the race, still running good. So you're an owner now, right? Yeah, the guys are doing a great job. I can't wait to change it to free clothes and go sit on pit box and watch it go. But just a big thank you.
Yeah, there's Jimmy Johnson, unfortunately wrecked out. but at least one of his drivers, John Nemechek, is doing an awesome job running inside the top 5 for the majority of the time. Now his other Legacy Motorsports car driver, Eric Jones, has caught up to this mix. He wants a part of the top 5 as well. He's caught up to AJ Allmendinger. So that's both of his cars running inside the top 10.
Part of the chapter of his life is just beginning, but it's legit, and it's going to be around for a long time. The dude is serious about it, infusing a lot of
side by side
resources,
between Stenhouse and Blaney, and Blaney takes it from Stenhouse.
12 months, new hires for that company, and you see the performance starting to improve. Well, you can't have all the mix of folks at the front without having certain cars that we expect at the front. The 22 of Joey Logano, very close to winning $1 million last week, not having his day. Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera has had a lot of cars in it all night long. Joey Logano currently
running in the 29th spot.
Just in front of him, the 23.
Definitely not where Logano wants to be running right now. Nor for Bubba Wallace.
On board with the Toyota onboard camera. Unfortunately, Reddick's second. So I know Wallace has had a little bit of wall contact earlier.
28th right now for Bubba Wallace.
The details of this car are so small. That can be the difference. We can get done. Read his quotes after the race, and he'll say, "Oh man, we banged the wall, and the car just never had the speed and point it had." But right now, Reddick's second, Bubba Wallace, unfortunately, 28th. Let's go down to Kim.
No, Greg having a great night. He spent the entire race inside the top 10, and I had a great conversation with his crew chief, Drew Blickenserver. And Drew told me Noah is learning how to be a cup driver. And by that, he means the preparation of it. All the little things he does during the week before he gets to the track, the stunning and whatnot. Right now, that car is a little edgy and a little tight, but he said if he gets clean air, it's fine. Seems to be good on the long run, Marty.
Yeah, before the race started, we talked about how scrappy this 9 team for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson have been so far this year. They're showing it once again, showing why they are 4th in the regular season championship standings, from 22nd to 10th for Chase Elliott. Gustafson told me a moment ago, all we need is to keep the turn in the car. That's what he loses at the end of the run, Trevor.
Well, not where we expected to see Ryan Blaney back in 23rd, but they were one of those teams that
And Blaney still running inside the top 25, but he wants more. But like I said, he just does not have the car he has right now to try to make some moves to get towards the front.
Doing everything we can here, all of us, so long way to go.
You guys have been talking about the dirty air, battling for the lead.
Meanwhile, they battle for second as Denny Hamlin takes it away from his employee, Tyler Reddick. So Hamlin goes up to second now.
Just like you said, Trevor, it gets worse and worse for every spot you lose. It gets better and better for every spot you gain. 3rd to 2nd seems like a small thing, but that's fresher air on the nose of the 11th. Interesting to see Reddick struggling here on the long run. As this track continues to change. Let's take a look here.
Did Reddick get loose or something?
He's going to side draft a little bit.
Nope, just
not going to fight his boss man too hard.
nope. Hamlin just had a better run through 3 and 4 and took advantage of it.
Smart play by the 45 of Reddick. Going to have some pit stops soon. Come in and adjust on this race car. Obviously, not loving this car on the long run, Steve. Yeah, 53 to go, 36 on this set of tires for green, 45 total. I have pit stops 5 or 6 laps away. I just think that we already see some activity on pit road.
Should be happening
Could even
soon
be sooner, and I think when it happens
Who's
in a
dive in
flurry.
first?
I know we had a yellow
That's yet to be
on the
determined.
first cycle, but it's not going to take long, and there you have it. Legacy
And
Motor
there it
Club
is,
first
John
on
Hunter
pit road.
Nemechek, the first to dive onto pit
Good
road.
night for him. In fact, a good last 2 weeks, 2 top 10s in the last 2 races.
And
Right
followed
now,
by
he's just
Justin
asking
Haley, it
please
looks like.
free me up the front of that race car, not
Nope,
doing
Michael
what he
McDowell.
wants. He'll take an air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Another thing to watch as this cycle unfolds, those drivers that elected to come down
Nemechek down and away.
caution early in stage 2, lap 114. The best of that group right now is Ryan Preach. You got Zane Smith, Brad Keselowski in that group, Daniel Suarez, Ty Gibbs. They have a little bit more of an advantage here on tires. Maybe you can run it longer. We'll see how they play it as we go through this green flag cycle.
It can almost hurt you because if you think that tires are an advantage, you stay out too long and the yellow doesn't come. These newer tires are still going to eat you up.
And Briscoe's on pit road now for his service.
All the way to pit stall 1.
Yeah, it is a slow drive.
Yeah, it is. He has to crawl through this pit lane to get to his pit box. Good thing he's made it now.
600. Briscoe said the car is better. They've slowly made progress after losing that tire earlier on. Had that penalty, kind of went to the back, came up close to the top 15.
And Briscoe's down and away.
Scheduled green flag pit stops. Middle portion of stage 2. Look at William Byron leading.
And here comes Tyler Reddick,
is third.
heading from third
3.6
spot.
back was the clock when he elects to give up track position and come down for his scheduled stop. Let's go to Kim.
And he did
And
not
also
have what he
Eric
needed
Jones is on
late
the
in
road
that
for
run,
his
and they
service.
told him to take care of it, pace yourself. We will change it
Same
when we
with
get to the
Stenhouse.
stops. He said the car needs to be better in terms
And
of
Justin
the
Haley's on pit road now.
maneuverability. I cannot do what I want using all the lanes, Trevor.
Down and away for Reddick. Same with Eric Jones.
He's felt like he's had to manage the right front not to burn it off. A little bit of torque showing on the previous stop.
And here comes Allmendinger in for his
Here's
service
AJ
now.
Allmendinger having a great
The
night.
colleague driver.
Coming your way, Kim.
Yeah, AJ with a very solid
And
day.
the drivers
He said
Noah
the car
Gregson
feels
and
pretty good,
Christopher
just got a little
Buescher
bit tighter
are in
on
for their
landing.
services now.
Planning a small adjustment here. Air pressure, you see the crew going to work on the right side for fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. As the 4 underneath them of Noah Gregson also making a stop. Remember, he is spent
And
the
here's the
entire
leader,
race in
William
that top
Byron,
10.
on pit road.
See the leader hitting pit road here. He and Rudy Fugle had talked about this making
Gregson's down and away. Here's Byron getting serviced up.
the worse it would get for them. But right now, this 24's had nothing but clean air to deal with for the last few laps.
The advantage
Byron's
for
down and away.
was 2
Clean
seconds.
pit stop for the 24.
2.7 officially.
Well, and Reddick was the bigger one. Reddick came to pit road first, so he has the fresher tires of the top 3. Denny Hamlin is coming off the banking now. He's going to pit at the top of your screen. He's
Yep,
going to show
and here's
up right there.
Denny
It's
Hamlin
As we
pitting from the
continue to watch
second
Byron
spot
leave, this
as
is the
well.
guy he's concerned about. See about the 45 on the front
Mhm.
stretch, 11 on pit road. A lot of action going on. We'll see if the 45 is able to get by the 24. I don't think he is. So now the question is,
Yeah,
back
not
to
even
Hamlin,
close.
Right?
Reddick's
Hamlin
not
on
even
pit road.
close
What
to
kind
the
of stop
24.
can he have? Can the 11 team be clean?
3.6 seconds was the advantage for Byron over third place Reddick when the 45 came down.
Great cycle by Byron. Monster cycle by Byron, right? So here's the finish of the 11th stop, Marty.
And here's Hamlin.
Steve, at some point, the Toyota camp feels like they have
Whoa.
to do this. Wait on
Hamlin.
fuel. You want to do that.
Hamlin
green, Chris
taking
Gale said,
extra
I think
fuel
we need
to
do
make sure he
that
has
right
enough
now. So they
for the
waited
end
a
of the
little bit for
stage.
fuel here on the 11th
So
car.
taking a little bit of
Denny
time
Hamlin,
there.
what that cost him on track in terms of track position.
Marty, that's a great point. That's the
And
other
because
chess
of that,
match.
Reddick
You can
will
only
maintain,
get about
will
13
take
and a
that
half or
position
14
back from
gallons
Hamlin.
into these cars when you change tires, Kim, if you don't wait on gas.
And here's Kyle Busch on
Kyle
pit
Busch
road,
there. He's making
along with
plenty
Ben
of that balance
Gisbergen
all
and
night
Blaney's
long. He
getting
saw a slight
serviced up now.
chassis adjustment. It's just been way too tight for what he needs on the racetrack. Trevor.
See, 4 tires
Busch
on
is
Ryan
down and
Blaney
away.
there. They're hoping to make
Same
some
with
adjustments to
Blaney.
get this thing better in dirty air. Just having to search for clean racetrack coming off their road.
And here's Carson Hocevar on pit road now.
Carson Hocevar from 37 to the top 5. He said he was a little bit too free, but he was afraid to make an adjustment on it because they feel like the track is starting to migrate a little bit.
Very impressive run. Oh, and Herbst goes spinning. Herb spins on pit road.
Problems for the 35 coming in under green. We talk about the challenges of making a green flag pit stop here.
Gets the
And
car
right
straightened
now,
back
we're
out.
gonna stay
He
green.
keeps going.
Herbst
We
rights
stay
the
green.
ship, but it looks like this will not impact the cycle.
Christopher Bell, who stayed on the racetrack currently leading, was hoping this was going to be a yellow. Dale, right here, you just see a lot of speed turning off the
Yep,
banking.
came in just a
Yeah,
little
once the
too
back end
high.
steps
Try
out,
to lock it up, but the
you
car
really-
came around on him.
You're along for the ride right there. We've seen it all night long on the racetrack, but also slowing down, trying to get to pit road. Riley does a good job getting the car righted back to the pit stall. NASCAR leaves us under green flag, doesn't disrupt the cycle.
Herbst, the driver that had fallen a lap down, got the free pass, was on the lead lap, and now troubles again for the Rookie of the Year.
Herbst down and away.
Christopher Bell now leads.
Yeah, you see the 20 leading. 55 laps on his tires, 47 of those green. So math would say he should have already been on pit road. I think he was waiting. That right there said he's coming right. That's the big swerve down the backstretch. Yeah, sometimes
Yep,
drivers, if you
I think
got
Bell's
drivers
coming
way
in this
behind
time by. Yep,
you'll
he's
actually
slowing
move
out.
your race car down the racetrack because you can't wave to them. They won't see it. Coming to pit road here is going to get on pit road clean. So that move down to the inside of the back straightaway is a bit of a, hey, I'm coming to pit road. Anybody that sees this. Marty?
Boy, Dale, Christopher Bell on that last restart, a great example of how fragile track position can be. He restarted third.
Yeah,
did
also
not have a
Priest
good
is on pit
restart,
road.
fell back to 8th,
Barry's
came
getting
back to
serviced up.
9th.
Serviced up.
From
Now Logano's on pit road now. He's coming in for his service. Same with Connor Zillage.
Especially when he was back in traffic. We'll see if running a little bit longer, Steve, helps them, and they too.
Bell's down and away.
And I think that's really why they knew they had to wait on fuel. They run a little bit longer, leave a clean pit road. We talk about managing mistakes, Adam. Well, one way to do it is everything can be about strategy. Sometimes just come down a calm pit road.
A couple of drivers yet to make a pit stop. When it cycles through, once again, William Byron will be on point. 60 laps complete, stage 2. It's 600 miles.
And after all that, William Byron cycles back out to the lead.
Lance Corporal Timothy D. McNeely, United States Marine Corps.
So far, Christopher Bell is not contending for the win like I thought he could. Still a long way to go. Yep.
Nebraska Army National Guard.
We're just past halfway in stage 2, so anything can still happen.
Captain Joshua T. Byers, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Alan Shaw, United States Army.
Sergeant.
Oh, jeez. Look out. Ouch. I don't listen to hip hop that much, but I gotta admit, I love that Still Dre song by Dr. Dre. Yeah, the song that they used for the Goodyear commercial. Yeah, that's pretty creative if you ask me.
We're making you Papa pairings for $6.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. So, pick up your shoes. Over here, they feel something in your feet. That's when you see your husband. He says, you can't. I used to hear this. My sister and he have biologically the crazy turn. World knows. Come on!
Great night in the Carolinas. This reminder, the 2025 TNF schedule is out now, and the season returns September 11th. Are you ready?
Yes.
Commanders, Packers on September 11th. Visit Amazon.com/TNF to see the full schedule.
Were you guaranteed a win? Is that what I heard?
Let's go, Jake Daniels.
All right.
20 minutes north of the city. We are
And
racing
we
in
are
the
back
Coca-Cola
at Charlotte
600.
once
Let's do
again
our
as
credit
William
one back.
Byron continues to show the way at Charlotte,
Keep him out.
his home track.
Most of this race here, he actually cycled
Incredible Bank ones to watch. Here we go. I haven't seen that in a while. Ones to watch.
This team
John
has
Henry
been doing a great
Nemechek.
job over the last couple of weeks, showing a lot of speed. They came here being in the top 5 all night long. His teammate Jones is
Yeah,
in the
he's
top
had
10 as well.
John Henry Nemechek has had top 5 speed all race long. He's done an amazing job in the 42 entry. Carson Hocevar, solid run for the 77 car, as we should expect.
Not only is he fast, but he doesn't care what anybody thinks. He's full of
As
action.
expected for the 77.
He's everywhere. Maybe tonight's the night. We've seen first-time winners here. Why not Carson Hocevar?
He's right in the dente. You know what I mean?
Right the dente, there it is.
I'm going with Denny Hamlin, and that's only because
Of course, Adam goes with Denny Hamlin.
Byron, who's led
Why wouldn't
125 laps tonight. But you look at Denny. This team's been a little bit out of balance the last few weeks. Maybe tonight he finds the sweet spot looking for his second win in NASCAR's longest race. He's already been to victory lane twice in 2025.
Well, Nemechek came to pit road early. That did help him cycle up to second. He's now lost that position to Reddick. And now Denny Hamlin is closing the gap on this 42 car. Denny's got more speed. Reddick has actually struggled to drive away from John Hunter Nemechek. So you see the 45 of Reddick can go up against the wall right there.
Yeah, this battle for second starting to heat up between Reddick, Nemechek, and Hamlin. Three Toyota teammate cars. Three Toyota teammates, but for different teams. 2311, Legacy Motor Club, and Joe Gibbs Racing. One of each.
Trying to close the gap. You can catch this 42 of John Hunter Nemechek in a bad spot. Trying to pass Reddick. Fun to watch these guys work the lanes, trying to find the air.
I'm going to go to this, though. 3 cautions tonight. One of those was the break at the end of stage 1, even though the caution came out there because of incident. That was when we cycled things through.
I'm not going to answer that, Alessandro.
What I'm getting to here is the level of concentration. Not a lot of opportunities to get a reset if you're a driver.
I want to answer your question, but I'm not going to answer it.
14 per event. Not tonight on that kind of pace puts a lot of pressure on everybody.
It does, and that's what makes this race so hard to predict and to plan for, because you just don't know what you're going to have. But I'm surely still baffled that you took a guy with 56 wins as the guy to watch. Like it was breaking news back there with Denny Hamlin.
You going back to that?
Yeah, I am. I mean, it still has me shocked. But back to your point about the yellows, it can flip in the race. We could run green to the end of stage 2, and we could have 9 yellows in stage 3. We had a car flip down the front stretch at the 600. Like, we have seen everything within this race before.
Back in 2022. Oh, jeez, that's tight. That is tight between Bell and Busher.
To spend a lot of
Jeez.
portion of this race in the top 5. Now outside the top 10, Busher 11th.
Now Bell goes to the high side, trying to go to the outside of Bell, of Busher, and he will do so.
Last restart, fell back to 9th. He's still battling that car, trying to drive to the front, Marty.
Yeah, Busher right now is battling a very loose race car, it seems.
On that last run, but Adam Stevens trying to encourage his driver, saying, "Hey, it will work out. Listen in."
You are the quickest. We should get close to the top 5.
And you got to wonder if that's going to make their next trick stop a little bit shorter.
Christopher Bell right now running in the 11th spot.
Well, Steve, you said we had a car flip down this front stretch. That was the 17 of Chris Busher back in 2022 here in the Coke 600. Chris has been fighting a tight race car, but they feel like this is the point in the night when the track will start to change. They made a very small adjustment to free him up there, Kim.
Zane Smith
They're
currently
going
running in the
to need
13th
to make some
position.
more
He is
adjustments to this
average
17
finish
car.
for 12 races in 2025.
Right behind him, Zane Smith running solidly in 13th spot. How about that for Zane Smith?
Top 15 speed each and every weekend, hoping to capitalize that on that here this evening. As we look at Kyle Busch running in the 14th position, man, they have had the tightest race car.
Kyle Busch,
not
14th.
having the balance. When I talked to
Signed an extension with RCR to stay at RCR for 2026 and beyond. Running solidly in the 14th spot.
And figure out how to put together full races. Behind Kyle Busch, Ryan Preece having a solid day in the top 15. Preece making his 200th career.
And Ryan Preece. Ryan Preece in the
Preece
15th position.
He's on pace to outperform his 2024 season and have the best cup season of his career.
Trying to make the best out of it while during his stint in RK Racing. So far, he's doing okay at best. Now looking at the pole sitter, Chase Briscoe. There's the pole sitter, Chase Briscoe, running in the 16th spot. Not a stellar Not a stellar run, but he's running solidly. But meanwhile, back to the leader, William Byron's in the middle of a lap traffic sandwich right now. As it got very harrowing between him, Brad Keselowski, and Todd Gilliland right there. Oh man, very close off turn 4.
And after a little contact with the leader, he's going to work even harder.
Oh my gosh.
Not going to roll over.
And this battle's still going on. As Keselowski got back by him, now Todd Gilliland's trying to get by him. Now he's trying to split the middle between these two.
What's making this harder for William Byron is with a 9-second lead and about 20 laps to go. Reading some of the radio transcript, I believe they're asking him just trying to save a little gas. Marty's pointed out time and time again.
Now Byron's finally clear of those last cars.
Specifically the Toyotas. Well, they have 2 options. Wait on fuel.
There's a real possibility that Ryan Preece can make the playoffs this year. It could happen. It could happen if he keeps the consistency going.
Now he's up here trying to get around the 45 to the inside. Reddick's going to lift, get in behind his owner.
20 laps to go.
And Denny Hamlin once again makes a pass on his employee. But up front, William Byron trying to do what Jeff Gordon did in the Coca-Cola 600 a few times in the 90s, especially when in the Coca-Cola 600. Oh yeah, 100% agreeing with you on that, NASCAR Fan 33. Coverage is way better than Fox.
It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead. Don't miss your chance to race for the billions.
Silas, are you ready?
The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
But spread out racing? Well, not technically spread out racing. There's still battles going on.
The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. Home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, bet. Every apex we nail, every second we shave, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride.
And Logano goes a lap down. Jeez, Logano has not had the speed he wants. They can stay on Prime however they want to, however long they want to. Well, the deal that they have, that NASCAR has with Amazon Prime is for 7 years until 2031. So we're good for a while because this coverage that we're getting right now is perfect. Oh, for the post race. Oh. For the post race. And interviews. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that they show that on Prime.
Right here in his home state, Richard Petty has never won a race at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Who do you think's going to win? Well, I was till I had trouble. Petty goes by now. Petty keeps right on, Sarge. 33rd is Dale Earnhardt of Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Unlike Fox, they don't do that. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the World 600, Richard Petty, career win number 170.
So much history made over the years in the Coke 600.
Of all the Coca-Cola 600s I've watched, which one is my personal favorite? Which Coca-Cola 600 is my favorite?
On Prime had the premiere the other night. Some really good stuff.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll check it out.
Jeez. I've only had like...
Two episodes will be available. Pretty excited about that. Watching Eric Jones in 7th.
I think one of my favorites from the of the Coca-Cola 600s.
Looks at the 24 car.
I think 2014, 2017,
We also noticed that William Byron maybe not running the lap times that car's capable of running, Steve.
2021, and I think 2023 are my personal favorites. Mainly because, three of them, mainly because my favorite drivers won those races, and one because of a fuel mileage.
Is Kyle Larson. So if this stays the same, long way to go.
That's just me.
10 laps. We know Byron is capable of so much, but if this stays the way it is, back behind them, Larson could be in line to get the free pass here, get back on the lead lap.
That's the biggest Bubba Wallace fan on the racetrack right now is trying to keep him in that position. Bubba struggling to get the gas.
Yeah, 2022 Coca-Cola 600 was good as well, but of course Hacklin won.
Williams going to look low here on the bottom of 3 and 4. Bubba's going to have the momentum off the corner, though, make it difficult. Clearing Byron down the front straightaway.
Wallace 25th on the board. As we flash to these two young drivers racing for 4th, 42 Nemechek, 77 Hocevar.
Nemechek on the older tires, just a few laps older since he pitted early. Hocevar trying to gather another position here.
That argument on tires was Dale defending his one to watch.
Yes.
Meanwhile, another battle for the 4th spot as John Hunter Nemechek has been hunted down by Carson Hocevar. Hocevar trying to make some noise, trying to take the 4th spot away from Nemechek, who's done a great job running in the top 5 for the majority of the day.
Of the racetrack. You see in front of him the 45, Reddick.
And Reddick struggling with a very tight race car, it seems like, as he gets by Brian Keselowski, the lap car.
Nemechek just drives across the nose of the 77 Kim. Yeah, they've had good speed on intermediate. Specifically, you look back at Kansas, he had a top 10 finish there. And really, Legacy's been going through this rebuild for the last probably 18 months, and the tools at Legacy have gotten so much better. That's factored into the speed that they've had recently. As we look at the car right now, John Hunter's saying he needs a little bit more right rear grip, so they'll look for a small adjustment, Marty.
Carson Hocevar continues to impress, running in the 5th position right now. And Luke Lambert just brought up a great point, Steve, as night starts to fall here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. How far are you willing to adjust your car to kind of guess where the track is going? They were hesitant on the last stop to make changes because they thought the track might change. It's now, this stop coming up at the end of stage 2, your time to make those adjustments.
Yeah, what happens is the track cools usually a little bit before or behind Anthony. The sun goes down, air cools, then the direct sunlight on the racetrack goes away, track cools. I will say it's not just the adjustments. Let me add this in. As the track cools,
Nemechek, what are you doing?
We've seen rear tire failure.
Nemechek tried to take Hocevar's line away, and it worked for the most part, but Hocevar still keeping track of him. Lost a little bit of momentum, but not much. Now Hocevar goes low. Nemechek stays up high.
Because when you have an advantage like that, it's like, how much do you adjust? Everybody else feels like I'm chasing something, right?
So just to be clear, I've been leading with Rudy Fugel and running bad like other guys are tonight, and I appreciate what you point out, but I don't feel that bad for him.
But up front, William Byron is still pretty much on a Sunday night cruise right now.
That's where the communication and the data, I don't know if Rudy is looking about adjusting.
Yeah, Byron is pretty much on a Sunday night cruise. As we got a battle for the 9th spot as Chase Elliott is trying to take it away from Ross Chastain. Elliott goes up high. Elliott trying to get a good run off the top side, but Chastain keeps the momentum on the bottom side.
The top 10 at the end of stage 2, impressive for the Florida native.
It really is.
Regardless of where he finishes, this is John Hunter Nemechek's best couples of his career. Top 5 run on pure speed. Yeah, no doubt. Oh boy, got a lot of traffic in front of these guys. In front of Gregson, Chastain, and Elliott. As they're working their way around Brian Keselowski and Joey Logano. While Chastain and Gregson have, but Elliott couldn't.
Chase Elliott. So Phil Surgeon wanted to make sure they were ahead of the 9 car when they did come to pit road. He said, whatever we need to do, let's get the 9 if we can.
Well, that's a benefit for both the 1 and the 9, right? You don't want kind of anything. If the one comes around the 9, he can block the 9 in. It's better for all of those that come in this order.
And here comes Hocevar to the inside of Nemechek, going for 4th.
Got him this time. We'll see. The 42's got the momentum on the top.
But is Nemechek going to get the run off the high side? No, he can't. Hocevar clears the 42. A little push there.
Not really challenged to the inside.
Now Nemechek goes low, but I think Hocevar's going to have the run off the top side, and he's going to keep the 4th place. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. 2 to go in stage 2.
2 to go. Stage 1 ended under caution. William Byron got the win there.
But up front, it has been pretty much the William Byron show tonight, pretty much on a Sunday night cruise.
Kyle Larson, who is actually running faster than Williams, not gonna
Final lap in stage 2.
and get his lap back.
But he is in the free pass position, so he'll get back on the lead lap. Won't have quite the best track position if he got it back naturally. They've been working
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Larson.
6 stops over 50 seconds on pit road.
After he spun out early in stage 1 while leading, he just does not have the pace here. He just does not have the pace anymore like he had in the first 30 laps. He ran up front.
So far, so good for the Charlotte.
But otherwise, William Byron wins stage number 2.
And the second run of the race as well. By the way, both sides
There's Hamlin finishing 2nd, Reddick 3rd, Carson Hocevar 4th, Nemechek, Allmendinger, Eric Jones, Chastain, Gregson, and Elliott will run out the top 10.
Oh, we got a spin down the front straightaway.
Oh, and Kyle Busch goes spinning. He keeps it straight.
The front straightaway here. Looks like there was some contact too with the outside wall.
Right at the end of the stage.
Bad for Kyle Busch. The end of the stage good for Kyle
Whoa,
Larson, who
he
gets the free
just
pass.
lost it
There's
off the
the
corner.
2018
Just lost it.
600 winner going for a ride.
Same thing that we saw with Kyle Larson. He just lost it, spun through the roval portion and kept it straight. But that wraps it up for stage 2. William Byron putting on a clinic so far tonight. Kyle, never mind. Yeah, you better shut your mouth, reporter.
Expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Ty, remember, there will be a moment of silence. We've reached halfway. I know, Grandpa. You don't need to constantly remind me.
I used to be an early bird, but sporadic arthritis stopped my day before it started. Then things started to change for me when I found Bimselix. Now I can't wait to say I'm back.
Bimselix can deliver transformative relief from joint pain and stiffness, less fatigue, and for some, zero swollen joints.
I'm back to what inspires me.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior and infections, the ability to fight them, and problems in your left or bowel disease. Tell your doctor if these happen or worse, fevers, chills, lost legs, or cough. Had an accident or plan to before starting and check for infections, tuberculosis, and other problems.
Give yourself a chance to say, I'm back.
Ask your doctor about Bimselix.
Even I have health needs value menu. Everything's just $6. But the breakfast meats combo $6. French toast breakfast $6. $6 for all this and all that. That's a lot of breakfast for $6. Weekdays at IHOP. But is there
All right, here we go. There will be a moment of silence to honor and remember those who have served this country. They're coming onto pit road now. There it is, the honor and remember flag.
Words can't describe the commitment made by our servicemen and women who work around the clock to protect the many freedoms we all enjoy, always putting country in front of self. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes. We pay respect to those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we send love to those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one while serving our great nation. Let's all join in a moment of silence.
Yep, moment of silence to honor those who served our country and remember their sacrifices they made.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what did they just do? They did like a moment of silence that they do to honor and remember those who have served for the U.S. That's what they did. That's what they've been doing since 2020, I think, where they stop at halfway through the Coca-Cola 600. They stop at halfway to pause and remember those who have made their sacrifices they made for this country, to honor and remember those who served in this country. That's what they did. I don't think they did in 2012 or 2019.
That's why
I'm not so sure.
This year, let's cut even more things to show people how much they can save. Let's cut the face off of our helmets. Let's cut the top off
Yeah,
of our
2012 I know they didn't, but 2019, I'm not so sure.
Shut up, Chris. Great. Can't wait to see what y'all come up with.
See how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
The 3 for me, only at Chili's. Now serves up the all-new Big Q beef for just $10.99. And that's 85% more beef than some quarter-pound burger. Yeah. Hey, fast food, this is how you value me. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Racetrack to ride. Mobile One Motor Oil's make whatever you drive. Drive more beautifully.
It's a big match, and only the best will win.
Emily, did you break out of prison? Maybe like made of honor.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good, NASCAR fan. It's all good.
What is the game here?
Halfway halfway home in the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron, the race leader. Let's get a report from pit road. Here's Kim.
Yeah, Adam, there's so much military pride visible here at Charlotte Motor Speedway during
Yeah, I
Memorial Day
understand.
weekend.
I understand
Mike
that you were
McDowell is
keeping me
racing today
updated
in honor of
of all
United
that
States
was
Army
going on
Specialist James
in terms of
A.
tonight.
Waters. An Indiana
I understand
native
exactly
Waters
what you were
enlisted
doing.
after high school and was stationed at Fort Drum before being deployed to Afghanistan. And after giving the ultimate sacrifice during deployment, his older brother and his two younger brothers were so inspired to answer the call to serve. So 2 of them are infantrymen and 1 as a medic. James A. Waters' legacy lives on.
Thank you, Kim. And the end of stage 2 in the Coke 600 on Memorial Day weekend. Such a reminder of what it's all about and the outstanding job that everyone in the NASCAR community does of saluting our troops.
Yeah, definitely the modified race was terrible last week at Wilkesboro. At North Wilkesboro. Constant wrecking, long yellows. That was awful. Of the patriotic schemes racing tonight, I like Briscoe, Chase Elliott, and Michael McDowell's paint scheme. In my opinion, Alessandro, I kind of like Byron's and
ceremonies and so forth. Really high end, helicopters coming in, landing on the infield, and things exploding and tanks and so forth. It's been back when Humpy Wheeler was promoter here. It's pretty extravagant.
And Blaney's. I like Byron's and Blaney's better.
What all this means. It's awesome to see it continue.
Will I be back home in California tomorrow? No, I'm staying here in DC until Tuesday.
Even halfway here, that was a powerful moment to have the entire 100,000 people here in silence. Pretty incredible.
So now we start thinking about the second half of this race. Huge pit stop coming here, Steve.
Well, the pep talk to start the race was give you the halfway, figure out what we need for our car. Let's get to the dark. Let's get the lights on. Let's make adjustments. I think now it's time. As
Sunday
a team,
we'll be back to normal. Next Sunday we'll be back to normal.
Can we be good enough? Are we racing for a win, a 5th, a 10th? Make the appropriate adjustments. It's kind of that. Everybody gets shot of adrenaline. Let's get going 300 miles down. Now we have one of the shortest races of the Cup Series ahead. Only 300 miles left.
Pit stops. Here they come.
Here they are, Trevor.
Here they come.
William Byron coming down pit road to get 4 tires was really happy with his balance for a green flag pit stop. They're kind of curious what it'll fire off like once this rubber picks up under caution.
Top right of your screen, Tyler Reddick. He set out his way too loose. I think we need a half number to 3/4 of a number to be better with what I need to do on the track. You saw that wedge adjustment to tighten him up, Marty.
Tim Denny Hamlin's pit crew has been outstanding today. On the last caution flag stop, they
Reddick
gave 3
and Byron
spots.
down and away.
Handling-wise, Hamlin's in the car is getting better as the race goes on, just a little bit too tight after 15 laps. Carson Hoslar said, I feel like I have to be very careful with the car.
And once again, Byron wins the race off pit road. Hamlin gets to second.
Hamlin's team is able to hold
Well,
his second
pretty
spot.
much the same thing for the top
And that
4.
group holds the lead.
What is it about that 24 car?
But
Charlotte Motor
Nemechek
Speedway,
loses 4
Memorial Day
spots.
weekend. Let's
Chase
go
Elliott
back.
picks up a couple spots.
94. Young Jeff Gordon trying to win for the first time in his career, and he got it done on NASCAR's longest night. Wallace's race to win or lose. Gordon has a lot of making up to do to catch him.
Well, the 2 cars been in. They took on 4 tires.
Gordon did it with 2.
So on that shakeout, Gordon takes first. These really just
We head to Nashville, then Mexico City after, or Michigan. I'm going to have to look at the schedule because I'm kind of lost. But I know next week they're off to Nashville, I
Who
believe.
could have guessed 31 years ago that here we are, Jeff Gordon, now the
There's
vice
the man
chairman,
himself,
Hendrick
Jeff
Motorsports.
Gordon,
I love
in the
reliving that
booth.
clip, and thanks for being with us here
There's
tonight.
Jeff Gordon.
Well, it changed my life forever, and this place has been so special in this race for so many reasons. But especially being a part of Hendrick Motorsports, just 2 miles down the road here. This place has, just been a track that we put a lot of energy and focus on. Rick Hendrick always has those in that engine department.
Am I watching the race on Prime? Yes, I am.
Great to see that 24 car out there. We had to do a 2-tire stop.
I'm watching the race off of Prime Video.
Those guys
That's
been
off of my
dominating.
phone.
We'll see if they can keep it up this second half.
I remember that night as being the start of an incredible career that you would end up having. Dad telling me that this guy's got something special.
And you know that was the start of all the success that you would have, and you see the emotion that you have after that win. Can you take yourself back to what it felt like to finally get that first one?
Well, you saw how much emotion there was. I mean, my whole life, all I wanted to do is just continue to compete at the highest level. And when I finally got here, you question, do you have what it takes? Are we going to be able to put a team together that can compete at this level against the best in the world? And we did it that night.
When are you streaming off from, though? I thought it was your phone. I am.
Your dad
I mean, well, no. I'm watching the race off of my phone. The way I'm streaming is still on my laptop. I'm streaming the race. I'm streaming my live reactions off my laptop still.
But knowing you, your history, you've been in the rumor mill of running that race back when you were full time. Was it special to accompany Kyle along this journey the last couple of years with him attempting the double?
Well, you know, I became not only a race car driver, but a race fan because of the Indianapolis 500. I watched it as a young kid. I went to that track. And so, you know, it's something you always wish you could do, just race in the Indy 500. I never got that chance, lived it out with the Brickyard 400. But to do this with Hendrick, with Errol McLaren, and through the lens of Kyle Larson has been absolutely incredible. I love that event. It's super special.
You should teach me how to make a meme race after each one. Yeah, I can show you some tips on how I make my meme recaps at the end of every race. At the end of every race weekend, I'll show you some tips.
And let's see. And the other
sometime
guys
in the
out front
future.
dominating right now. So I mean, the 24 looks stout at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of our cars have been really strong in the mile and a halves. You know, obviously this place is tough. I mean, the content of this track, you know, the bumps with these cars, as rigid as they are, with that underwing and holding the aero, the sidewalls of these tires, you know, with the bigger wheels. Man, it's hard to drive these race cars these days, and you've seen some of the best lose control of them here today, and you know, you just got to respect this place, especially the 600 miles.
All right, our interview's over. Now you're an analyst. We got three hours in the booth.
I thought I was done with that part of my coaching. You just heard me up 300 miles an hour.
I was going to say, you showed up for the best part. Where
Up here, all Miss biases again.
All right, here we go. We start zone green flag, stage 3 underway. Stage number 3 out of 4 stages tonight.
Mike Costing down in the corner. I'm not sure the 24 is going to slide draft a little bit back by, but
Denny Hamlin had a little bit of an edge on the jump on the 24, but they're still side by side as they go down the backstretch. Hamlin trying to pull away on the top side of the 24.
These restarts are pretty tough when they're side by side. So,
but again, Byron has the side draft on the inside, and he's going to clear the 11. Meanwhile,
long run speed has been amazing in the 24. The third car line behind him, Carson.
Hold on a second. Oh, whoa, Ty Gibbs. Whoa, hang on with 54. Hang on with Gibbs. That was close.
I think it was a flat, you know, head, so
That was a little tight there. Ty Gibbs had a little
this
moment
race.
on turn 4. Ooh, good job hanging it on, though. Did a good job hanging on, though. Meanwhile, back to this guy, though. That's Nemechek, who just got marred back in traffic after that slow pit stop he had.
Awesome track position, fighting to try to get that back. Legacy brings me really to my next question. We talked to Jimmy at length about what his transition has been like, right? Vice chairman now. What do you do? What have you found? What can you provide for insight for Byron and your other drivers that you help kind of coach them through their careers?
Well, I mean, yes,
Hold on.
you know, I have the drive.
50, hang around inside
Meanwhile,
that top 5, that top 10 all night.
running on board with Chase Selling up to the 7th spot, working on Noah Braxton. As deeper in the field, it was Justin Haley getting by Ty Gibbs, who's now on attack from Christopher Buscher.
Saw him hit the wall off of turn 4. Look at him out of the gas right there. Car's just not handling well.
Jesus! Hang on with Ty Gibbs again.
Right in the back of him.
Jeez. Really hanging on to that 54 car.
Sometimes that's a compliment, sometimes it's an insult.
Hanging on with wheeling that car.
Right there. That was a replay. Right on board
Really
right here.
wheeling that car.
You hear him jump out of the gas. 17 not ready for the car as he starts to lift off the throttle.
What a great camera angle right there. And Denny's not giving up on this, is he? Interesting, Byron, on
But up front, Denny Hamlin is not letting the 24 get away so easily. He's really keeping track of the 24 car. He's really keeping pace with them this time.
Toyotas have been able to hound the back of this 24 in the early run. You talked about the short run speed. The 24, though, Byron has been really tenacious to try to keep this track position. How much do y'all talk about the defense with the new cameras and how important that area is to the following car? How much is it talked about with these drivers having to fit these positions?
When as good as the 24 is on the long run, William Byron, you know what he doesn't want to find out is maybe it's because of that clean air out front. You don't want to give Denny Hamlin or Tyler Reddick, any of these guys, that opportunity to find out. But no doubt,
Hamlin's trying different lines to try to find his way around the 24. He's trying high and low, but still, Byron continues to maintain his advantage over the 11.
I know I've got the long runs.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt the track is changing. Fast lap move from Byron to Hamlin, lap 210. Hamlin now the fastest lap of the race at a 29.36. And once again, I think that will continue to change as the track cools. This is one of those races, if we have a late restart, that's when it's going to be awarded, that final restart under the lights.
It's kind of an interesting 600, right? Because we started in overcast, basically. It wasn't hot. Temperatures are down. So we're not seeing as big of a swing as we normally do. Like yesterday qualifying. Oh, man. This track was a handful in practice and qualifying when it was hot and slick.
Kyle Larson said he had zero confidence in qualifying second. He is no good for information.
Sometimes I've always said, though, he lays in the weeds just a little bit.
Right.
He doesn't like to show his hand.
It's just a little bit. What, Adam Alexander?
He is definitely not
Okay.
all the way, though, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to make that pass on the bottom. William using the top of that racetrack. Here's a replay with Kyle Busch right there
What
ahead.
happened to Kyle Busch now?
Up the racetrack.
Oh, a little too close to the wall.
Kyle Busch
A
was
lot of
15.
contact with the outside
Getting to
wall.
the stage when he had that spin back in 26 now. 11 seconds behind race leader William Byron.
Yikes.
Yeah, one of the two drivers that got contracts announced this week. It was Kyle Busch in the 8.
Not the one that Kyle Busch was hoping
Your man
for.
at the bottom right here, William Byron. Congratulations.
But anyways, we got a battle for the lead still brewing up as William Byron, the 11 got alongside with him, but again, Byron has the run off the high side. He still pulls a couple car lengths, but Hamlin's still not giving up.
Especially this week with that news.
Hamlin's trying to use the middle line to his advantage, while Byron's using the top side right up against the wall to his advantage.
Away from Denny Hamlin.
Denny's right there. They're coming up on flat traffic in front of them. Oh, Williams going to go to the middle of the racetrack now. Denny to the top. See if Denny can put the run together. Denny not
Now Hamlin goes top, Byron goes middle.
Byron changed his line from one lap to the next to be able to try to defend.
That seemed to work for Byron. But Hamlin once again tries to go in as deep into the corner as he can to try to get a run on him. Now it's to his back bumper. Hamlin's to his back bumper of the 24.
Denny's right on him. Denny's car is really good.
How deep will he drive it in this time?
To the middle of the track. Denny's got to slide up. He's going to lose all that grip out of the gas.
And Hamlin lost a little time there as he got in the wake of the 24 car. That cost him a couple of car lengths right there. But the battle for the lead is still going on. Whoa, jeez. Oh my. Oh my goodness.
Junior at IHOP. Breakfast has been moving fast.
All right, more plates of pancakes. Got to serve. Table green. Go.
Is that Dylan?
Order for catering.
Oh, Byron's now starting to pull away from the 11. It's now up to like half a second. As meanwhile, a bit deeper in the field, as Christopher Bell goes around the outside of Ryan Preece, trying to take that position away. Preece trying to hold on.
Like the people this country move. Doing what they do best.
Yeah, Priest holding on for now. Whoa. Well, it looks like right behind these guys, Zane Smith, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Chase Briscoe duking it out right here. That's for the 19th spot.
All right, get him, huh?
Take that, DirecTV pigeons, and your overpriced satellite TV.
My day, you had to walk
But up front, the 24 and the 11 still battling, still duking it out for the lead.
$30 a month and get 3 months free.
3 months free.
3 months free.
Takes after me.
Upgrade to Dish.
Oh,
Save up to $30
jeez.
a month and now get 3 months free.
See what Byron's doing right there? He's trying to go in the middle of the corner while Hamlin's trying to use the same line and cuts his arrow. To try to take that arrow away from him. Trying to take away the air that Denny wants right there. That allows Hamlin to get a little tight so Byron can gain a little car lengths to pull away to a couple car lengths. But it seems like on the straights, Hamlin gains those car lengths back on him.
Welcome to more new ways to watch. A 5-race stretch only on Prime. More bright lights, more Nashville nights, more Motor City speed, more passion unleashed, more history made, more precision displayed, more moments you can't miss. And for the first time, only
Yep,
on Prime.
Hamlin is faster, but Byron has the clean air advantage. Yep.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, let's get our Coca-Cola Racing family update. Denny Hamlin up there in second. Solid night for Chase Elliott in eighth. Suarez been fighting it. Same for Austin Dillon and Joey Logano. Head scratcher. Not great yesterday in qualifying 31st for the reigning champ.
Been a bad night for Penske all around. Challenging month with what happened up in Indy. I think it's translating over. Yes, but blanking test here with this left side tire, I was expecting them to have a little more speed. They weren't really all that great year last year either. So struggles. Trevor.
Trevor, what about that 24 car?
Well, the 24 is still trying to fight off the 11 here. He's using that partial throttle when he has to run the middle, but going wide open, as we talked about earlier, through the middle of 1 and 2 when he can run the top. Pretty Bugle told him, hey, that 11's got some breathing room right now, so be prepared for him to try something because it's low risk. He won't give up that spot if he goes for it.
I think that's a great update by Trevor.
Because of the battling along, they pulled away to about a second and a half advantage over Hocevar.
Have an idea of what might be coming. The defensive style of these drivers just amazes me, though. We talk a lot about the dirty air and all those things, but, Jeff, it used to just exist. Now
Well,
these
meanwhile,
drivers use
back
it
with
like
this
a
battle
defense.
between
They
Christopher
are
Bell,
steering that
Michael
stream of
McDowell,
air
and Ty
behind their
Gibbs.
car, waiting to commit to the corner until they see where the guy behind him is going to go. Yeah,
And Bell gets the run off the top side, clears McDowell. Now Ty Gibbs, his teammate, going to try to follow through.
That much, you're going to make pretty aggressive
But not
efforts
so much.
to block it. And with that diffuser and the way that the air comes off the back of these race cars, obviously we've seen some great racing on the mile and a half because of multiple lanes. But if you can run that same lane, they're going to be very challenged to make the pass or to make any gains on you.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin trying to reel in the 24. His teammate in the 20, Christopher Bell there bottom of the screen, he's been struggling tonight. Lost a little bit more track position all the way back to 14th. Had some battles, and he's trying not to lose any more track position. McDowell trying to get by here, but down the back straightaway. The 20 on the
What
inside
happened
there.
here between McDowell and Bell?
outside.
Whoa, jeez. Oh, that's
Haley
Haley.
was
Never
up the
mind.
track a little further.
Or maybe was there a little something, a little block there by
Little
Haley
block
too.
there. And Bell didn't appreciate that.
Earlier in the corner.
What's up, Marty?
Boy, Adam, it wasn't 2 runs ago that Christopher Bell was battling in the top 3. Now here he is in 14th. He told Adam Stevens a moment ago the car is as tight as it's been all evening long. And see, we talked about how this racetrack will change a little bit. They're clearly feeling that on the 20 car.
Yeah, feeling that. Just reminding everyone who maybe wasn't tuned in earlier, Christopher Bell working with a brand new spotter this weekend. Stevie Reeves and Christopher Bell split after last week. So, Dale, to your point about whether proximity to the 7, maybe the information isn't clear, but I think Jeff's kind of what I've learned about race car drivers. It's a lot like a hockey fight. If you want to see why the fight started, you got to rewind the tape 5 or 6 minutes ago. These drivers will hold a grudge for quite some time until they can get equal.
Yeah, that looked a little bit more like just not knowing where.
Oh, Hamlin tried again to use the middle line, but Byron has the top line advantage.
You can't judge just when the gloves come on.
That's right. That's right. Hamlin not letting Byron breathe, though. 0.2 of a second, just right here. Look at the speed on the 11 on entry.
And guess what Hamlin doesn't realize is that we still have like 165 laps to go in this race.
Different than what it was in stage 2 when we came under green.
And that's really could be
So I don't know why you're pressuring him so hard, Hamlin. Why are you pressuring Byron so hard? There's still 165 laps left.
Yeah, pretty impressed with Denny's car here. We saw the 24 drive away from pretty much everybody all night long at this point of the run.
Meanwhile, looking at
was there something about that last
Gibbs.
set of tires that just,
Whoa.
Sorry, that 24 I thought was
Ty
going to be a replay of
Gibbs.
the 5. A huge movement for that 24.
well, as the race, as the track cools
Ty
off,
Gibbs got a little tight there,
goes up,
and that's
especially
allowed
the front
Chase
tires,
Briscoe
this
to
track
catch
gets
up
looser
to him.
and looser, the car
This is the
gets
battle
more
for the
positive.
16th
You
spot.
can see when we're riding on board the 11, Denny Hamlin.
And here goes
that
Keselowski to the
Williams wasn't
inside.
putting a lot of wheel input into it, so I do think that car's pretty
Unfortunately,
edgy.
Keselowski's a
If you
lap
complain about
down,
anything all
so
night,
this
that's
won't
what
be
it's been.
for
It's just
position.
the rear of the car, especially over the bumps, being a little bit edgy.
Oh,
and,
what happened to
and,
24?
Not as secure.
This is what got my attention.
Oh,
Big move right there.
hang on
That
with,
was a big
hang on
move
with.
inside
Oh,
the
Zane
down the back
Smith,
straightaway.
Fifth caution of the night.
hard in the
Zane
wall.
Smith.
That's a hard hit.
A lot of damage to the 38.
Right at 20th.
And full time first, Ned Lou, same 88 finishes off.
AMR safety team is there. You heard Zane on the radio.
Let's take a look. Up to turn 2.
Oh, what happened?
Looks like he just gets loose.
Oh, yep. Zane just lost it. Oh,
I don't think he was going to save it. I know SVG kind of set him all around.
Zane Smith just lost it, and SVG had no time to slow up. He had no time to react. Bam! Oof.
Big hit.
Yeah, hard crash for Zane Smith.
Basically been on the exit.
Yeah, just lost it, and SVG kind of finished him off because he had no time to slow down. Oh.
Seeing all of the looseness or the
Hold on a
snap starts
second.
earlier. Fuel low. This would be a good reset.
Here we
for
go.
the entire
Pit
field,
stops.
Trevor.
Let's see what happens
You guys
now.
are talking about the X's of these corners and how
But how
challenging
hard
they
Zane
are.
Smith
Once it got
hit the
dark,
inside wall.
24 started
His
to
crash
get
reminded
twitchy
me
loose
of
on
Michael
exit. We saw
Waltrip's
Wiggle pretty big
2007
there a couple
Coke
laps ago.
600 qualifying lap.
Steve's point, Billy
Yeah,
Scott
that
telling
is
Tyler
true.
Reddick, this is a long run ahead of us. We're right at the edge of our fuel window. Might be waiting on fuel here. Fired up.
Byron down and away,
Balance it, no bigger
9.6 for
changes
Byron.
starting.
Reddick down and away.
He said we were really good on the short run, but again, just like the last one, got a little bit too tight.
Oh, and it looks like no, Byron still gets out in front of Hamlin by an edge, by a nose right there.
And how about that drag race off pit road again between the 24 and the 11?
24 wins it over the 11. Ross Chastain +3 jumps in to the top 5 by that much. William Byron wins it. Jeff,
Wow.
thanks for being here. Good luck the rest
It's
of the
getting
way.
tight.
Great job, guys. Thank you, Amazon.
Jeff Gordon with us in the booth.
Byron is starting to have some competition for the lead here.
Win one championship, you're celebrated. Win twice, they call you a hero.
3 times. They say words like legend and dynasty, but when you've won it all 7 times, the trophy speaks for itself. Introducing the full lineup of Ram trucks. Ram, 7-time winner of Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
Right now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $10,900 below MSRP on the 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie, plus $2,000 bonus cash on select models and dealer inventory.
You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos footlong nachos. Doritos and Subway, 2 legends come together to
Legends eating legends. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Marshawn. Doritos footlong nachos, just $5, only at Subway.
Who is that? Here's with me. Some people look at Sonny Hayes, they see.
He has been
Overrated.
and never was.
It's really wonderful to Apex giving second chances to the elderly.
You just wait up quicker than you.
Nemechek lost positions on pit road. He's back in 20th. Yikes.
The absolute best in the world.
Yikes. He was running in the top 5 earlier for the majority of the race.
Things changed for me.
That's not a
Breast
good
treat
sign
gave me
for
better breathing,
Nemechek.
symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Restreat won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Restreat more than prescribed. Restreat may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about breast treat.
One of the greatest of all time. It's a great story and kind of a way for new fans to be introduced to their dad was his impact on the sport. That's what I'm so excited for. Dale, I always hear you on your podcast talk about it, you know, about how you love to see fans wearing his shirt or telling stories, and this is another way to kind of just reintroduce somebody that we were fortunate enough to, you know, my time in the garage started in the mid-'90s, so I was fortunate enough to see the greatness kind of firsthand out of my own eyes, and I love the new NASCAR fan has a chance to experience the same thing.
I love everything
His
that
car's
Prime
going up
is
against the
doing
wall,
in the
so we
sports
should be
world,
seeing it.
whether it's on track,
Yep,
on field,
choose
on
roll
court,
time.
or the documentary stuff. Earnhardt is awesome. We encourage you to watch it now on Prime. Now our FanDuel race update. Give me some numbers here, Steve.
Well, no big surprise. The guys led 195 laps. It's the favorite. Plus
Dale
200
Senior's
makes you 2 times your
1993
money. If you want to
600
get in there and
victory
take
was
a
the
little
most
gamble right
impressive.
now, I like
He was
Hamlin.
penalized for a lap or two for spinning Greg Sacks on purpose to bring out a caution. He made his laps up under green and won the race. Yeah, that was very impressive by Dale Earnhardt back then.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for every legendary moment. Still, always, forever. Connor Zilich had a penalty there, making his Coke 600 debut. Drove through too many boxes, Marty.
Oof.
Adam Ross Chastain's pit crew came in ranked 18th on pit road, but on
Driving
that last
through
stop,
too
they
many
gained
pit
him
boxes.
3 spots. terrific job by those guys. But remember what the road crew went through overnight. Just 3 hours of sleep getting that backup car ready. Now they're in the top 5, Kim.
No, Gregson also in the top 5, and I talked to crew chief Drew Blickensover. He said they wanted to unload better because Saturdays have been a real struggle for him. Well, they did that yesterday. They had a really good day. Noah was happy with that race car. They've had top 15 speed recently.
Here we go for the restart once again.
Watch all those drivers. Going to get aggressive as we make
It's
our
going to
way
be
back
aggressive,
to the Echo Park
as Adam
Automotive
Alexander said.
Restart Zone.
Here we go.
Restart coming here with
Start
57 to go.
zone. Green flag.
Very organized at the outside.
Byron had the edge that time over Hamlin.
Will the momentum help? Denny's going to be able to side draft down the back straightaway a little bit. Williams stays away from him to try to keep that from happening.
Still side by side. They're dead even that time. Byron's going to get the big run through the bottom side. Look out! That was tight back there for fourth. Reddick, Gregson, and Elliott nearly made contact with each other there. Elliott trying to go for fifth. Look at Holsevar going 3 wide underneath those two. And Eric Jones trying to take advantage of Gregson, checking out.
Holsevar's trying to clear the 9-3 wide.
And it looks as though Holsevar will take the 6th spot. Oh, look out! Look out! Suarez is around into Blaney. Look out! Watch out! And Justin Haley gets caught up. Larson's caught up. Big crash on the front stretch.
Wow. Just complimenting Blaney on being able to get one of the Penske cars up into the battle here and run out of racetrack off of turn 4. Massive hits.
You said earlier, Steve, this race can change so fast. You get a caution, you get a
and
restart,
that pretty much ends Larson's run.
When you return to the green flag,
That pretty much ends Larson's run right there.
All those patience, all those understanding of how long the event is. Halfway's here, 2 stages complete. You know, you just can feel the pressure building. All right, the 12.
Well, what happened
top
here?
Of the racetrack, the 19.
3
Briscoe
wide.
in the middle, then the 99. The 99 slides up the racetrack a little bit.
It looked like Briscoe bounced off of Blaney, who turned into Suarez. Blaney had no place to go. Haley gets clipped, and that's where Larson gets clipped.
Destroying the suspension on the right rear of Larson's car.
Yep, that's it for Larson, it looks like. That's it for Larson, unfortunately.
Larson just got back on the lead lap. Haley was fast all weekend.
Yikes.
Fire's been great tonight. His chance at a good run is gone.
Be interested to see how much this impacts Briscoe.
Yeah, Suarez tried to save it after contact from Blaney. Yeah, bounced off of Blaney. And after that contact with Blaney, Suarez tried to save it, but it comes down right into Justin Haley, clipped in the right rear, and right there is where Larson gets clipped, right in the right rear tire. On board with the fire. Almost had it missed.
I think that's what people forget is that these speeds, you just have to pick a slot.
Christopher Bell.
Fire your way through. It's Christopher Bell right there. Get through. New spotter.
Good job, Christopher Bell, getting through that.
He backed it way down, too, didn't he? Caution number 6. Free pass goes to Josh Berry. He returns to the lead lap.
That sucks for Larson.
26th on the
Right down in the Indy 500, then gets caught up in a multi-car crash, and it looks as though he's done for the day.
The last time we had a caution,
there's no
it was
fixing
Zane
that
Smith
thing.
who got into the wall.
There's no fixing that right rear tire.
Zane Smith, who had that huge impact
Ouch.
off of turn 2. What happened there, Zane?
Just tried to slide it up and get in the third lane, and then I got a little free, and then just got finished off by the 88. So unfortunate, but had a really good minimum for tonight. Just ever since that break, I just got really tight, and then our balance wasn't really the same, and then you're kind of put back in traffic, and your car just isn't really driving the same. So just unfortunate, but really appreciate Benabone and everyone at F4M that had a really good year so far. So, you're always going to have the bad ones that come along with it. So we'll bounce back in Nashville and have a good run there. Thank you, Zane. Glad you're okay.
Solid young driver. Mitchell Larson's in the garage. Crew chief Daniels.
Man, just a reminder, in today's world, you have the ability to repair these cars. You're not out of the race automatically. You have been asked to get assistance from the garage, but it's still a limited list of moments you're allowed to change. You just can't change everything. And I spent some time at NASCAR this week and kind of go over this. The other thing that reminded me is that once you get back in the garage, it's their responsibility to look at the car to make sure structurally they also believe the safety things that need to be intact are still intact. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, it's not been a year. He's already had 4 DNFs this season. This is trending towards the 5th. Let's listen to 3.
Sorry, guys. 99 not clear. It's absolutely destroyed, but sorry.
Ish. Yep. On board Blaney.
Leaves the 99, comes up the racetrack,
Oh.
just runs everybody out of room. Absolutely sees point.
Yep. Blaney had no place to go. Had no time to react. 99 just got turned right in front of him.
He just ran out of too tight a spot for 3 race cars right there. And everybody's racing hard on the restart. Doesn't want to give up any positions.
So, I'm not sure which is more frustrating, because I think probably they're equally as frustrating. Some years you just don't have the speed. That's not been Ryan Blaney's year. Now, tonight, maybe they didn't have the speed, but it's been the year of if it finishes impressive, right? If you look at his last, 5 races, 2/3, 2/5, and a 37th, right? Like, he's there. He's always there. He has great pace, even when other Fords or even other Penske Fords don't seem to have it. But it's either like a top 5 or end of the day, it seems like, for Blaney.
13 races into the year, 5 DNFs for the man that won this race 2 years ago.
That sucks for Larson. Wrecked down in the Indy 500, then gets taken out tonight in the Coke 600.
Halfway through our 3rd stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Tonight, we race to remember.
Honoring the fallen. Sergeant Robert Robbie John Wandorf Jr., United States Marine Corps and Army. Technical Sergeant Scott E. Duffman, United States Air Force. Thank you. Sergeant Brett
United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Bobby C. Franklin, North Carolina Army National Guard.
Corporal Reynold Armand, United States Marine Corps.
Staff Sergeant Sean Gregory Landris, United States Army. It's an honor.
Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't dream. No. Plan. See the steps it takes to get it done right, then follow them. At Avis, we wreck cars, not like anyone else wrecks cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Meet the IHOP Health Faves Value Menu. Everything's just $6. Like the Breakfast Faves combo, $6. French Toast Breakfast, $6. $6 for all this and all that.
I don't know why they got the criminal to say whose name is on the windshield. He shouldn't be racing it.
Spectrum is
That fraud shouldn't be racing in the first place. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Lightning speeds and allows us to do what we need to do in our lives.
From school to homework to entertainment, Spectrum's the perfect match for me and my family.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
New to Toyota Gazoo Racing, there are a lot of unofficial rules. Rules like only pass cars on the left. Don't drive on the ground.
This is NASCAR. Real content. Rivalry without limits. A unique experience without limits.
Driver starting to put it on the edge. The one thing that has not changed, those at the front. William Byron, Denny Hamlin on the front row for the
All
restart.
right, here we go once
Here
again.
they come. Echo Park
We're going once
Automotive
again.
Restart Zone.
Byron and Hamlin up front. Restart zone. Green flag. Dead even on the jump that time.
Side by side up front.
Oh, Chastain got tight. So did Reddick. Look at Carson Osavar. 3 wide.
Lane off of turn 2 toward turn 3. 24 William Byron coming back inside lane.
And Byron once again with the drive on the inside. Clears Hamlin by a couple car lengths.
Hocevar not messing around. 77 P3 on the race.
And Carson Hocevar goes to third. How about that for the 77 car? For the driver of the 77. Now he's working on Denny Hamlin. Look at him go! In that Chili's Ride the Dente scheme.
The later the night gets, the more impressive cars.
Side by side for second. Here goes Hocevar. Trying to go for second from Hamlin.
To get the runner-up spot for one of the best. And Denny
Oh, nope. Hamlin says, "Nuh-uh, kid. This is mine."
Impressive work by Hocevar there. Not able to make the pass, but still. Gonna try to go back at it here.
His confidence has got to be really growing right now.
Yep, it is. And that's sometimes it's the problem because he gets a little bit too excited, oversteps a little bit. But right now he's doing a really good job.
About the schedule that awaits in the summertime.
Running on board with Chase Selly, who's back inside the top 10, running in the 7th spot, right behind Ross Chastain. He was inside the top 5 at one point off that restart.
And just pitted and then trapped you. You got the waiver out, fought your way back, and it looked like things were finally going your way when that caution happened. Yeah, it was,
Man, and Ryan Blaney, he still cannot catch a break this season. That sucks for Blaney. The 2023 winner of the Coke 600 will not do it again tonight.
3 wide and just kind of bounced off each other. And,
Jeez, that got tight between Hocevar and Hamlin.
Not going to finish, but appreciate Body Armor Chill for everything that happened and for everything for this weekend. Memorial Day weekend special. And,
Battle for second continues.
Yep, Hocevar got a good run through the center of the corner. Can he clear the 11? No, he cannot. 11 has the advantage off the high side.
He's going to try. Not successful there.
Those two racing. Reddick starting to step his way up toward the duo. There's Chastain.
And while those two are continuing to battle for second, Byron saying, keep going, you two. Y'all are doing great. And Reddick saying, hang on, I want a part of this battle. Meanwhile, there goes Chase Daly to the inside of Ross Chastain, trying to go for 6. Side dropped it.
But when they perform, boy, did they hit the sweet spot.
And it's all day.
I just realized we're past the point where the Coke 600 ended last year. We're past the point where the Coke 600 ended last year.
Pay attention to because we haven't seen winning speed out of either yet, but they aren't 2 adjustments away. They've been inside the top 10 once the one kind of got there, starting in the back of the backup car. You know, they are just one small adjustment, something to get this car to come alive, or maybe even the track will continue to come to them.
Still like 2 for Chase Elliott. They just need to get over the hump. And once they do that, they can really start to put some nice things together. Back to Trevor.
Here was Kyle Larson, who's had a busy month of May. Kyle, what happened there at the end of this one?
I can't hear a thing you're saying, but I can hear a thing I'm thinking. So, no, it's just, I don't know. I saw smoke, and I tried to get left through the infield, and I just didn't get far enough left. So,
Grandpa, they didn't get me to say who's on my windshield banner. Toy, you got to do it in the last segment.
you know, these are mistakes on my end. And, yeah, I don't know. I was super loose in the three out of nowhere early in the race. Caught the wall. Had no damage.
Oh, side by side. Here comes Hamlin to the inside of the 24.
100 laps and just needed to kind of chip away at it from now
Trying
on.
to side draft on the
inside.
inside.
Okay, but
It looks as though Hamlin's going to take the advantage.
not the day that I wanted, but huge thank you to
Yep, Hamlin to the point now. Now how will Byron's car handle in traffic after having that clean air for so many laps? How will that change for the 24 car?
Yeah, we can run it back someday.
Well, we had fun watching you try to make the 1,100 miles. Thanks, Kyle.
Larson out of the race, his teammate out of the lead. Byron slips to second. Hamlin is strong.
Danny did a great job getting to the left rear quarter panel of the 24 through 1 and 2. It makes that 24 tight. We've seen this time and time again. That didn't allow the 24 to run the speed he was looking for on corner exit. And in the end, cleared him relatively easily on the entrance of 3.
Yeah, you have to imagine this as this track changes throughout the race. Is it working in this 11 car's favor and going away from the 24? Adjustments may be needed for this 24 to keep that speed.
All right, Adam, I was critical about your analysis earlier, but now I'm going to tip my hat back to you. You said it 100 laps ago that you felt bad for Rudy Fugle because he had an 8.5-second lead. He didn't know if he would make adjustments. Dale just said he thought the 24 might need him. I agree. Get you. You're on the curve. You're moving back up.
But maybe this is good for them in a way because now you understand we got some work to do. And this race is so long, 36 to go in stage 3. You got a full stage left at 100 laps in stage 4.
And I would just give the credit to the 11 for getting better, and I'm sure they have.
Yep,
but
I think the competition is starting to has caught up to William Byron at this point. The competition has caught up to Byron at this point.
As we get toward the end of this stage, 36 laps to go, now 35.
Meanwhile, it's a battle for the 9th spot between Ryan Preece and Noah Gragson.
Preece been trying to get this spot for several laps. 19 in front of him right there. Briscoe.
And we also got a battle for second as Carson Hocevar is now underneath the 24. Hocevar going for second, and it looks as though he will. Could Carson Hocevar be in contention for his first career win in the Cup Series? Not if Byron has anything to say about it. He retakes second spot.
Thought the 77 was a little too nice going all the way to the white line. Probably could have ran the middle, maybe.
Quick update, Daniel Suarez went to the care center. He has been released. 5 cars shown out of the race. Blaney, Suarez, Larson, Zane Smith, Jimmy Johnson. Got 23 on the lead lap. The last of those is Bubba Wallace.
I mean, Hocevar's car is good. If he can get by the 24 Byron, I honestly think he can match
Meanwhile, that is tight. Battle for 15th between Ty Gibbs and John Hunter Nemechek.
Way around this 24 Byron keeps you guessing. He was doing this in front of Denny Hamlin, changing lanes, running in the middle one lap, the high line the next. Now he runs the top of 3 and 4 where the 77 ran the lap before Marty. It's been busy up here.
Yeah, it's been busy on the track, Dale, and you got to look at Carson Hocevar and his maturation as a driver so far this year with all the veterans around him, Luke Lambert, of course, Crucci, but Tyler Green is also the spotter, and he was really pushing Denny Hamlin a few laps ago, and Tyler Green said, hey, make sure you have enough tire for the end of the run. You could almost immediately see Hocevar back off just a little bit, and now he is running well enough to be contending with William Byron here for second.
Marty talks about enough tire to the end of the run. You know, Matt says they're all good on fuel with 32 laps to go. If you look when that last yellow was, but remember, that's assuming they're full. These cars short fill so often, there could be some leaders, and maybe we're short on fuel. We'll have to just see.
30 laps to go in stage 3. It's NASCAR's longest night, 600 miles of routes.
Private first class, Thomas.
Sorry about that.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado.
Gregson and Briscoe fighting it out for the 8th spot. Briscoe, who was involved in that little skirmish he had with Suarez, Blaney, Haley, and Larson there. He's trying to keep going. It looks as though he is after trying to fight off Noah Gregson right now. Side by side through the front stretch. Oh, Gregson trying to slide job, but nope. Briscoe once again gets the drive off the corner. That was tight. Briscoe got really squirrely off turn 2 there. And that's going to allow Christopher Bell to come into this mix as well. Oh, Gregson hang on to it. 3 wide. Almost 3 wide coming off turn 4.
We have a very special bond, I think, as a family. Spectrum is the connecting thread to everything we do.
It provides us with reliability, lightning speeds, and allows us to do what we need to do in our lives.
From school to homework to entertainment, Spectrum's the perfect match for me and my family.
Fast, reliable,
And Briscoe will take that position away from Noah Gregson. Probably for the 8th position. I think it's for the 8th spot.
Crispy veggies and fresh sliced meats. And now buy any footlong in the app for just $6.99. Great bread, great meat.
Yes,
great
it is
sauce,
for the
great
8th
deal.
spot.
Get on it, people. Order now on the Subway app. I'm coming in fast. First place, coming in last. I'm in that, get that bag. I'm in that, get that loud. Promotion. Because in the promotion. I'm putting it out, putting it out, putting it in motion.
NASCAR on Prime, Nashville Super Speedway. Music City, baby. Let me play you my favorite song. Rewind racing and a guitar cue, baby. This is NASCAR on Prime.
Stream Nashville, it's on Prime.
What a treat this night has been. Debut race, NASCAR on Prime, Coca-Cola 600, 66 running from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Been a competitive race throughout the field. William Byron dominating stage 1, stage 2, getting the win there. But he is now second in the running order because middle portion of stage 3, it has become the Denny Hamlin show.
Well, we got this 11 car out front, but the 24 is still kind of hanging in there, actually closing the gap.
How about this? Joe Gibbs Racing has led more laps tonight than they had this season combined, about a mile and a half. That's crazy, isn't it? But there you see the gap, 24.
Yep, the gap between the 24 and the 11 is starting to close up just a little bit. But Carson Hocevar is really hanging tough with these two,
The 11's fast,
especially with the 24. He's trying everything he can to get by him. Hocevar feels like he's the faster car. Hocevar feels like he's faster than both these guys, but he just can't find a way around both these guys.
Now he's the one that has to worry about the defense that maybe Denny Hamlin's going to throw at him. We heard, when we were looking at the 24 car, we think that he was much looser on balance than Denny. Denny was able to fire off and run that fastest lap earlier in the race because he had a more comfortable car on the early run. But he gets tight as the run goes, and the 24 starts to really bend because the 24 is still turning right now late in this run.
Yep,
and he's closing
right there. Byron got a great run through turns 3 and 4, and now he's on the bumper of the 11 car once again.
Ryan's first race, another thing, another innovation we want to point out
Is this right here the
Or
burn
can he
bar?
go
What
with the
is
run
this?
that he has?
This is basically how much fuel William Byron is burning. AI will take a look at throttle position and RPM of every driver in the field, all during the first stage, kind of baseline. What we expect 100% burn would be, which is as fast as you could go at top speed, the best lap time later in the race.
Whoa! Hamlin got really squirrely. Hamlin got really squirrely off turn 4.
With a run on Denny Hamlin. Yeah, Denny got really loose right there in turn 4. Had a big moment. He had to do a little blocking down the first straightaway, a little defense at him.
Your body language was a dead giveaway. Something exciting was happening on track.
Byron's like, I got an opportunity. Body language, my left leg is bruised. I'm sorry.
Dan was dancing in his seat like the cars were dancing on the track.
I have a new fuel tool. I was trying to explain. I was getting a Charlie horse.
What's up, Marty?
Denny Hamlin has that lead, and just as you talked about that, Junior, this has been the characteristic of the 11 car all evening long. Yes, as you mentioned, very quick on the short runs, but the car gets a little bit tighter on the longer runs. We're seeing that happen now. Can he hang on to the lead for 19 more laps in this stage, Trevor?
William Byron seeing a little bit of dirty air for the first time all race after leading 214 laps. Now he's trying to chase down Denny Hamlin, and take a listen to this audio.
I need more turn entry to center. Denny, they want to run a weird line right under the top seam, and I can't turn to get there.
William Byron fighting that tight position for the first time all night. As Dale mentioned, he was free earlier, Marty.
Trevor, we have seen Carson Hocevar in this position before. 118 laps to go. He is running third. Clearly has a very quick car. Can he, though, make it work in stage 4 here in the Coca-Cola 600? The young man has tons of speed, but can he finish off a race? We're about to find out, and maybe become another first-time Cup Series winner in the Coca-Cola 600.
But hey, you know what? We've already gone past the 400-mile mark, so he's already starting to deliver later in the span of a race than what we've seen a lot of times throughout the balance of 2025.
Also for Hocevar, I want to go back to Texas where his teammate McDowell had a shot at running in the top 5 and kind of gave it away when he lost second place off of turn 2 and wrecked the car. I'm sure that there was a large conversation amongst everybody in the organization.
It's about the 10th going on the bottom of the screen between Ryan Preece and Noah Gragson. Well, Preece has the advantage right now.
Maybe not as large as some of the other organizations out here running as good or better than some of the big teams. Maybe that's something.
Oh yeah, definitely better than last year's 600. Because they never went 600 full miles. They only went 600 kilometers last year.
That's not possible. Can he bring it home in third? Can he bring it home in second? Without taking the big risk and getting himself in trouble. Dives to the inside of the 24 here. William Byron going for the lead a few laps ago. It's kind of faded off a little bit.
And look bottom of your screen. Pop for Brad Keselowski, 14th. They were a lap down, got a free pass, just hanging in, bulldogging it. And they came down pit road at lap 240. And that's when they got that free pass. So he's doing a nice job.
Out with the car in front of Brad Keselowski. Right here on the in-car camera. Kyle Busch started last, steering problems, spun out once today, hated his car earlier on the radio, got to the wall at another time, and here he is 13th. Welcome to the 600. Stay around long enough. Pretty sure he still hates his car, though, Steve. Well, he could be running where the 24 is. I think he would hate it.
Yep, Keselowski's up to 14th after being,
the 6-car Brad Keselowski that you mentioned, Adam,
pretty much mid all race long. He was deep in the field at one point.
Like the speed of the car
Tracked a
was
lot down,
really,
and now
really
he's
good
back
for how
up
bad
into
the
the
balance
14th
was.
spot.
If they can fix that, then have something for him. Now he finds himself all the way up to 14th position, moving forward.
Good run for the 6th right now. But meanwhile, back to the lead as Hamlin has started to be caught by William Byron once again. Oh, slow car.
Back up again, Denny Hamlin.
Slow car down the backstretch.
24 to close. You have to wonder, maybe, Steve, how hard did he run it? Did he be running just hard enough?
Now we got a little squirrely again. That's allowing the 24 to close in just a little bit, but not by much.
Hard and burn fuel, you're going to have a slower pit stop. You have to put extra fuel in it. Remember, we pitted with 60-something laps to go in this stage, so these guys are all going to need
Byron trying to get that good run off down the middle side.
So
well, now the 24 is all over the back bumper of the 11 once again.
You need it out of the racetrack.
slides up in front of the 24. 24 is going to drive down across that wake, try to get clean air for exit. Right there.
As you saw right there, Hamlin's trying to dive into the corner as deep as he can to keep the 24 car behind him.
Go stage 3.
Oh,
Here's Byron.
he got a little tight. Byron got a little tight there.
He has to lift a little bit.
But same with Hamlin coming off turn 2.
Right at the left rear quarter
Still
pound
a couple of car lengths between these two.
as well. Back here again on the inside.
Oh, there goes Byron once again. He got a good run through the center. Is he going to try to side drive? Yes, he is. To his corner panel. Here he comes. Side by side.
Drives away so that he doesn't get side drafted by Denny.
And Byron goes back to the point.
William Byron said, I want a sweep. I got stage 1. I got stage 2. I want stage 3. 24 back in the lead. Look at him.
Now Byron goes back to the point, and here comes Hocevar to the inside of Hamlin. Going for second. Hocevar wants a part of this. He wants a stage win.
Now Hocevar's trying to take second away. He's not going to be able to
Nope,
do it. He's
not
gonna
that
clear
time.
Easily down the front straightaway. Time to go into stage.
Denny was thinking he had control of the race, and he's now giving it back to the 24. Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe on the bottom of the screen. 2 more are Joe Gibbs Toyotas, 8 and 9.
So Bell up to 8th. They pitted at 249. All the other guys up there pitted at 239. You're talking about fuel burn, how long this next pit stop will be. Those 10 laps, what does that equal when you talk about potential fast stops on this next cycle?
Well, absolutely. You can run about, we'll call it 3. It's a little over 3 laps a gallon, right? So if you have 10 laps better, you're going to take 3 gallons less gas. That's a solid 1.5 seconds on the pit stop, 1.6 seconds on the pit stop. So if Bell can drive up there far enough and stay close enough, he can cycle his way right up into the mix.
I feel like a puppet now. You know, on NASCAR Live, we got to watch Steve as a bartender talking to the puppets, explaining race strategy and fuel loads and tire wear and all that. That was really good, buddy.
I appreciate it. I've got a lot of texts that if the puppets can understand it, I feel like I have to now. So,
Great battle right here between A.J. Allmendinger and Chastain for 5th as we close in on the finish of this 3rd stage. About 3 seconds behind the leader. AJ's done a good job all night long, just taking what's given, staying out of trouble. Chastain, too. Top of the screen, we still have a pretty decent battle for the lead. It's funny how you see a car that looks like
still
he's so
going
much
on
faster.
between 24-11 and 77. While we showed a battle for the 5th spot between Allmendinger and Chastain. Oh! Hamlin got the 24 loose once again. Here he comes to the inside.
5 to go, stage 3. You want to be in control of the race.
Oh,
It's
those two are side by side. Where's Hocevar going to go? He's going to try to go 3 wide.
3 wide for the top spot.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh.
Byron wheeling outside
Nope.
lane. Hamlin is there. This is incredible late in the stage.
Holy cow. Oh, my gosh. This
The 11
battle
and
is something
24 kind of
else.
slowed themselves down on corner exit, but he turned sideways. Byron's going to run the top here.
Well, with that challenge, Hamlin still can't get by the 24. 24 holds him off for now.
coming at 4 to go. I think we got to get
Oh
another
my
bite at this.
gosh, this battle is nuts.
What a battle. Yeah.
No kidding.
But you said it, Adam. They want to control the field to this next set of pit stops.
Missed 600 miles. And tonight we've been green so much. And the competition has been so intense. And look at the onboard camera right into the eyes of Denny Hamlin.
Wow.
He looks like he's staring through the competition. I'm not sure he blinked. No kidding.
He's 44 years old. And boy, I tell you what, he feels like a young man right now.
We had those kind of
Hamlin's
drivers
probably going, come here, Larson. Come here, Byron. Come here, Byron.
succeed and win races well beyond their 40th birthday, and this guy's one of them. Just an incredible race car driver. The 24s is dirty air right here, struggling on lap car in front.
Where's the lap car going to go? Get out of the way, lap car. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, lap car. Hamill once again goes low, but Byron has the drop off the high side.
Eyes of Denny Hamlin. I'm not sure.
Oh, jeez. Holy cow.
I love those clear visors on the
That's a
night
different
races.
graphic we saw. Up close and personal cam of Denny's eyes there.
Going to be one to go on the stage this time as they come back to the start-finish line.
Hamlin got really tight through the center of 3 and 4. That's allowing Kosovar to close in just a little bit. Final lap in stage 3.
A draft to get it going. He lost some speed down there in 3 and 4.
Some adversity to battle through for William Byron in stage 3. Actually lost the lead, but gathered up, drives on, continues strong on the long haul. Undefeated in stages this week.
And once again, William Byron will win the stage.
3-0 tonight in
Holy
the Coke 600.
Stage 3 winner William Byron. Can he complete the sweep?
Continues in the top 5.
Can William Byron complete the sweep tonight? We'll see.
Elliott, Briscoe, and Priest.
We will see.
Third driver to sweep the first 3 stages.
Man, what a battle at the end between Hamlin, Byron, and Hocevar. Holy cow.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy. I turn Boba. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on the news.
I got another Papa Pairings order. Any free medium pepperoni? Brownies.
Well, the right place, Sean.
This order is my address. See you at the summit. We're making you Papa Pairings for $6.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is. The Wi-Fi is moving like a. Green, it's sideways. It's working with Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi promise.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Michael, who've taken Ozempic.
As touring musicians, my type 2 diabetes could have slowed us down, but I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I'm lowering my A1C and lost some weight too. I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death, and others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pens. Only use needles. Don't take it if you or your family had NTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking the sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Goodyear still the only tire to win Monaco, Indianapolis, and Charlotte on the same day. Pit road going to open here, and we'll get a very important set of stops as we wrap the 3rd stage of the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron out front. He's led 225 laps and swept the first 3 stages. Now the hometown driver trying to finish the deal. Byron, Hamlin,
Alright, here we come for pit
the top 5 as we anticipate pit stops. Trevor May.
Here we go.
How much fuel these teams take here will decide everything. And Rudy Fugle says, go on me, Williams. You're going to go on me, which means they're going to add a little bit extra after the 4 tires go on.
As you see, Tyler Reddick, he wanted to be a little looser, but was afraid of too aggressive of a change, so they're going to go back slightly on the last adjustment. Just air pressure
down and away.
Charlotte Reddick for fresh tires and Goodyear fuel, or excuse me, Sonoma fuel, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said, I tried to hang on. I just got too loose once I got up front and got clean air. They did not wait on fuel for the 11 car. Meanwhile, Carson Hocevar said, I was
and Hamlin gets out first. Hocevar gets out second. Byron dumps out third.
Didn't wait on fuel, and look at that. They won the race off pit road.
Big movement on pit road there. Denny Hamlin gets out. Hocevar gets out. And then it's William Byron. We'll reset the running order in just a moment. First, let's check in with Danielle and the guys.
Yeah, thanks, Double A. Byron sweeping the first two stages. As mentioned, Carl, this is far from a runaway. An amazing side-by-side battle there towards the end with Denny Hamlin.
I thought I was going to need some coffee. I do not. That was spectacular. So much fun to watch. The guys are doing such a good job describing it. I couldn't come up with a metaphor, but then I thought jiu-jitsu, right? We got a black belt. Denny
Jiu-jitsu. Okay.
Putting stripes on that white belt. Just an amazing chess match. You were the only guy. If you're tell us what that's like. It's been super interesting to watch Denny being the black belt, turn the intensity up when it needs to, turn that down when it needs to. Easy for Denny or William to put themselves in that aerospace. They still know they got 100 laps to go. Who's going to be in this cat and mouse game, Carl? Unbelievable, right? He's creeping up there. How hard will he push it? I'm going to be talking to the front row now. His picker just. It's going to be Denny and the rookie essentially starting the front row. And that car is amazing. So if he can get out and clean air, there's no telling what he can do.
Adam, this takes me back to the pre-race show. Carl thought a veteran would win it, or he thought a young guy was going to get it done. If Marcivar does it, he'd become the youngest of the 600.
Yeah, it's great stuff from everyone down there. We were talking about the body language here in the booth, and you guys reacted to everything that's happening on track. Did you see the intensity Brent was down there? I mean, he's gripping that mic. He's ready to go. I love it.
They're doing a good job down there. Love what Joey and Edwards are bringing to the conversation. A lot of great points. I'm just so impressed by those cars. This kid, God, I know that he's got a storied past. It's a very short one, but it's storied. He's had a lot of,
Is Matt Kenseth still the last rookie driver to win the Coca-Cola 600? I believe so. I believe so.
It's so fast, and I don't want to discount Spire. They've done an amazing job. They took major risks with their organization and their business model to go from running just a business to being performance-based. It's very, very impressive. But he is driving the wheels off of the 77. And, man, what a win would do for his career.
Oh, my goodness. And what it would do to shake the standing. A driver from below the cut line delivering and getting into playoffs. Let's get our Napa know-how moment, guys.
All right, well, we know it's going to take a couple things to get to the finish line here. Long run speed, we see some of these cars fast on the short run, but that long run speed is going to be the defense a little bit, trying to hold on to your track position. We've seen the leaders take the lead and then dial it back a little bit and play defense. Who can do that the best?
I'm telling you, Adam, the fuel load on these race cars right now are being held close to the vest, closer than a poker hand. They don't want anyone to know. Denny Hamlin was on pit road for 9 seconds. William Byron, 10.4 seconds. That extra second and a half, you heard Trevor Bain say it. He heard Rudy Fugle tell William Byron, go on me. Then you heard Marty say Denny didn't. Those are the type of strategy decisions. These aren't huge changes of direction. This isn't pit or doesn't pit. It comes down to how long you dare sit in that pit box. You have to pay the piper at some point. So if Hamlin needs a little bit more fuel, will he not? Will we have enough yellows, or will he have to take a longer green flag stop? All
margin for error, 0 in a race like this, Marty.
And Adam, since they have gone under caution here, that's all Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin have been talking about it. He just told his driver a moment ago, we did not hold you. We think if you save us enough here under caution, we can do it with just one can and not have to hold you in the middle of this stop at the middle of stage 4, Trevor.
What kind of
Rudy
strategy
Fugle with
is
that call to
this?
wait on him there. Feels like they can make it to
Hamlin
the end
thinking
now
that
on
he can
fuel.
make
So
it
that
for
question
just
is answered.
one?
Now can William Byron find a way to
Hmm.
get by Carson Hocevar and Denny Hamlin, who have been strong this last 20 laps, Kim?
AJ Allmendinger
How will
still
this-
holding on in the top
how
10,
will
but
this
the
play out?
migration of the track has affected that race car. Right now, he's just in a four-wheeled slide. They did make a significant adjustment on that last stop.
The
AJ
Prime
needing a good point
broadcast will
say. They've
really-
been in a backslide
really-
points-wise the last few weeks.
really premiered to show the race to their best ability. It shows they put more care and effort than Fox. Oh yeah, definitely.
And then when Trevor lets us know that he's good on fuel,
Fox should
good
take
meaning
notes of
that
this.
they know they're only gonna need tires, and when they drop
Really
the jack, you
prepare
can leave. No
to
more
show the
concern for
race
extra
to
fuel
their-
during the pit stop.
The race,
What
their
about the
best
contrast
ability.
on the front row here?
Yep.
Inside
Fox
and
should
control the
take
race. Denny
notes.
Hamlin, 44 years old.
Take notes,
56
Fox.
career wins. Outside of him, second-year driver Carson Hocevar, 22 years old. He's never been to victory lane. What a position to be in here.
All right.
Ready for the fourth and final stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Hamlin Hocevar front
All right.
row.
Here we
And
go.
they're headed to the
Here we
Echo
go.
Park
Here we go.
Automotive restart zone.
Restart zone. And green flag, final stage underway. Final 100 laps.
Denny doesn't have a whole lot of help back there for the 24. Hocevar off into turn one with a good push. Oh!
Oh, whoa,
the
whoa,
77's
whoa.
got major issues.
Big issue for the 77. The car just blew up. Carson Hocevar just blew up, it looks like. And they're wrecking.
The wreck behind, the chaos continues, but blew up over the radio. The great run, the heartbreak for the 77.
Ah, man.
It fucking blew up.
Damn.
Copy, all blew up.
Wow. Caution number 8.
Damn.
And it's for Carson Hocevar,
Oh.
who had been spectacular
Yikes.
tonight. From 39th to 2nd, and on the doorstep of
Wow.
competing for his first career victory, blows up and sits idle on a back straightaway.
That sucks for
The car's
Hocevar.
collected in this as well.
Had such a great run.
Some damage,
Had
but let's
such
take
a
look
great
at
night
77-year-old
going. In
inside.
position to possibly score
Long
his
race.
first career win.
Drivers talk about
And
how
it blows
just
up right in the middle of turns
mental
1 and
focus,
2.
But also the machines.
Damn.
Really, all the drivers behind him did an amazing job, and then finally we run out of real estate here, and
And
Busher
yeah,
gets
Busher,
collected in it.
Yeah, the 23
Busher tried to avoid the 77.
He's
He
on pit
just
road with
lost
some
it.
right front damage. Bubba Wallace. We don't often see engine failure, Steve. No, it's kind of, and it's a restart. You're going through the gears, you're shifting.
that's what I was wondering. You know, in the H pattern, the old 4-speed, you would
Dang,
think maybe a
I'm surprised
shift
that-
or a sloppy shift.
I'm surprised that Adam
Sequential, it
Alexander-
seems like they're not even really
I'm
lifting off
surprised
the
that
gas
Adam
anymore. That
Alexander
seems
didn't
to be- it
apologize
should
for
be
that
relatively
language we heard.
Plus, I believe Carson, if he felt like it was driver error, his
I'm
radio
surprised that Adam
communication would have been a
Alexander
little
or Dale
different.
Jr. didn't apologize for the
I have enough
language we
respect for
heard
all
from
of you drivers, I
Hocevar.
can tell you like
It
is, but
effing
watch this
blew
right here
up.
on board.
Bottom.
Good job, Chase Elliott didn't do that.
Well, he doesn't want to hear this now early in his career, but I've seen enough out of this young man and Spire that he's going to have more of these. He's going to have more opportunities to win races. This one's going to sting, but it was very impressive.
Hey, but a lot of
Man.
stage points tonight. 15 for him. That helps minimize the damage. And here's the other thought as he climbs out of the race car. Average running position for him tonight, 9.4. That's after he started in the 39th position. It speaks to how solid they were all night long.
So there's two things that we talk about experience is track time. Get that by labs, simulator time, all of the above. And then there is race experience. And what he just was able to do all night, restarting with the top 2 or 3 rows with William Byron, with Denny Hamlin, with the Bells, with the Reddicks. That's information, Dale. You know, you can't get off video, you can't get off a book, you can't have a conversation with an experienced driver. I really believe you have to build that bucket of knowledge on your own. And that's what Carson, he's a more valuable race car driver after this DNF than he was before the race started today. The stats won't show it, but what he did tonight has definitely built his information up, and he'll be better next week.
And this caution also helps Denny Hamlin's cause. They're trying to save fuel, trying to get those caution laps, trying to be able to shorten up that pit stop that they're going to have to take somewhere along in the stage. He's out there riding around, shutting the car, cycling the engine, saving that gas.
Yeah, right. The gamble was with 100 laps to go, and now the gamble looks like it's paying off.
Caution to the night.
You could say his dente is overcooked at Chili's. Good one. Good one.
Pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros have what you need us with every part you need. Brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California. Brake pads to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, driven by one mission to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. and IHOP, things have been moving fast. All right, looks like the pancake got a third. Take it free. Go, go, go.
Is that Toto?
Catering? Look, it's pancakes!
Guided Delivery Catering.
Will you sell my pancakes? Like NASCAR, but don't know who to root for? Toyota's got you covered. This guy went from dirt tracks to cup cars. This new kid is all gas, no brakes. And him, just a 3-time Daytona winner, no big deal. That's just a taste of our team of legends. Now you're up to speed. You in?
This is Pato Award. His last name's Irish, but his first words were. Pato's the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. He's tasted every kind of victory, except for the lactose variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He charms like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got groupies. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato Award. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Back in Charlotte, let's do the IHOP surprise move of the race. Focus here, Kyle Larson.
Yeah, it's been a tough night for Kyle. Just got back on the lead lap when this accident right here is going to take him out. There he is trying to get through. Contact with
That's the IHOP
Flores,
surprise move of the race.
destroy the right rear of that car. And
That's kind of cold.
never know
if you
really
ask
what
me.
this team could have been able to accomplish. They had the speed to get up there and get it done, but out early tonight.
I'm surprised what we've seen here in Charlotte, only because as we talked off the top of the broadcast tonight, the level of motivation after the disappointment in Indy. And he came out, hungry early, right? Starts on the front row driving incredible, and then once it got away from him, they got behind the 8 ball, eventually involved in another accident, as you talked about, and not able to recover.
And
but
yes, they are.
Here's a driver that's got 3 wins in the bank, and going to be a player over the course of the balance of 2025. We'll do the choose here. Hamlin inside, Byron outside. It's fitting. Now these two back on the front row.
I want to make a mention of a driver on that list, or 2 actually, Austin Dillon and Brad Keselowski. Keselowski's worked hard to get himself up into the field here after a tough night. Austin Dillon, quiet all night long, but this guy right here finds his way into the top 10 finishes at this racetrack. Somehow, some way, he's just as clean, not a lot of mistakes. We see a lot of other teams have trouble, and he'll have this 3 car in the top 10 late when it counts. Even though they really don't have the speed, good racecraft.
Ranks on restarts.
Yeah, William Byron, number 1. He's done nothing but improve that ranking tonight, with impressive as he's been. We'll see if Hamlin can defend against the number 1 guy in the series.
Hamlin driving for Coach Gibbs. That means he should be good on defense, right?
Man, they used
about
Cowboys.
those teams, Dale.
They used Cowboys as a code word earlier in the year. I just don't know. Nothing makes sense.
Right,
that was
here we
highly
go.
controversial.
Should have been.
Restart zone.
Restart comes.
Green flag.
87 to go in the Coke 600. Hamlin and Byron get that free.
Hamlin's getting a great push.
Wow, Hamlin got a great
Reddick
push
right
from
there,
his
not a lot of help
from
the
his
24.
employee
Hamlin's gonna get
Reddick.
down in the corner and clear.
AJ Allmendinger through the
Oh,
middle.
Jesus. Hang on a
Chase
minute.
Elliott going in the wrong
Look
direction.
out.
Wow. Chase Briscoe looks good in the 19. Hamlin out front. Byron is there.
AJ down to the bottom of the racetrack in that 16. Trying to take a spot from Chastain.
Oh, Hamlin got really tight through center 1 and 3 and 4. Here goes Byron to the inside.
And carried a ton of exit speed.
He painted that line coming through 3 and 4 to William.
Oh,
Byron.
they almost touched there.
As they head toward turn 1, here's the 24 trying to
And can Byron clear him? Yes, he will.
He does. All clear off the 2.
Power move to the inside.
Himself in front of the 11.
Right by the 11.
Look at Reddick getting racing.
Now Reddick's going to try to challenge Hamlin for second.
Pace is picking up here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a new fastest lap. Rebels clawed his way back in the top 5. AJ Allmendinger's going to that's what he does for 4th. Tyler Reddick, he called him out. He wanted to see more.
And Reddick goes to second from Hamlin.
He shouldn't have said it so loud.
Big move.
Tyler's going to drive across
But Hamlin's
the
going to
racetrack.
try to take it back from his employee.
Back to the inside. Back to second place.
Oh, that got really tight.
Keep him even into 1.
It's 2 heavyweight boxers just standing in the ring trading blows time after time, lap after lap. And we still
With
have
those 2 balance side by side, that's going to allow Ross Chastain to catch up on these 2.
Allmendinger with a little rally here. Ross Chastain a part of the mix.
Toyota's battle as Byron drives away.
Oh, boy.
Side by side still, Denny Hamlin.
Yep.
Reddick down the front straightaway.
William
Here
Byron's
comes
loving
Chastain
this
in
right
the
now.
mix.
William Byron's saying, how about doing that one more? How about you keep doing that one more time, boys? While I pull away from here.
I don't believe he's thinking that, actually.
It's coming to the end of this race. They wouldn't
Oh,
expect
now
anything
Reddick
less.
finally clears his
Let him
car.
go. He'd yell at
Reddick
him on Monday.
finally clears his boss.
You bet. A little bit of fire out of this 45, literally and figuratively, as he's climbed his way into second place. Can he go
Oh,
out
but
there?
Hamlin's not giving it up so easily.
And the Toyotas could drive into the corner so deep and close the gap.
Oh,
off.
Hamlin got tight
William Byron.
once again.
Byron strong on corner exit. But both the 45 and the 11 beat Byron down into the corner.
It was a heck of a battle, and like I said, it started on corner entry. Dale, check this out. Hamlin leading, Byron second. Watch how much the 24 gives up on entry right here. This has got to be just to help his corner speed. Look right here. Back to the gas, turns to the bottom. Look at that acceleration.
Yep.
Took the line away from Bell as well, which started his downfall.
The advantage you have when you lift early and gas it in the middle of the corner. That's the advantage that Byron's using.
I'm going to tell you,
That's what Byron. That's what Byron is using to his advantage.
Yep. Done a good job. Chastain will have momentum off the corner here. Your top 3 right there in line. Chastain's clear in the 4th. Briscoe and Bell behind AJ. It's a great race shaping up for the end. 79 laps to go.
I want to go back to Chastain, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. But his big complaint after they finished second at Texas
And
was their
Briscoe
lack
will
of
take over the
performance
fifth
on
spot from
Saturdays. As Chase
Allmendinger. No, Briscoe's
goes
in
after
tight.
AJ Allmendinger here. Chastain
That
appeared
slowed
to have
up
it all buttoned
Allmendinger's
up on
progress right
Saturday.
now to try to
Yesterday, they have
catch
a tire issue,
Chastain.
the crash, they have to go to a backup car. We're seeing what this team is capable of if they can put all the pieces together.
So, you know, when I was thinking performance on Saturday is like the
Jesus,
squeeze
Briscoe.
job, slide job, didn't quite work. Now Denny Hamlin back on the 45 to finish that point. I was thinking it was, hey, we just needed to start better. But what I'm thinking now is they just needed to have a better idea what they needed for a setup because they had speed before they wrecked.
And Briscoe close Allmendinger. Will Allmendinger try to cross over? Yes, he will.
He had to lift off the gas, and he's back under attack.
And a lot of these drivers you see racing up there need to have a good position when you look at the standings. And Briscoe in that category, the same for Chastain, comes in with a decent little margin over the cut line. And certainly A.J. Allmendinger in that group as well.
Let's just remind everyone, these drivers have been in the car now for multiple hours, right? We are 322 laps into this race. A normal 500-mile race is around 367 laps. and they're racing like they're fresh, like they just jumped in the car. Their mental focus is absolutely tested.
Well, Hamlin's trying once again to get to Byron.
Not a lot of reset opportunities for any of these guys.
Now, you saw the 11 pass the 24 earlier. I believe the 11 is better when you move down. Oh, the 24 defensive,
Byron,
a lane lower.
Byron doing the defensive line to keep Hamlin behind him along the middle lane.
NASCAR frustrates the driver sometimes with how it works, but it turns us.
While that was going on, Ross Chastain has moved up into the third position, taking it from Tyler Reddick.
The 24 knows it. Look at the 24 moving around, uncomfortable. He's going to go wherever that 11 is if he can.
That's right. Now
Oh,
what?
Hamlin really tied off the corner
The 24 goes down now. The 11's going to run the top.
Well, he just has to keep Denny guessing and keep changing what he's doing. He can't do the same thing twice.
See the focus that's looking back at William Byron. Okay, when he glances down towards camera, towards us, you see his eyes keep looking down. Really focus on that. We'll zoom in. Just watch him. I'm going to do it on corner exit because that's when he's going to check his mirror, right? So watch these eyes right here as I zoom in. See if he looks down to his right a little bit. He kind of keeps looking down right here. Right there, that right there is the camera on the roof looking out back, just like your SUV at home or the brand new car you bought. They have rear view cameras. He doesn't have to look up to the mirror. He's looking down at the dash.
Oh, another big run that Hamlin had off the top. He's going to try to go.
Right here.
Nope. I don't think so. There was a lap car right in the middle. Geez, Hamlin is not letting Byron get away. Oh, he's going to drive it in once again.
Yeah.
Going to try to get to his corner panel.
That corner panel.
He's right there.
Oh, yep, there he is. Yep.
Byron
That's
feels
what it's like at home watching with us, too. We can't help it.
Here comes Denny Hamlin. These two have been outstanding in the second half of this race. Nearly contact there as Denny drives it down into the corner.
And Hamlin goes back to the point. Oh, gosh.
The 11 now in control of this race.
Oh, my gosh.
That's done right there. Denny Hamlin able to get by now. We saw this earlier in the stage before. Denny would take the lead. Look how close they come right here. Out.
How close was it?
Against the wall, entering turn one. Yes, contact right there between both cars.
That is.
So we saw this. Denny jumps into the lead. Now can he drive away? In the stage before, the 24 closed the gap and even retook the lead from Denny late in the stage. We got a lot of laps left. Does this 11 car have the long run speed?
70 to go, basically. You're right. I mean, it feels like we've been here a long time, and we have. But the reality is a whole lot to happen here before this thing is decided.
Denny Hamlin, man, that focus that we get to see here is intense. It's amazing to watch these guys drive. They're the best race car drivers in the world. Look at how serious this guy is about what he's doing. He is focusing on every little imperfection and crack and mark in the racetrack, trying to place this car perfectly.
Yeah, I do too, Alessandro. Steve Letarte and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Their excitement in their voices. The excitement in their voices makes it much more enjoyable.
Race to remember.
Major David Gray, United States Air Force. Thank you. Sergeant Carl Edward
Eddie McGee Jr., United States Air Force.
Master Sergeant Jose J. Gonzalez, United States Army. Captain Robert Michael Seashare, United States Marine Corps.
Specialist Eric M. Finnegan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Justin R. Whiting, United States Army. First Lieutenant Matthew Robert Davis, United States Marine Corps. I am honored to have you riding with me.
My mortgage lender used Agent Force, powerful AI from Salesforce. A digital agent would have helped me pre-qualify.
Oh, Hamlin got tight. Here comes Byron once again.
Who's the buyer? Hey, bro. Welcome to Casa de Wood. Oh, jeez. Who's up for next week? See what I'm sure. Agent Force helps lenders with best financing.
Hamlin's fighting back on the inside. But Byron's got the drive off the high side. I think he's going to clear him coming off turn 2. Yes, he will.
Give this town a chance.
Why?
Because maybe then we'll finally know more.
Grandpa, why am I not doing good? Well, Ty, you didn't qualify in the top 5. Well, Ty, maybe it's because you're not driving it correctly, like I told you.
Yeah, you got that!
65 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. The battle for the lead continues to be outstanding. Who you got? William Byron, Denny Hamlin. Every lap, the momentum seems to change for these two.
Yeah, as soon as someone takes the lead, you think that they're going to drive away.
Byron's
but they
back
don't.
up to
Right
the
here,
point.
Denny Hamlin leading the race. Sees the lap car, has to adjust his line.
Whoa,
The 24 doesn't, carries tons of momentum down the front straightaway. He's going to fake high, take Denny up the racetrack, dive low, put himself in position to try down here into the quarter panel of the 11. Denny low into the corner, gets tight. Both of the cars drive up the racetrack tight, can't finish the throttle. Side by side draft down the back straightaway for the lead. The 24 clears into 3.
Now Denny Hamlin, bottom right, trying to do the same exact thing. Just work his way to that left rear quarter panel. You see that fire out the pipes. That's the lift point of both race cars. On board with Denny Hamlin. Inches, trying to gain inches. And let's remind everybody, 63 laps to go. We're inside the fuel window. If you pit now, you could make it. I would expect 5 laps or so. We're going to see green flag pit stops, and it will be a duel on off pit road. Will have to be crystal clean, the pit stop clean. The only advantage, if there is one of being second, is maybe you could kill pit road first. Come 1 lap sooner, that could leapfrog the leader on pit road.
Here's the other thought, 2.5 seconds, the margin, when you look at the leader back to 5th. So everybody kind of in this game right now, and depending on when you come, the tires and all that, you can really make a move here in this final little stretch of the race, Trevor.
Yeah, with this cat and mouse going on with Denny Hamlin and William Byron, the spotter has become crucial for William Byron. Every corner he's feeding him information about exactly where that 11 car is running, so he can shut that air off to the car behind him, Marty.
Trevor, final stops coming up very shortly. And remember on the run before this, when Denny Hamlin...
Yep, green flag pit stops could be a factor in the late stages of this race.
Not able to do that, and he told Gale
Green flag pit stops could be a factor late in this race, in the late stages of this race.
I tell you what, these two get to racing each other, Adam. Guess who's right behind? Ross Chastain. He's now in 3rd.
He is just laying in wait. You're exactly right, Marty. In a very good position is Ross Chastain.
Let's not forget, last time on pit road, we saw a variance of pit stop times. I'm equating that to how much fuel was on board. Hamlin the fastest, so he has the least. Does he need extra fuel? Byron was there for 10.4. He has the most. Allmendinger, Briscoe, you kind of see the variance. Longer pit stop, more fuel in, shorter pit stop. You left the pump without getting full. We'll see if it pays off. The opposite here on this next week.
Hey, and the other thing is, we've been here a long time tonight. We talk about the drivers, but the pit crews as well. I mean, you have to be buttoned up, no mistakes here.
Well, NASCAR Insights, I've been quoting those ranks all night about restarts and defense. Well, let me throw pit crew rank. William Byron, 4th tonight. Denny Hamlin, number 1.
Dylan's on pit road, so this might start the last green flag pit cycle.
With the 3 team being one of the first cars to hit pit road, they're going to see if they can get a tire advantage here early in this stage.
This might start the last green flag cycle, pit stop cycle.
I like the tire advantage. Trevor means come early. Hey, I told the puppet sis at the beginning, remember, pit too early, a caution could hurt you. Pit too late, old tires will get you. Let's see right here, John Hunter, Nemechek. Oh my gosh!
Oh, Jesus! Hang on with Nemechek.
That's not right from this car. Was having a great night.
Good
Made
speed.
pretty hard
That's
contact
just
with the outside wall.
He scored 13 stage points. So good for him.
Yeah. So what I was saying about the 3 was that just, try to use those fresh shots. Not as big an advantage like Darlington or Miami where you have a ton of fall off, but it's still over a second faster. Every lap you have new tires.
But you saw that mistake there about the 42, and this is the time of the race where you're getting beyond what you traditionally do for the 400, 500-mile events. This is where the mental mistakes start to show up for some teams and on pit road as well. This is a long, long race. Tough on equipment, tough on the mental side of it. We'll see if some of these drivers start showing us that.
The 3 keys to me on this cycle of pit stops: execute, 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 right?
So easy to say. So hard to do.
AJ Allmendinger trying
Easier said than done, as they say.
Just can't do it. Great run for Collie tonight.
Yep, the pit window is now
Right
open.
behind him. And then it's Brad Keselowski.
The final pit window
About
is
all the
now
bad luck they have
open.
had. On the wrong side of the points, but he's come to play tonight. Had a lot of things thrown at him.
And how about
The man that
Brad
won this race in
Keselowski in the
2020
8th
in the game and
position?
in line for a great finish.
Now, if you're asking, look, if new tires are faster, why don't you just pit now and put them on? Very simply, length of track, time on pit road. Pitting under green here puts you down a lap. Austin Dillon currently is 1 lap down, but caution comes out.
Could this be the night that Brad Keselowski finally gets his first top 10 of the season?
AJ just not quite enough race car to be able to get up there and get up beside the 45. Christopher Bell back there in the 20. Finally getting that track position back that he lost early in the race. He just doesn't have the speed to equal his teammate Denny Hamlin. Doesn't have that speed that he had last year to help him win this race. I think they've improved slightly on the 1.5 mile stuff. Looks like he's coming pit road.
And Christopher Bell's coming onto pit road. Here he comes.
Second, all yellow, now.
Bell was 7th, gives up the spot. He will make his scheduled green flag stop here.
That's not going to shake the leaders. Adam Stevens, bottom left of your screen. I think this call is smart, Marty, but I don't think it'll have the leaders come with him.
Boy, Steve, that was a late call from Adam Stevens, who was in the middle, entering turn 3, and you heard the call on the radio when he brought Bell to pit
And here
road.
come the leaders, both Hamlin and Byron.
And here comes William Byron to pit road.
Both Hamlin and Byron coming in at the same time. Oh boy, this could be tight. No mistakes. Come on. Come on, you gotta get out in front of the 11. Come on. All right, go.
Not have to hold him. They do go to the second can, but they're able to get it plugged in without losing too much time. We'll see where he cycles out.
Leaders pit 15.
Oh, this is a drive race.
How tight is it? By that much as they come off the pit lane.
Hey, get out in front of the 11. Oh, just barely gets out in front of the 11. Just barely gets out in front of the 11. Holy cow, that was tight. Holy cow, that was tight.
Ross Chastain takes over the race lead. He'll still have to come to the pit lane. A number of other drivers behind him in that same position. But once it cycles through, these two will be 1-2. Here's 24 radio.
You see the 11 waving, we will fucking pitch, okay? You see him waving, I want to pitch. Copy, yep.
That's communication. Rudy Fugle to the spotter. Spotters will wave so you don't get run over. And he basically gave him the green light. If you see the 11 waving, we're coming with him. I love Rudy Fugle being direct, making it happen. Now it's a battle. Let's talk real quick about Keselowski, McDowell, Elliott, Jones, Berry, Busch. What are they looking for? A yellow. They're trying to flip.
Oh,
Dale
boy.
and I talked about the gamble we
Keselowski,
made in 2011.
McDowell,
We
Elliott,
ran out of
Jones,
gas.
Berry.
This is the same type
All
of
these
gamble.
guys
Their
looking for a
chance to win the
yellow?
race
How in
is
the
a
world is this
very
going to
lucky
work?
yellow here towards the
How
end.
in
I
the
don't
world
hate
is
the
this
call
going
for
to
any of
work?
those guys, especially Elliott. Had a
Oh
great
my
consistent
goodness.
year.
Oh
He
my
needs a win.
goodness.
Well, Keselowski, think about where he is. I mean, a win
Oh,
would be
and Reddick too
monumental for
fast
this crew.
exiting.
See on the lower left of the screen,
Ouch.
too fast exiting for the 45
Tyler
of
Reddick
Reddick.
too fast exiting.
Great night for the 45.
Yeah, they have to come to pit road, serve this penalty, and
All
that'll
for naught for Reddick.
probably ruin any opportunity and a good result.
Yep, Tyler Reddick with the speeding penalty, a great night, and it's all for nothing.
Aragone's going to pit. Kyle
Yikes.
Busch up in fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen is there. Celebrate where they are, but realize that they're still going to need a trip down the pit lane.
Ty, it's too late
Byron
for
is
that.
now 10th
Just
in
work
the
with
running
what you
order in front
have.
of Hamlin by that much.
And I really believe, even with a yellow, because I'm not sure these guys will pit, everybody in front needs to. This is it. 48 laps to go. We've talked about how long the race is. We've talked about everything that's happened. The last time down pit road, if you can believe it, the two cars that are here, the 24 and the 11, the exact same pit stop time. Trevor.
Well, guys, in my career, I remember.
Oh, Gibson top 10? Yeah. But he still needs to pit, I think. I think Gibbs still needs to pit.
On that outlap, coming back to the green flag. What do you think about that, Dale Jr., getting off pit road with all the speed that he can?
It's a very, very bumpy pit exit. This whole track, we talk about all the bumps, wet bumps everywhere, even on the apron. Now, Larson spun out on that apron when we first came here to test the next gen car.
Yeah, I agree, NASCAR Fan 33. This has been a great race. It has been a good race overall.
Off the apron and extending that lead. Now he's just got to drive his heart out. Hope that he can stay ahead of the 11. Let this cycle
Now,
finish out.
Gillen and McDowell
Right
are now making their
take
pit
another look at this.
stops.
This is side by side post pit stop. Byron and Hamlin. Hamlin is really kind of at the door of Byron as they leave pit road. But then when they get to that last yellow line, it's unbelievable the acceleration. Check this out, Dale.
We kind of need more than horsepower,
The 24
though.
is there. We've talked to some guys that look right here.
We kind of need more horsepower, though. Yeah, I agree with that. Despite the good racing we've seen tonight, we still need
This
some
is an
more
impressive
horsepower.
acceleration for the 24. Yeah, I was more impressed with the
But I'll
second
take,
half of that.
but I'll
around
take what we
28
have right
two,
now.
where
I'll
it's
take,
really
I'll
rubbing
take
against
this
speed
race
right
as a
here.
good race.
This
What we
part
have.
right there. He's driving.
So this was
Look at
this
Denny
was really
struggling
serviceable for
to
now.
be able to throttle up. 24 car gapped it right there.
That
gets
might have
comfortable.
won William Byron the
Now he
race
just has
right
to
there.
focus on his
That
lap.
drive off pit road.
Every corner, making the perfect lap. They say football game.
What is the max of horsepower right now? Well, we're hearing rumblings or rumors that they might go to 750 next year. But we need more. We need more than rumors. We need confirmation.
How much did William Byron study leaving pit road? Did he try it in practice? Things we never see on a Saturday. Is that what makes the difference now that we're here?
All right, now Kyle Busch and Joey Logano on pit road making their
Keselowski
stops.
gave up the lead. He came down. Chase Elliott had taken over the top spot.
Oh,
He
the
will
current
now
horsepower we
go.
have
Shane
now,
Van Gisbergen
it's still
does
at
the same.
670.
It's William Byron,
It's
Denny
still
Hamlin back up
670 for
inside
now.
the top five, and eventually they will go back on point when everyone gets their service, Marty.
Hail Mary over for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson. They tried all they could. Chase said a couple runs ago, he said, I just need to be better on restarts tonight. 4 tires here. That in essence will hand the lead
Elliott's
back to
down in a
William
way.
Byron once Ty Gibbs comes down pit road here in just a moment.
Ty, the
Now the last driver
running it
that
long.
needs to pit
Everybody
is
else has
Ty
come down, made their
Gibbs.
pit stop under green.
And if you're going to run this strategy, commit to it. Run until you need fuel. Because the longer you run, if the caution comes out, now the question is, Byron, Hamlin, Chastain, they may come and get tires again. It's been 10 laps. They might say, man, we got to have fresh tires. Somebody's going to pit. So I love the gamble, and I love the all-in aspect, right? The 54 is trying everything. This traffic in front of the 24 is not what he wants to see, though.
Denny's been matching lap times with the 24, but yeah, that's a lot of traffic for the
Get out of the way,
24
traffic. Get out of the way,
It's going
please.
to allow Denny to close that gap just a little bit.
Get out of the way,
There's
traffic.
Denny
Thank
back
you.
there, top of the screen.
Cole Custer.
This will be a tough challenge for Denny because he's had the short run speed, but the 24's had the long run speed. So Denny's going to be asked to run it down, then pass him. When the 24's technically been the
Oh,
strongest.
he got out of the way. He got out of the way. But still,
Run him down.
that fraud shouldn't be racing at all.
That's a good pep talk.
I just go to the pressure of this race and how the 24 team has really done an outstanding job of delivering in every situation, hitting it out of the park on pit road, the level of concentration over the long haul for William Byron on track. Been dominant tonight, leading 251 laps, sweeping the first 3 stages, and now trying to close the deal.
Last lap, he was 2 tenths better than Denny, even going through that traffic. Almost 2 seconds
between the two cars.
Yep, there's Ty Gibbs right in front of William Byron, who still has yet to
Hoping
pit.
for that yellow flag before he has to come to pit road. There's the 54 off of turn 2.
You see the lap time, right? 31.8 to 37. So, he's losing well over a second a lap. The only way this pays off is that yellow. But there is a pathway. I can tell you, there is something they're looking for.
And
They're
it looks
looking
like
for a
that yellow's not going to
Driver's
come
been
for
behind
him.
the wheel for a long,
That yellow's not going to
long
come
time,
for Ty
Somebody will
Gibbs.
make a mental error,
As
make a
Byron is
mistake.
closing fast.
Well, when you get inside of 40 laps to go, if you get one caution,
Yep, and there it is.
2, 3, or 4. And here's Byron.
Yep.
He's caught Ty Gibbs, drives
Now
by.
Byron goes back to the
And
point.
even before Gibbs comes down and makes his pit stop, Byron is
Byron
back in the
back
race
to the
lead.
point.
Yeah, William Byron, Rudy Fugel, what a pair they've done, right? 13 of William Byron's 14 wins have been with Rudy Fugel. They work together at the Truck Series. They have this understanding of one another. Tons of respect, tons of trust. I had a nice long conversation at a charity event I was at with William Byron after their disappointment at Darlington. Remember, they had that race won, and a mistake on the green flag pit stop running a little too long cost them that. Him and Rudy had a little heart-to-heart about what went wrong, what he needed, what we think. Pinpoint fingers, just a heart-to-heart. And I think it only galvanized the relationship more. And then here it is, green flag cycle. You heard him yell in the spotter about where they're going to pit. You have to wonder if that Darlington loss gave them the confidence to execute as well as they did on this cycle tonight.
You talk about the missed opportunity in Darlington for William Byron. Who won that race?
Denny Hamp. Oh, yeah. You know who knows that better than anybody? That crew chief down there who got beat. He knows how those go down.
It's funny. I was talking to Rudy Fugel in the garage earlier today. I said, what do you think? He said, well, we got as good a chance as anybody. And I think it's a little bit better than that.
Indy was a little bit quicker that last lap by. He's closed it down to 1.6 seconds. If there's some life here in that 11 car,
35 to go.
another 10, down to 1.5 seconds.
Let's get a few updates on these drivers running up front. We start with William Byron and Trevor.
Yeah, not much to report from William Byron right now. Just trying to be smooth, run every lap that he can while taking care of the tires in case Denny Hamlin puts up a challenge here later.
Marty. Denny Hamlin sitting in second. And if you look at the larger picture for Joe Gibbs Racing, Trevor, we've talked about their intermediate struggles. This was a massive step forward.
Stenhouse Jr. out of nowhere with a top 10 and is running in 10th.
Mechanical failure. Denny Hamlin within range here. Still 34 laps
where?
to go, but a second and a half behind. Ross Chastain, how about this evening for that one
Where
team?
is Stenhouse?
Fastest car in practice yesterday. They wrecked
I
that
don't
car.
see him in the top 10. What are you talking about, Alessandro?
3 hours of sleep.
What are you
building
talking
this
about?
backup car, and they have driven it from 40th up to 3rd for Ross Chastain.
Stenhouse is in 12th. What are you talking about? Oh, he was in 10th briefly, but got passed by McDowell. Oh, okay. I see.
Overall, they had that penalty early in the race after letting the tire get a long here on pit road, but he is driven back up through the field as well right now in the third position. And Ty Gibbs trying to make it last as long as he can. Just lost another spot to AJ Allmendinger, but if they give that caution, they can greatly improve where they can finish tonight.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski up to 7. We saw him very deep in the field earlier. They keep making this car better. If you remember, he was one of the last cars to hit in this last cycle. So he's gradually marching forward. He has a little bit better tires right now than anybody else. Right behind him, Austin Dillon, who's in a similar scenario. Started way back, has worked his way forward. He's on the opposite strategy. The first car to hit pit road in this cycle, Marty.
Trevor Christopher Bell battling with Austin Dillon there and gets the 8th spot momentarily. They quite haven't had the speed as their teammate.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh.
Jr. pointed out a moment ago. But Bell will look back at 2 restarts tonight where they lost a ton of track position, but still, as Adam's team has won it coming into the race, Kim, a step forward for the 20 team.
Nice rebound by Michael McDowell. Remember, way earlier in the race, he missed his chip on, had to come down a second time. They lost a ton of
He's had
track
a
position, so great
solid
rebound for them.
night tonight.
I talked with crew chief Travis Peterson.
Started
He said,
15th,
you know, we used
ran
to come
high
to a
of
mile and a
second
half, and I
and
felt
low
like I had a
36,
hand
but now inside the top 10, running solidly
I feel like
in
we've got
10th.
tons of potential on the mile and a half. Right now, running top 10 for Michael McDowell.
just outside the top 10. The 60 of Ryan Priest, a great first year with RFK, continues. Had struggles early, had an issue on pit road.
There's Ryan Priest in the 11th spot.
By Ty Dillon, yet they recovered.
Solid
He's all the way
run for the
back up to
RFK
11th,
driver.
making the most of this opportunity, continuing a hot start.
Yeah, right behind him, Noah Gregson. Noah ran so well early in the race.
Noah
They lost a little
Gregson.
track position, trying to bring it home, though, in this number 4. Noah's just been such a hard charger. Let's listen to Denny Hamlin, though.
All right, well, I'm going to give you an update. We're totally screwed up on fuel here. None of the second can put any fuel in, so we got about 15 more we can go. We're going to run to the switch. Hopefully we catch a caution before then. But if we don't, we're going to run to the switch.
And Adam, that is the radio for Denny Hamlin. They did not, that second can that we talked about, did not go in. They did not get any fuel from the second can for Denny Hamlin. And you heard Chris Kell say, we can only run 15 more laps, Steve. So that's the situation for Denny Hamlin. Either hoping for a caution or they're going to have a problem and have to come back down pit road.
All right, let's take a look at this pit stop. 2 cans. Marty said this whole strategy was to try to do it on 1 can. Hamlin comes in. Now he's a little long on the driver. Gas man slides to his left, plugs in. Everything looks good. Now we're going to plug the second can in. We're going to freeze it after it gets plugged in. Right there. Look at the mess. I'm going to zoom in. You see the fuel spilled out. Cans banged up against it. Let's spin it forward again. He tries to go in. He's tipping it up, down. Stop there. The fuel is in the hose, right? If we back that up, this fuel shouldn't be in this air hose right here. I'm going to zoom in right here. Watch this clear hose. As he tries it one more time, you see fuel come up in there. That would say the car's full, or that would say that the plug on the dry brake is 180 degrees the wrong way. It didn't get engaged.
In battle for second. Here comes Chastain to the inside of Hamlin.
Take another look.
Chastain's going for second.
Great animation. First look here inside the Prime Garage. The fuel
Conclurn, not quite.
First of all, it's very hard to do. It's well over 100 pounds. It plugs very tightly from the female to the male side. There's a plunger on the car, a plunger on the can as well. When they engage, everything happens at once. This isn't like the 80s, the old school catch can man in the back of the car. We don't have that anymore. The yellow arrows are the fuel
And
going in.
Chastain just clears Hamlin for second. Now he's trying to set his sights on the leader, who has been dominant throughout the entire night.
When that isn't sealed perfect, when it cracks, the yellow and the blue, they go together. Yellow, blue makes green, makes bad. Fuel doesn't go in the car. It's like taking a gallon jug, flipping it over, and having it blub, blub, blub. Nothing happens. That's what just happened to Denny Hamlin.
And he also lost the position right here to Ross Chastain. You have to imagine maybe Denny Hamlin's on a fuel-saving situation right here, losing tons of speed right there, getting tight behind the 1 car, but I don't even know if they know how much they need to save to be able to get this car to the end. They're going to flip it, flip it to the 1 switch and try to go until it runs out of gas. But he's got the fence just a little bit.
Little touch there. Little touch to the wall there for Hamlin.
But we get down to the late end part of this race.
What did Reddick
throw
do?
the challenge. And now look what's happening on the racetrack. Reddick.
Whoa! Whoa! Holy cow!
Jesus. Right front of this car.
Right in front of the leader.
Oh my
Yikes!
goodness!
I'm glad we got a bowling.
Right in
front of the race leader.
Right in front of the leader.
I'm glad we got a
Yikes!
bowling. I thought something else was coming. Woo! That's crazy.
Yikes!
Watch this again. Byron has to be like,
Holy cow!
yeah. So look, just a quick
Holy
reset. I know a lot
cow!
happened there with
Quick
Hamilton. Chastain is
reflexes
second
by
now,
Byron.
and he's run a little
man.
quicker than the 24. Now that last lap, that's because Reddick almost wrecked in front of him. Yep.
Quick
Bobby has
reflexes.
to take a breath. 22 to go. But now Chastain, think about this. Great in practice, blows the tire, wreck. Marty's told us multiple times, 3 or 4 hours of sleep, worked all night long on this car, delivered it, and here is this opportunity to win. In a year that has been down for Trackhouse, this could be an unbelievable night.
Hey, but how many times have we seen in this race a turning point for a team in their season? They want to get it going in the right direction. They haven't been terrible, but they know they're not where they need to be. If you go out and battle back through the tough times like they have, working all night long to put this backup car together, if you pay it off with a victory, game changer for everybody involved with that one group.
The one is absolutely faster. He was 8 seconds back, 20 laps
boy.
ago. Drove up,
This
down.
thing's not over yet,
Within a
but
second,
because
8
Chastain
tenths
is starting to
back,
close
we
in
know
on
he's
Byron
fast.
ever so
We also
slightly,
know he
this
had a
thing's
tire
not
failure
over
in
yet.
practice.
He is coming. Chastain is coming.
We're running the fastest laps we ran all night long. There's no more load in this race car.
Oh my
than there
goodness.
is
He
right
is
now.
there. He is
flying.
coming fast.
Can it withstand? You know where I'm going with this.
Paul Harvey. I like the rest of the story. I'm waiting to see it. I'm with you.
Can the tire and the air pressure they're running withstand everything that this car is putting it through? Didn't happen. It couldn't do it in practice. I know they probably, sized it out a little bit better and think they're in a good spot. This one car is flying though.
But he's there. I mean,
Yeah, Chastain is there. He is closing fast.
Where is the speed going in this 24 car late in the run?
But we talk so much about the importance of playing defense. And here it is for William Byron, dominating the race, 18 to go.
Now, what can Byron do to try to defend himself?
That corner seems
To
simple.
stay at the
What I love
front.
about it is Ross Chastain wasn't just running right on the fence. He turned that one car down. That has enough front grip to run on the exit of Groove lower in 3 and 4. Let's see if he does it again. He enters kind of at the same line. Now, he might not have the chance. The 54 might get to his left side. But watch this one. He's going to chase the 24 in. And now watch how much grip there is in the front of this car. This thing turns down the hill. I mean, that's a good lane off the wall on exit. I like what I'm seeing out of this one. I don't know if he does exactly what he wants to with the 54 of Ty Gibbs right there. But as he gets closer to this 24, he's going to lose a little bit of that aero, going to lose a little bit of that speed advantage. Almost puts it in the fence right there in the middle of 1 and 2.
Yep, Ross is trying to get there.
Defense
Gap is down to 3/10 of a second.
He's best on the season.
Gap is down to 3/10 of a second. He's coming. He's there on the 24 car.
For passing, it has not been great for Ross Chastain. He's 8th on the season of passing, but he has not been sitting in race cars like this. Look at that
Oh my
run.
gosh, there's a lot of traffic in front of the
Talk about
leaders.
a
Here he
team that
comes.
Just did it right there in the middle of 3.
Here he comes. You don't want to catch the traffic at the worst spot. Oh my gosh, that was Todd with Todd
Look at the
Gilliland.
run the one gets. So the one goes in
That's
high,
going to allow
turns the car across
Ross
the bottom of the
Chastain to have a
racetrack.
run.
Creating good run and good speed down the hill and down the next straightaway.
Saw Rick Hendrick race shop 2 miles away. Hendrick Motorsports has won the Coke 600 12 times, the most of anybody. William Byron trying to hang on, 15 to go, and here comes
crossover.
Chastain in the one.
Chastain tried to cross over. He tried to go low.
Followed him right into the corner.
Byron
had to back
blocks.
off. But here comes the run in the one car.
But Chastain's got a big run through the center of the corner. Here he comes on the back bumper of the 24.
It makes a huge run down the next straightaway. Let's see what he does down here. Enters high. He's going to turn down low. The 24 is going to commit to the top. Here comes the one car
Oh,
flying into throttle.
the way Ross Chastain turns off the corner and gets the run allows him to stay right to the back bumper of the
This
24.
race potentially 14 to go. Byron still out front.
Byron's just trying to block him. Watching in the mirror, trying to go where
Byron's doing everything he can to stay in front of the one car, but he just doesn't have the car he has right now.
He's giving play-by-play like he's working in this booth with us. He's letting Byron know everything that's happening behind him. Byron looking in that camera, watching that screen. It's not about lap time anymore. It's can I put my car exit?
Yep.
Let's listen in. Quiet on corner entry, a lot of information on corner exit normally is what you're going to hear. Good corner for Byron. Yeah.
Another good corner for Byron off the top side.
Information, the gap.
As
how
I
many laps
said
to go?
many times before, catching him is one thing, but passing him, a whole different scenario.
Man, they're good. Byron has found something.
But he's not really picked it up. It's the one car's lost it. It's his advantage. He's about, 3 or 4 tenths slower than he was running before he caught Byron. Now that he's gotten this close.
Yep, and Hamlin's giving it up. Hamlin is giving it up.
Obviously running out of gas.
Yep, Hamlin's out of gas. He gave it up. So this is officially a battle between Byron and Chastain. Who will prevail? Who
Coming back to
will
11
prevail?
laps to go in the race.
Just a little bit of lap traffic right here in front of the 24, the 22 of Joey Logano, and the 45 of Reddick.
Look at the numbers. Laps led. Dominating night for the 24.
Information to the 24 over the radio telling him just commit higher. Do not allow the one to get to the outside
commit
or higher than
higher.
the 24 in the corner.
That's
they
the
want to
call
make
to the
sure if the
24.
one passes him, do
Commit
it the hard way.
higher.
Make him run the lower or bound up around the bottom.
Right now, the 22, Joey Logano in front of the 24.
Oh boy, they're
Byron
coming
is
up on
running that high
Logano.
line.
This time by 10 laps to go. 10 to go. Byron Chastain, top two, battling it out.
Caution would come out. You might have something to say at the end of this race to gain some positions. We'll see how Logano races Byron as they close on him.
Dave, I'm sorry, Dale. Chastain has almost cooled his stuff a little bit. Remember that one time it went wrong? I think it heated his tires up. He feels like he's engine back in.
Look at that 22, though. Is that going to be a problem for either one of these
What's up,
guys as they
Garrett?
close in? The 22 not really shaped down the racetrack to give them that clean air. It's going to start to affect this 24 car eventually in the next corner or two.
Byron, who has been dominant throughout most of the night, trying to hold off a hard-charging Ross Chastain right behind him.
Turn two, creating a lot of momentum. Keeping that one car out of striking.
Come on.
Is why really gives that cleaner air to the one. Yeah, the
Byron
24
turned
ran
down a
low, so
little
did
bit
the
to try to
22.
get a better run
That's
than the
gonna
one
cost William a
car.
lot of time. The one's coming, closing that gap. What happens down here? I think the 22 was trying to give Williams top of the racetrack. Logano to the middle of the racetrack.
What are you doing, Logano? Get out of the way, Logano. Let those two battle it out.
He's like, come on, Joey, just get out of the way.
Get out of the way, Joey Logano, please.
Joey now to the top of the racetrack.
Yep, you're right, Garrett. Chase Briscoe in third right now. Great run for Chase Briscoe, who started on the pole.
Not really great much
And Brad Keselowski, who at this point has had no top 10s or top 5s in this season, looks as though he'll rally back to a top 5 finish if he can stay there.
More painful for Denny Hamlin. He's left pit road and he sees these 2 leaders out in front of him. He's a lap down and looking at the battle he wishes he was in.
I think it'll have to be something drastic, I believe, to give this one car. I think Chastain's used everything up. But look, the 24 trying to go low. A lot of speed right there. Chastain can't quite capitalize, though, but he's right there.
That allowed Chastain to get a run. Here he comes. He's to his bumper. Pushing the 24.
Chastain to the inside.
Big run to the inside. What's going to...
Drives down low, slides up high. Is there room?
Oh, Byron's in the wall. Byron caught the wall.
Unbelievable.
What a pass by the one by Chastain.
Now Chastain has to go on the offense. But he has to watch that mirror. He's got still 2 cars in
I think it was because Byron got caught up in Logano's wake, and that cost him a lot of time. 5 laps to go for Ross Chastain.
24 ran the middle of 3 and 4. I liked it better when he was on the top. It hurt his momentum, and then it was messy down the front stretch. But the 24 is not going away.
He's trying, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Byron to catch back up to Chastain.
Before they get back to the Logano car. Chastain up high, the 24 up high as well. William Byron giving it everything he's got.
6 miles to go. 6 miles to go. The Coca-Cola 600 is down to the Coca-Cola 6.
Remember earlier, Hamlin passed Byron, and Byron got him back before the end of the stage. So we have seen this play out once tonight.
Here comes Byron. Good speed right there. Closed it a couple of car lengths down the back
That was a good run that Byron had through 1 and 2.
Closing even
what
more.
Will he do in 3 and 4?
Down the back straightaway into turn 3.
What will he do in 3 and 4?
Byron in the gas. Down to 4 car lengths.
Gap is still about stabilized at 0.3 of a second.
Chastain had a good exit off of turn 4. But here comes the 24 again. This has been the strong suit off of 2 down the
Another
back
strong run by Byron, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Byron's doing everything he can. He dives in turns 3 and 4, trying to get a good run. But he lost momentum that time. This time by 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Ross Chastain. Less than 3 miles.
Right now, Chastain has to look for that, defend for that.
William with the momentum down the back straightaway.
Byron once again with the run. He's closing the gap just a little bit. What will he do in 3 and 4? He's diving in through the middle, trying to get a good run through the center.
Chastain gas is up.
He's there. White flag. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. Ross Chastain, William Byron. Who gets it done?
In the history of the Coke 600, Chastain in front of Byron.
Byron trying to get a good run through the center. Not enough. Down the backstretch, final time. Byron's caught the wall. That might have did it for William Byron, who's dominated this race. Into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. One last charge for William Byron, but it's not going to be enough. Into the wall goes William Byron. Not enough. Ross Chastain is going to win the longest race in NASCAR season. He wins the Coca-Cola 600. Holy cow. Ross Chastain's first crown jewel win.
I hope you like water. With your memorial.
Ross Chastain's first crown jewel win, and it comes in NASCAR's longest race on the schedule.
What an effort for this race team, and what a moment for them just when they needed it.
A backup car, a brilliant drive through the field, a career day, the biggest win of this young man's career. Huge for Trackhouse Racing.
32 years old from Alva, Florida. Justin Marks gave him an opportunity. Boy, has he delivered. Done so many impressive things with this race team. But as you said, an enormous victory tonight, getting it done in a crown jewel event. Ross Chastain, the man, Charlotte Motor Speedway. You look at the stat. Led 8 laps tonight. William Byron led 283. Swept the first 3 stages, but just didn't have enough at the end.
You think about the career that this young man's had. Chastain has worked hard to stay involved in this sport, keep those opportunities coming, driving for lower-funded teams, racing in the Xfinity Series and in the Cup Series, hoping for that opportunity to show what he's capable of. And since he's gotten that opportunity, he has shined behind the wheel of the Trackhouse Chevrolet. Disappointment right there for William Byron. The car to beat all night long. One of our keys to victory.
Man.
Slow run speed, and he seemed to be the car to have it. But at the end of the race, when it really mattered, that duel there by Chastain.
Yep.
That's tough to take.
Don't know why William Byron went to the middle of the track to try to get away from Chastain when he knew Logano was in front of him. I guess he was afraid of Denny Hamlin right behind him. I guess William Byron was afraid of Denny Hamlin right behind him, who just pitted for fuel, and tried to hold them both off. But he didn't realize that Logano was right in front of him, right in his lane, right in his tracks. And because of that mistake by Byron, Chastain pounced. Chastain took advantage.
Trying to find that consistency, and when they give him the race car, he gets the job done. Show off right here for the fans. What a great crowd we had tonight here in Charlotte.
Holy cow. He's burning it down on the front stretch. And there goes the tires.
Last year in the Daytona 500, in that 40th starting position, the lowest starting position ever for a victor in the Coca-Cola 600. Celebrate good times, Ross Chastain. You have won NASCAR's longest race.
Here we go. Here we go for the watermelon smash. Get ready, boys. Watermelon smash time. There it is. Ross Chastain delivers in NASCAR's longest race.
Chastain and Trackhouse Racing. From worst to first, they somehow get it done.
That's never give up attitude right there. That's never give up attitude right there.
Marty, I'm going to soak this in.
You should.
Did I? Yes. When I left the shop last night, I went over, sat in this car for the first time. It was about 10 o'clock when I left. They worked till 2:30. They were back at 5:30 this morning. Most of them drive 30, 45 minutes home. A little shower, I think. I don't even know if they slept back there at 5:30 to get this thing ready. And that's the dedication it takes from Trackhouse. There was people there that had their Saturdays off yesterday, and they came in. And for this jockey Chevy and the McRae family to carry them.
You got his picture.
He was riding with me, Mr.
Yeah.
McRae. His family's here with Allie and mom and sister and brother. That's what this weekend's all about, is to think about and remember the ones that sacrificed so much for us. Al Neese, my truck team owner, Marine veteran, so happy to drive for him. Thought we were going to get one on Friday night, but for tonight, Trackhouse, Team Chevy, Busch Light, the Moose.
Wow. Holy cow.
It's insurance, Wendy's. I got to look. It's been so long, I feel like. I didn't feel much like a sponge tonight. I was rattling around out there, but to drive on that final run in the World 600 and pass two cars that have been way better all night. Laps earlier, I went 2 laps longer just out of a little bit of confusion, and man, that paid off at the end. These Goodyear Eagles held on longer because they were a little bit fresher, and holy cow, we just won the World 600!
There's the excitement. There's the
Walk me through the
excitement.
highs and lows of the weekend, Ross, because you were in the turn 3 and 4 wall in the middle of practice, and then somehow you wind up in victory lane. How did you, first of all, get through that moment Saturday and then pull off the final pass on William Byron
Started
tonight?
dead last because of this moment in
how did I do that?
practice.
My team built me
Spun
another
out,
car for about an hour and a half.
spun
I
out,
thought we were going
and
to fix
backed
the
him into
primary.
the wall.
That would have been fine. And then NASCAR said, no, there's something bad too much, so go build another one. We did. That's how we did that. How we drove through the field tonight was just
Yep,
staying
it was
in
that moment right
I
there
didn't
where
get too happy
Logano,
when I was passing cars. I didn't
Byron
get
got
too sad when I
tight
caught that
through the
first green
center of
flag
3 and
cycle
4,
on the wrong
where
side of
he
it.
should have just stayed up top.
With the goal of
That
eating
allowed
these
Chastain to
exotic
pounce
Florida
right
watermelons.
there.
This thing's fresh from Florida. It just came up from our family farm this week. Last week, I guess, we came
But
up.
man,
and,
W
man,
race,
for
W
the
race
watermelon
right there.
industry,
I
that's your
said it,
watermelons you're
W
getting right now,
race
so
right
y'all
there from
better go
start
buy
to
a dang
finish.
watermelon to celebrate. I
Even
wanna
though
see
William Byron dominated
videos
throughout
of
most of
smashed
this race,
watermelons out flood
I really
the
thought he
socials.
had
I
it
wanna
in the
see
bag,
it.
but then
Florida watermelon
Chastain got a
season,
hell of a run off turn 4
but I passed him
and
because my
pounced
team
it.
went and built me a car,
And
and they were
pounced
there all night.
right where
What a
he needed.
statement win for Trackhouse Racing and Ross Chastain. His
Man,
first
one
ever
hell of a
crown
race
jewel
and a
victory.
W
He gets it
showing
in the
for the
Coca-Cola
first
600,
race on
Trevor.
Amazon Prime.
William, almost
W
a perfect
showing by
weekend here.
Prime.
You won the Xfinity
by
race
Prime
yesterday,
Video.
led 283 laps, won 3 stages. Right at the end, though, with 8 laps to go, what was going through your mind as you tried to form an attack and go after that one car there?
Was just defending, but it was just, yeah, I mean, he was catching me, and I was trying to just defend, and I was getting a little bit tight, so, and then
Yep.
just the
Byron did
there,
all he could to hold off Chastain, just came up
it
short.
was tough, so,
Man,
yeah,
W
yeah,
showing
I was
by
able to get
Amazon
some
Prime in their first
they're
ever
beating off
race,
it too, so,
covering first
just
time that
W
Amazon
laps
Prime
and
has covered
such a great effort
NASCAR,
by our whole
and it
team,
flat out delivered. Something
I
that
guess
Fox
just
should definitely take
could've
notes
anticipated
of.
that last round a little better. I ran in
And for
30
Kyle
for a long
Larson in his
time,
second
you know,
attempt
my
to
tires
do
up.
the double,
And then we lost a chunk of time.
he made
before
both
45
races
about
this time,
crashed in front of
but
us and
wrecked
just,
out in both of,
yeah,
but wrecked out in
so,
both events.
Yeah, we'll just keep
Will
going. and
Kyle Larson
keep
ever
trying to
get lucky?
put
That's
races
yet to be
together like that.
determined.
We saw you the last
But at
couple
the end of the
laps
race,
against the wall, trying
Ross
to do
Chastain
everything you
came
could
from
there.
worst
You know,
to
watching this
first
weekend
at
for
the
you,
end of
this
this
is a
thing,
home race. What did
and
it mean
ended
for
up
you to
delivering
lead so many
another
laps here in
watermelon
the 600,
smash on
and
the
again to win your
start-finish
first race
line
here at Charlotte this weekend?
and pounced when it
First
mattered the
Xfinity race.
most.
Yeah, it'll be
Congratulations
good
to
and
Ross
long, I guess,
Chastain
but,
on
really
winning
wanted
his
this one,
first
so.
ever crown jewel race. His first crown jewel race in his NASCAR career. How about that for Ross Chastain? So that about does it for the Coca-Cola 600. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As for the rating of this race, it was a solid 8.5 to 9 out of 10. I certainly enjoyed this race.
How do you come to terms
I
with it?
certainly enjoyed this race.
You can't change the
Definitely
results, so
did.
you have to live with it.
Do you have a conversation with the team? What does the next week look like for you?
I mean, they're the pros. I mean, I'm not a
I
good
definitely
guy, but,
enjoyed this race. Let me know what you think about this race in the comments below. But anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. It's late here at night. It's late at night here in Washington D.C. So yeah, I'm about to go to bed. But tune in next Sunday as they're now off to Nashville Super Speedway, where we saw one of the best races we've seen last year in 2024 turn into a crapshoot late in the race with the 5 overtakes. I just hope that's not the case next week. But anyways, tune in next week for the Nashville race for the Cup Series. It's been your boy, Cito Brown. You all have a great rest of your night, and I'll catch you guys next Sunday for Nashville Cup Reactions. For NASCAR Cup Reactions for Nashville Super Speedway on Amazon Prime. Make sure to leave a like, comment down below, and subscribe for more live streaming content like this. So, until then, peace out, y'all, and have a good night.
Saw a little bit of everything.